The fear in Jianfan's eyes hadn't dissipated even after his death, and was clearly visible for everyone as they looked at his corpse that laid stiff on the ground. What manner of death could have evoked such expression from a monster who roamed the continent unhindered? How? Condor Jianfan is actually dead. Who killed him? Long Zhou was unnerved and stammered. Shuofan sneered. Is there a need to ask when I was the one who took out his corpse? They all looked at Shuofan with a stranger's eyes. Each guessed as such, but none dared to believe it. This monster had even escaped the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders' joint attack. I knew that there was a deep grudge between him and Bro Jiu. Since I chanced upon him, I killed him. Flicking off imaginary dust from himself, Shuofan smiled. Bro Jiu, please don't take offense from meddling in your affairs. How can I? Long Zhou panted and was staring at the corpse with bloodshot eyes. This monster ruined my eye and my future. I can hardly contain myself from drinking his blood and feasting on his flesh. How can I blame you for taking revenge in my stead? Brother Zhua. Suddenly, Long Zhou cupped his hands. From this day forth, I shall treat you as a sworn brother. As long as you're in my domain, you just need to ask and I'll do it. Bro Jiu is too courteous. I barely did anything. Shuofan dismissed him with a wave, but that little movement stirred his wound and winced. Long Zhou appeared next to him in a flash. Don't move, brother. Here are some recovery pills. In 3 days you'll be up and about. Long Zhou took out a few small bottles and placed them in Shuofan's hand. With how caring Long Zhou was, the other elders stared at Shuofan in amazement. Long Kuei pouted, feeling her heart dumped in vinegar. They just wiped out Hell Valley's men and earned great merit that even the 3 elders were overjoyed. Yet it paled in comparison with Shuofan, who killed 2 of Hell Valley's elders. Humph, who knows what trick he pulled to get so lucky and snatch their heads. How could a chi condensation cultivator ever kill a profound heaven expert? Long Kuei muttered in jealousy, but everyone heard her. 3rd elder glared but then shook his head. Yet Shuofan laughed. It is true that it was by luck that I encountered the one-armed elder and got his head. Bad luck, in fact, because I had just then killed a profound heaven expert and was out of Yuan Qi. But this also made him underestimate me. How else could I have killed the wounded elder Jin? If it were any other time, wouldn't the elder kill me with but a wave of his hand? Last night I had the worst luck. Unlike some people, who only had to lead their men to ensure their safety. Shuofan sighed as Long Kuei's face flushed red. You! Lei Yuding giggled. She was clear on what happened last night. Shuofan was indeed amazing, forcing the elder to act as he wanted. But amazing as he was, such an instance wasn't going to repeat itself every time. Shuofan said that just to spite Long Kuei. I am better and stronger than you. My merit is also greater, all coming from one well-placed hit. While you can only yap your mouth. The 3 elders laughed as they shook their heads. They knew that Shuofan succeeded in bringing down a profound heaven expert only through special means and not like how he bragged about, killing because he met him. But the fact remained, him killing 2 such experts in a single night shook the elders' core. Old Zhou, take care of Brother Zhu's wound. We will also add a few hundred guards around the premises while I and Brother Wu report back to the estate. We must notify Pavilion Lord. Long Zhu nodded while Long Kuei and Long Jie froze. Why even 3rd elder is calling Shuofan brother? Shuofan adapted to the change on the spot. Bro San, Bro Wu, take care. Stumbling, 3rd and 5th elders shook their heads in dismay. Old Zhou was right. This kid's greatest talent is to read hearts. After they left, Long Zhou and the others helped Shuofan back to his room. Long Jie and Long Kuei left to handle the additional security of the small courtyard. In bed, Shuofan eased his breathing and asked, Everyone leave. I have to talk with Bro Zhou alone. As the people left, Long Zhou was wondering what could Shuofan want to know so urgently. Bro Zhou, I have a gift for you. Gift? Long Zhou only laughed. Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but the Luo clan hasn't got anything I could take interest in. Or is it that you have another ancient array? Shuofan shook his head. In your dreams. That array alone is worth 10 million at the minimum. Do you think they're easy to come by? But I'm pretty sure you're going to like this gift. Zhuofan took out a bag. Frowning, Long Zhou didn't understand until Zhuofan opened the bag, and a crow landed on his shoulder. Jian Fan's soul-devouring crow? Correct. Ever since that old guy died, this crow has been without an owner. I'm sure Bro Zhou wouldn't need long to turn it into your spirit animal. Always there to protect you. Long Zhou's eyes began to glisten. The title of God Eye Long Zhou lost all its power ever since his eye was robbed. Now that he had the crow, it was as if he recovered his mystic eye. Brother, thank you for your kind intention. Long Zhou's eye trembled from the heartfelt gratitude. Zhuofan continued, Bro Zhou, there's just one thing I am unclear about. Since you trained one eye in purple lightning gold eye, why couldn't you do the same for the other? Sigh, brother. This mystic eye of mine was gained through a chance encounter. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Zhou sighed, recalling his youth. This mystic eye wasn't cultivated through a cultivation method from Veiled Dragon Pavilion. It was something I found through luck. Long Zhou considered Zhuofan as one of his closest friends. Thus, he became the first listener to this secret Long Zhou had buried for such a long time. Brother, do you know of the 3 danger zones on this continent? After Zhuofan shook his head, Long Zhou smiled. You can go anywhere you want across the continent, except for the 3 danger zones. Regardless of your strength, you'll find helpless against the dangers in there. Zhuofan nodded from how serious Long Zhou looked but didn't take the warning to heart. The zones are Lightning Canyon, Ice Mountain, and Fire Pit. Long Zhou stared at Zhuofan in all seriousness, but then laughed in the end. Never mind. Even if you want to go, you still can't. Only if your luck is sky high will you enter one. Why? Because these zones appear at random. Today they might be in the east and tomorrow in the west. Regardless of where they descend, it will cause a terrible tornado that draws in all who dared approach, while also trapping them inside. That must be an array which an expert had deployed. If one didn't know how the array operated, they would have no hope of finding the entrance. Zhuofan asked, Then how did you get out? Long Zhou nodded with a deep look. You're smart, brother. Yes, in my youth I chanced upon the Lightning Canyon. At that time, the tornado swept me away and all I could see was a world of purple lightning. Every single expert there fell under the purple strikes. Just recalling it sends shivers down my spine. Then the oddest thing happened. The strike that was meant for me hit in my eye. While I was unharmed, all that I could feel from my eye was scorching heat. Zhuofan now understood. As it was stated in the 9 Serenities secret records regarding the Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning gold eye, everything was subjected to be destroyed under its gaze. All except the eye. This was why when the purple lightning struck Long Zhou's eye, he was unharmed. Perhaps because of my will to survive, I gave it my all in fighting for my life. I was aware of the purple lightning's power but still wanted to live. It was at that moment that a man's voice reached me. He was reciting some method and I, in my confused state, mimicked his words. It shocked me in the end when my eye released purple lightning. It may have been because of the eye that the purple lightning no longer struck me. Finally, when the tornado passed, only I survived. But ever since I was robbed of my eye and because of the frantic situation when I gained it, I no longer recalled the words that man recited and had no way of forming another mystic eye. Long Zhou sighed while Zhuofan nodded. Lightning Canyon was a remnant the Heavenly Emperor left behind and contained his cultivation method. I have to find it. If I add the 9 Serenities Emperor's legacy with Heavenly Emperors, with 2 of the 3 Ancient Emperors' legacy in my hands, none can contest me. I didn't reincarnate in vain. No one would ever imagine that a powerful Emperor stage expert would leave his remnant in the mortal world. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan wanted to cackle but was sensible enough to refrain since Long Zhou was next to him. Their talk took the entire day. Once Zhuofan got hold of all the information that interested him, he walked Long Zhou out, after which he entered seclusion for a month to heal. With Long Zhou's recovery pills, he was back to full health in 10 days, but was forced to spend the remaining time to patch up Blood Infant's precarious state. A month later, Fan came out of his room stretching his limbs and enjoying the fresh air. Moreover, just a few days ago he and Blood Infant entered the 5th layer of chi condensation. Just that it was a pity one of the 2 elders from Hell Valley died for naught. He truly hoped he could absorb the elder's yuan chi at the time. With it, he'd be in the bone-tempering stage by now. Ah, Steward Zhua! Xiao Chui shrieked in joy seeing him but then bolted. Fan was stumped, feeling his face unconsciously. Did something change about me? Why did she run as soon as she saw me? What's so scary about me? I'm not a man-eating monster. But he soon had it all figured out. I must have been too rough on her when I ripped their clothes that time, and this girl is now afraid of me. The same as how Luo Yunhai was before. Fan snickered. I was kinda too hard on both the kids. Brother Zhua, are you feeling better? This time it was the uncouth Captain Pang. Old Pang. Captain Pang was the only one he admitted being his friend since he reincarnated. Fan started to miss him after not seeing each other for a month. However, just as Captain Pang was about to give him a friendly hug, his face changed and away he ran. This time Fan was floored. Forget that lass. Xiao Chui. Why is even old Pang avoiding me like a plague? Fan frowned, unable to get to the bottom of it. He was expert in reading people's intentions in negotiations and fights, but that was because he was convinced every man's actions were motivated by benefit. Yet old Pang's behavior had him stumped. I've done nothing to hurt him, and he shouldn't have a reason for being scared of me. Then what's the deal with him running away? Fan shook his head in puzzlement, but he wasn't in the mood to find out the reason. A man such as Demonic Emperor was a man of great action, not bothered by petty affairs. When he was about to leave, Lei Yuding appeared in his sight with a lunchbox and Xiao Chui running behind her. Her cute body hid behind Lei Yuding, peeking her small head to gaze at Fan. What are you up to? Fan stood in place, puzzled. Lei Yuding walked with unsure steps, unlike the usual decisive nature she carried herself with. When she looked at Fan, her cheeks were rosy. Steward Zhua, thank you for saving me. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Fan eyed the lunchbox with suspicion as he eased the lid open. A wonderful smell swept him when the intricately made dishes prepared from the heart were in the open. What a wonderful smell! Fan asked, where did you buy them from? Did Windgaze City have such a great restaurant? Humph, they weren't bought. Xiao Chui jumped out with a smile. Young Miss spent 10 hours each day making them and waited for Steward Zhua to come out of seclusion to try them out. Every day. Fan now unraveled the mystery of Xiao Chui running at the sight of him. It was to notify Lei Yuding. Not knowing when he'd come out, Lei Yuding cooked for him every day. Her perseverance moved him. Nodding, Fan spoke, I accept your gift. Lei Yuding cupped her blushing face and whispered, Steward Zhua just got well, and needs to take care of his body. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Right. Fan returned to his room with the lunchbox. Even though he was in the chi condensation stage, not eating for a month made him hungry. Lei Yuding with Xiao Chui in tow followed him in. Her eyes shined like the sun, soft yet warm enough to melt a glacier. When Fan was about to dig in, Luo Yunchang's charming figure entered the room with a knock. Captain Pang followed behind her. Quirking an eyebrow, Fan saw her carrying a lunchbox too. Oh, I didn't know Steward Zhua already had someone bringing him breakfast. I was worried for nothing. When she saw the lunchbox in front Fan, Luo Yunchang's smile widened, but her eyes became sharp, as if they were about to poke holes into everyone present. What got her in such a foul mood this morning? Fan flickered his brow in confusion, but when he picked up on Captain Pang's pitying glance, it got him baffled. Bam! Luo Yunchang slammed the box in front of Fan while squeezing a smile. Steward Zhua, this is something I made for you to help in your recovery. I already have a share. I'm not a glutton to eat so much. Fan shrugged, planning on pushing aside Luo Yunchang's box, but then he sensed killing intent. He caught Luo Yunchang's eyes glaring at him. I'll try both of them. Fan flinched for the first time in his life. He didn't understand what the fuss was about but knew that if he hadn't said that, there would have been a real danger to his life. Revealing Luo Yunchang's dishes, he found them scorched black, cutting most of his appetite. I think I'll eat this one. Zhuo Fan went for Lei Yuding's box as she showed a bright smile. But even before his hand reached it, Luo Yunchang bumped her box closer to him with a glare. Didn't you say you'll eat them both? Zhuo Fan's brow flickered, hesitation setting in as he took another long look at Luo Yunchang's burnt dishes. But he could hardly refuse her sincere eyes and nodded. All right, I'll eat them. Luo Yunchang broke out into a wide smile, to which Lei Yuding was showing disdain. Mine first, Luo Yunchang urged. No, mine, Lei Yuding said in haste. The two women's eyes met and sparks seemed to fly. Zhuo Fan wondered. Weren't they close? Why are they fighting all of a sudden? He couldn't comprehend what could bring such a change in them. First come, first served. Zhuo Fan then took a bite out of Lei Yuding's dishes. She was staring at him with wide and expectant eyes. Zhuo Fan gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Lei Yuding's smile bloomed like a flower while Xiao Chui pushed out her chin and shouted. My young miss started cooking since she was 10. No one in Wingaze City can match her skill. You are fortunate today, Steward Zhuo. Xiao Chui's boast embarrassed Lei Yuding, but even that couldn't take away the radiant smile from her face. Luo Yunchang pouted. Zhuo Fan, try mine. Zhuo Fan took a bite but spat it out as soon as it touched his tongue. Even poison is better. His words were sharp as he took Lei Yuding's box. I still choose this one. Lei Yuding was smiling, while Luo Yunchang's eyes started tearing. Wow, such a great smell. At this time Luo Yunhai shouted in surprise as he jumped into Zhuo Fan's room. Bro Zhuo, you're out. And you were having such a feast. Why didn't you invite me? Go and eat your sister's cooking. Zhuo Fan dissed him. Luo Yunhai complained. Her skill isn't worth a dime. She doesn't know anything besides opening the kitchen door. Unable to stay there any longer, Luo Yunchang ran out with her lunchbox. But people could see the droplets she left behind on the floor. Was I wrong? Luo Yunhai was confused. Not at all. Zhuo Fan gorged on Lei Yuding's cooking as he said. But some people have low confidence. After finishing his meal, Zhuo Fan informed the others before leaving. Stay here as Hell Valley's people might still lurk around. I'm going to pay Veiled Dragon Pavilion a visit. Luo Yunhai and Captain Pang nodded then turned to Lei Yuding. Seeing her all flushed, Xiao Chui was even more excited. How great! Young miss, Steward Zhuo is interested in you. Lei Yuding only smiled. At the same time, in the Imperial City, in a magnificent office, two people sat side by side. One man was in his 40s, dressed in a white silken robe. He had a small hanging mustache that shook with his smile. The other man was in his 50s, with a somber complexion and wearing a dark cloak. His pair of large eyes were filled with grievance. The two acted like strangers, not meeting each other's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. With a cough, a shaky body appeared before the two. It was an old man dressed in a golden robe embroidered with 9 dragons. Your Majesty! The men rose up and bowed. The elder waved for them to sit. Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley both are from the 7 noble houses, the pillars of the empire. What matter has made you request an audience with me? This elder was the Emperor of Tianyu Empire. Your Majesty, Veiled Dragon Pavilion killed 2 of our Hell Valley's elders last month, breaking the 7 houses agreement. Your Majesty, please punish the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, the black-robed man complained. Sneering, the middle-aged man spoke. You Wanshan, you have some nerve complaining first. Your Hell Valley's elder infringed upon my Veiled Dragon Pavilion's domain. How are you going to explain it? Who is it that broke the 7 houses agreement first? One of my valley's disciple, Yu Quan, was killed in Windgaze City. Can't I send an elder to bring the matter to light? Yu Wanshan squinted. Long Yifi. You are just making an excuse to exact revenge for what happened 2 decades ago. Ha ha ha, and 20 years ago, you trapped Elder Jiu in Drifting Leaves City and ruined his mystic eye. You accused him of entering your domain and breaching the 7 houses agreement. I didn't object. This time, however, it is your elder who entered mine. And not just 1, but 4. Is this what you call investigation? Enough! The Emperor's cold shout came as his eyes flashed in anger. Both sides are in violation. This is my judgment. Veiled Dragon Pavilion shall withdraw from Windgaze City. It is no longer part of your domain. Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's people are never to set foot in this city ever again. Your Majesty! The two cupped their fists, but the Emperor flicked his sleeve. This matter is settled. Withdraw. I no longer want to hear anything about the 7 houses, nor about internal disputes. Understood. Only. None of them was willing to accept this conclusion but retreated nonetheless. When they were gone, the Emperor's eyes flashed. For Hell Valley's people to enter Windgaze City, they must be privy to the 1,000-year-old secret. The Imperial City has always been a place of conflict, filled with the eyes and ears of every faction. This should be known to your Majesty. An aged voice replied from behind. The Emperor chuckled. It seems the plan has begun. Pearls will always shine. Since the Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Grand Gate was but a few hundred steps away, Zhuo Fan chose to walk. However, he stopped before passing through it. In front of the gate was a yellow palanquin with 4 peak chi condensation cultivators as carriers and 16 bone-tempering cultivators surrounding it. A fat figure in yellow stood in front of the palanquin. You could barely make out his pin-sized eyes from his bulging cheeks. At first glance, one would take him as having a bun in place of his head. Zhuo Fan shook his head. He'd seen his fair share of people, but this was his first encountering such a fatso. How can one get so fat? Zhuo Fan resumed his gait, glancing at the fatty from time to time. His appearance was far from attractive, but his 7th chi condensation cultivation and the large number of guards was nothing to scoff. If the fatty was from Veiled Dragon Pavilion, he'd have gone in by now. Wait! Zhuo Fan's entry was stopped by a sudden shout. Turning around, he caught the sight of Fatty's feet, sinking into the ground with each step towards him. Zhuo Fan's cheek started twitching. Do you need something? Are you from Veiled Dragon Pavilion? The fatty smiled. It would have been better if he hadn't, as his eyes were now gone for good. Zhuo Fan was shocked by such a baffling appearance for a moment. I'm just a guest. That means you can also enter. The fatty showed a warm smile. Can I ask brother's help with a small matter? Please send word to young Miss Long Kue. She hasn't come out for a whole day and I had to sleep outside. This weird fatty is pursuing Long Kue. Zhuo Fan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, not when there were so many people around. To think that haughty Long Kue knows this fellow. Setting aside his status, his weight alone would make her awkward if someone caught them together. All right, I will tell her right away. Zhuo Fan struggled not to laugh as the fatty cupped his hands in gratitude. I'll leave it to brother. Zhuo Fan hastened his pace in fear of laughing if he spent one more moment with this guy. It wasn't worth it offending a great faction for such a reason. He soon arrived at the meeting room and met Long Kue. Miss Kue, long time no see. How have you been? Great, until you showed up. Long Kue snorted. Zhuo Fan didn't mind it. Where's Bro Jiao? I want to speak with him. Out. Long Kue rolled her eyes. Zhuo Fan read her face and found that she didn't lie. Since he didn't see Long Jia either, it meant that he must be with Long Jiao on business. This would put a delay on the things he wanted to know. But he still had that fatty's message to deliver. To get that guy's gratitude and support, all I have to do is make this smug girl see him. What's the harm in passing the time while embarrassing this missy while I'm at it? Zhuo Fan showed a wide grin. What's with you? Long Kue frowned. Oh, nothing. There's a rich handsome guy outside who wants to talk to you. Hurry up and see him before he's gone. Hey, Miss Long, who's he? Zhuo Fan elbowed her with raised eyebrows. Long Kue knew Zhuo Fan was making fun of her and got angry. Ignoring him, she walked to the gates with Zhuo Fan laughing behind her. Damn fatty. Haven't I rejected your marriage proposal already? What are you still doing here? The fatty's smile fell. Sister Long Kue, that happened when I was 10. Now I'm 20. Don't you feel anything after I proposed 1,000 times these past 10 years? Of course I have. Annoyance. Zhuofan butted in at this point, patting the fatty's shoulder as he looked at Long Kue. Miss Long Kue, such tender and strong love are rare these days. My dear friend is so smitten by you that he even slept outside waiting for you. The last words almost made Zhuofan burst in laughter. The fatty was so touched that the thick sarcasm flew right past him. Long Kue saw them working in unison, one explaining while the other agreeing, and felt her anger peaking. But for some reason, she changed to a charming smile. Even Zhuofan blanked out from seeing her smile like this for the first time. And there was no need to mention the drooling fatty. Long Kue felt sick inside but still maintained her composure. Brother Tsong, you've always treated me so well ever since we were little. But my heart belongs to another. What? Who's the punk? The fatty's face changed and his eyes spat fire. Zhuofan thought, oh, she isn't planning on dragging me into this, is she? Yet Long Kue turned to him with an enigmatic smile. Oh, hell. Zhuofan didn't know which faction the fatty belonged to, but one thing was clear, he wasn't to be provoked. Zhuofan already had Hell Valley as his enemy, and messing with another faction just as strong, if not stronger, then even Demonic Emperor would have a hard time turning disaster into an opportunity. I was wondering why you are able to enter Veiled Dragon Pavilion like you own the place. It was because you and Long Kue are. The fatty grabbed Zhuofan's collar and glared. Zhuofan denied. Brother, it's all just a misunderstanding. However, the fatty's eyes were red from anger and blinded to reason. There were two things any man would go berserk from, having his father killed and wife stolen. But the latter caused way more outrage than the former. Feeling as if he was wearing such a hat with no rhyme or reason turned this misunderstanding into a conflict. Zhuofan sighed. Now I have to ask Long Jiu to explain in order to avoid offending another power. He was pondering on how to do it when he was floored by Fatty's next words. Sister Kue, what do you not like about me? Does this punk have something that I don't? Zhuofan almost spat blood, watching the fatty in a daze. Brother, now I know why you proposed 1,000 times. Cocky people he has seen aplenty, but this was Zhuofan's first time meeting one as oblivious about himself as this guy. Watching the fatty, who could burrow the earth just by standing, Zhuofan wanted to shout. Brother, it's more like you pack something way extra than me. Even Long Kue was silently rolling her eyes. Brother Tsong, there must be some other reason for you to be here. You do not have the luxury of leaving the imperial capital as you wish. Take care of your matters and stop wasting time. That is out of the question. You are my future wife. I even applied for this task just to see you. Yet, then the fatty glared at Zhuofan. Let's duel. He pointed at Zhuofan's nose as he raged. We will duel today to settle Sister Kue's groom. Zhuofan took a closer look at the fatty, secretly admiring him. This kid is the first who didn't shout out his glorious clan's name before me. Just from this, Zhuofan liked him. Hearing the fatty request a duel, one of his guards stepped forward. Young master, your body is too precious to participate in duels. It's best if you let me handle him. Quiet. The fatty interrupted the guard. It is I who want to marry Sister Kue. My honor and dignity as a man are on the line. If you fight, I'll be mocked forever and Sister Kue will despise me even more. I will never ever approve of you. Long Kue rolled her eyes. Zhuofan agreed with a grin. Well said, I accept. However, all your guards are stronger than me and I can't take even a single hit from them if they interfere. If I say we will duel, then it will be one-on-one. My word is gold. You don't believe me? The fatty was even angrier now. Zhuofan shook his head. I do believe you, but if I defeat you, can they hold themselves from not jumping in? At that point, even if you order them not to, it won't do much good. It was unknown if the fatty was pondering or fuming since his eyes disappeared when he squinted. But then he barked at the guards. All of you stay put. If anyone has the nerve to move, I'll kill him. Then he turned to Zhuofan. Pick a location where we won't be disturbed. Zhuofan smiled while Long Kuei frowned and blocked him. You truly intend to fight? If he gets hurt, even Veiled Dragon Pavilion can't help you. He just nodded. This fatty isn't bad. Long Kuei was stunned. When the fatty saw them stick together, his heart was aflame from rage. Panting with each word, he declared, Punk, you'll see. I will mop the floor with you. Zhuofan smiled, not minding it in the least. Zhuofan took the fatty to a remote place in the woods. Since Long Kuei was afraid of mishaps, she also went along. But Zhuofan already had Blood Infant keep an eye out. At least the fatty's order worked like a charm and the guards stayed behind. Zhuofan clapped. Fatty, I praise you for not using the guards. Humph, I am always true to my word. This is related to me and Sister Kuei's happy marriage. I will have to beat you, pesky puck, so thorough you can't contest my victory. Or who knows what excuse you'll use later to pester Sister Kuei. The fatty jutted out his chin. Smiling, Zhuofan showed his vicious side. Aren't you worried I laid an ambush? The fatty frowned. His pin-sized eyes scoured his surroundings as he roared. Humph, I am willing to venture alone against any adversity. But if you think Sister Kuei will look kindly to such a despicable punk, think again. No matter what you have in store, I will never lose. Ha ha ha, enough with the heroism. Kid, I like you. It's time we get this duel started. Zhuofan smiled. Yet even before he finished, a punch came his way. Zhuofan rushed to dodge, but he was too late to react. His body flew and his right cheek was now red and swollen. Hey Fatso, I thought you were an honorable man. Zhuofan snapped at the nonchalant fatty who replied, Didn't you just give start to the duel? All is fair in love and war. Zhuofan took a long look at him and secretly nodded. This kid is more cunning than he lets on, yet he conducts himself with honor. He is as honest as Old Pang, but that is where the similarities end. Compared to the simple Old Pang, Zhuofan liked the shrewd fatty more. A demonic cultivator would use any means to reach his goal. This fatty, who bent the limits of morality, was more to Zhuofan's liking. Ha ha ha, you're right. Zhuofan cackled and pointed at Long Kuei. Fatty, look. Long Kuei is undressing. The fatty could spot a lie when he heard one. But he still bought it this time and turned towards Long Kuei's direction. Bam! Zhuofan used this chance to kick the fatty into the air. Bastard! Long Kuei fumed at the sideline with a red face. Yet the culprit didn't mind it in the least when her glare focused on him. Wretched punk, you dared sully Sister Kuei's honor. I will show you. The fatty wobbled as he got to his feet, but his eyes burned hotter than ever. Zhuofan dissed him. I was just messing around. Yet you looked anyway. Weren't you also thinking something shameful about our young Miss Long? The fatty gasped. Never had he heard this kind of counter before. Zhuofan might have disrespected Long Kuei, but didn't he himself sully his goddess by imagining something inappropriate? If so, did he have the right to blame Zhuofan? Fatty's resentment was gone just like that, and he even felt ashamed. But once he imagined Long Kuei changing clothes, his face went beet red. His small eyes were perfect in hiding his secret stare over Long Kuei's enticing figure. But she found him out nonetheless and stared him down with killing intent. When a shiver crawled up his spine, the fatty focused on the fight. Punk! I will let this matter slide. Time to get serious. The fatty's body gave out a golden shine, and even the ground started cracking around him. High mortal ranked martial art mountain shaking punch. The fatty darted towards Zhuofan like a raging bull, cracking each and every stone he set his foot on. Punk, better dodge. But if you do, admit your loss. Grinning, Zhuofan extended a red palm, not intimidated in the least. The fatty raved, Damn punk. This will be your funeral. I am at the 7th layer of chi condensation and using a high-ranked martial art. This is not a move which a 5th layer chi condensation punk can withstand. If you treasure your life, dodge. But Zhuofan didn't budge. The fatty didn't wish for the worst outcome and wanted to hold back some of his power. But it was too late now. His flabby body was already upon Zhuofan. Boom! something strange happened. The weak-looking Zhuofan was still standing as a breeze ruffled his hair. The fatty, however, had his golden light scattered thanks to the red glow and was sent flying. He hit the ground in a daze, and even as he got up, he still couldn't shake his astonishment. How can this be? I am clearly stronger, so why was I the one who got pushed back? He needed a long time to recover from the shock. Long Kuei scoffed. She didn't like Zhuofan one bit, but that didn't stop her from admiring his strength and ability. After all, he was the first on the continent to have killed 2 profound heaven expert while being a chi condensation cultivator. Arriving next to Fatty, Zhuofan offered his hand with a smile. Fatty, I know you went easy on me. The fatty sighed. A loss is a loss. Using all my power against someone weaker is the same as losing. I am an upright man. This is your win. Zhuofan turned serious. You might take it as being upright, but I see it as kindness. The fatty looked closer at Zhuofan. He was amazed this man found out his intention in that split second. I see now why Sister Kuei likes you. The fatty praised him and took Zhuofan's hand. He went to Long Kuei and sighed. Sister Kuei, you found a great man. This punk will turn into a monster one day. The fatty felt dejected. But a sudden sound broke the silence. Zhuofan squinted his eyes and pushed the fatty to the ground. A green light passed above them the next second, cutting all the trees in its path. The fatty looked up at Zhuofan with gratitude. Brother, thank you for saving me. I never thought that my love rival will become my savior. It's too early for thanks. Here they come. Zhuofan frowned as he helped the fatty up. Long Kuei also ran next to them. A dozen men appeared around the 3 of them the next moment, each giving off the energy of a bone-tempering expert. What now? Long Kuei's expression was grave as she looked at Zhuofan. With the Veiled Dragon Pavilion being even farther than the fatty's guards, the only one she could turn for help was the guy she disliked the most. But he was also the one most likely to pull off a miracle. The fatty strode out from between the 2 with confidence. It's me you're after. Let them go. Hi. As a member of the imperial family, you sure have the air of a king. But too bad we can't leave any witnesses. A man stood out from the group. He was their leader. The fatty was filled with hatred. Suddenly, Zhuofan kicked the fatty with a snicker. This fatty is under my care. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me first. The dozen men laughed. A mere chi condensation insect wants to act tough? Since they'll all die anyway, let's start with him. It's best we kill the fatty first and complete the mission. It was hard enough finding this opportunity after waiting for so long. We can't let it go to waste. As they were rambling on and on, the fatty whispered to Zhuofan, Brother, they're after me. I will run towards east while you take Sister Kuei back to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Zhuofan shook his head. With your speed, you won't even last 1 second. What other choice do we have? Asked the fatty flustered. Zhuofan hardened his tone and said, Slaughter them all. He took a step and reached their leader as Savage Moon flashed in his hand. Demonic treasure? The leader was shocked and wanted to dodge, but a red light entered his body and froze his movements. Whoosh! With a silver flash, a head trailed the sky followed by a fountain of blood. Only Zhuofan stood in the pool of blood with cruel eyes. For the first time in Fatty's life, his eyes bulged out from his chubby face, becoming larger than ever. The silence was deafening. Everyone watched slack-jawed at the unfolding event. No one there could have imagined a chi condensation kid blindsiding them, who were bone-tempering experts, and even killing one in a single hit. All the mockery and disdain they had for Zhuofan was now replaced with extreme caution. Fatty was still out of it, staring at Zhuofan like his brain was on the fritz. It finally dawned upon him that it wasn't him who held back the most in their duel, but Zhuofan. Kill the punk first. With a sudden shout, the men charged at Zhuofan together. They were now of one mind, no longer of a different opinion. They had to kill this dreadful and sinister punk first. If they were to leave him for later, they were sure they'd have to pay a steep price, even if they outnumbered him. They had long forgotten their main objective and were now pointing their weapons at the punk who was holding Savage Moon and standing in a pool of blood. Smiling wryly, Xuefan snickered. "I wouldn't have it any other way." The next moment he jumped at the first enemy. The man was startled and rushed to retreat. Even if Xuefan was just in the chi condensation stage and unable to hurt him, the third-grade demonic treasure would cut through him like butter. Their leader got such a miserable death for underestimating Xuefan, and he wasn't willing to make the same mistake. With eyes fixed on Savage Moon's trail, the killer grinned. He knew how to deal with Xuefan. Since his speed was superior to Xuefan, all he needed to do was pay attention to Savage Moon, and killing this kid would be a breeze. However, just as he was about to jump into action, Savage Moon flashed a silver glow. The light wrapped around Xuefan and then streaked by the killer's body. The killer had no idea what happened and was looking up as his upper half slid to the ground while his lower half stood there unmoving. While he fell, he could still see Xuefan's grim face, especially the eyes, cold and unfeeling. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as they watched Xuefan with dread. If one were to say that killing their leader was from a sneak attack, this time around it was a fair fight, and yet Xuefan still killed a bone-tempering expert in an instant. When the silver light flashed again, he was so fast that none of the killers had time to react before Xuefan felled another. Such horrifying speed coupled with the sharp edge of the Savage Moon soaked the backs of the killers in a cold sweat. "As you dared to come look for trouble in my domain?" Xuefan squinted at each man around him and trailed a finger across his neck as his eyes turned red. "Your lives are forfeited." At that moment, all of them paled and stepped back. The fear they felt from his eyes mounted the dread they already had. Their roles began to blur as it became unclear who was the victim and who was the killer. The hunter's and prey's role were now switched. The fatty watched Xuefan's domineering gaze while being shell-shocked. Then, he was swept by a sudden familiar feeling. The imposing and grand feeling he felt only from his father. But what he felt from Xuefan was far more assertive. As if all who dared resist this man would find themselves dead beyond a shred of a doubt. The pressure Xuefan's power released was something that even made him shiver. Seeing that they couldn't contend with Xuefan individually, a killer shouted, "Don't be afraid. Let's attack together. He's just a chi condensation punk relying on a third-grade demonic treasure. If we surround him, he's done for." The others nodded as fear eased from their faces. Now that they had a plan, they found hope. With a cry, the killers jumped at Xuefan, closing the net on him. Sneering, Xuefan rushed forward without fear as he held Savage Moon. His target swallowed dryly but didn't retreat since he had men on each side releasing punch at Xuefan. If Xuefan pressed on, the killer would die, but so would Xuefan under the joint attack of two bone-tempering experts. But if he retreated instead, it would only work to tighten the net and his death would be just a matter of time. Xuefan didn't plan on dying in this fight, or he would have fled a long time ago with the help of Savage Moon's speed boost. Whoosh! With a flash of silver, Xuefan vanished from their sights and the punches hit nothing but air. Xuefan then landed right in front of the killer who was standing behind the other two. Having not seen this coming, the killer was frightened but soon became elated seeing that Xuefan was not facing him. He didn't waste this chance and punched towards Xuefan's defenseless back. "Your head is mine, kid." But a silver light flashed by and the man froze. In the moment of impending doom, Xuefan swept Savage Moon around him and jumped from their tight circle. As for the man behind Xuefan, he watched wide-eyed as his body hit the ground in two pieces, blood and guts spilling everywhere. Another one. Even under their joint efforts, Xuefan came out unscathed and robbed them of another comrade. Fear in their eyes mounted higher and higher. They had some hope before, wishing to kill him with numbers. But that hope was now lost. What kind of freak is he? When did the 7 noble houses have such a person? A killer cursed as he felt his knees trembling. Secretly sneering, Xuefan squinted his eyes and bathed the world with the killing intent they contained. These killers were routed, they lost their nerve and were no longer a threat. Now was the perfect time to end them. Xuefan rushed forth with a savage grin. Silver light flickered as Xuefan brandished Savage Moon and sent limbs flying with each passing. The killers cried during their futile attempts to evade, having lost any and all will to resist. Zhuofan was like a wolf among sheep, taking his fill of slaughter and carnage. For the occasional spirited and still brave souls among them, Blood Infant would enter their body and seal their movements, thus priming them for Zhuofan, only to leave them mangled. If it was any other day, with Zhuofan's strength and Blood Infant's help, he could only fight with a single bone-tempering expert. If another joined, he'd have a hard time reacting to their attacks, let alone killing a dozen. But luck had it he got Savage Moon off Elder Yun, whom he killed a month ago. This gave him newfound confidence. Savage Moon was just as deadly as Blood Infant was on bone-tempering experts, perhaps even more, especially when taking its ability to increase one's speed into consideration. And all of this was added to Zhuofan, who already had the skills to skip stages. Now that he thought about it, he really ought to thank Hell Valley for throwing such a nice toy in his lap. Hearing the bone-tempering experts' miserable wails, watching heads and entrails flying about, the fatty remained lifeless from shock. He stood there witnessing the gruesome dance Zhuofan was performing with Savage Moon. For these killers to cry and beg for their lives was something unheard of. He could hardly believe that the man he recognized as a love rival, the man he challenged, was strong to this degree. Recalling their duel, it seemed more like a joke now. The bone-tempering experts were butchered like animals in front of the fatty. I, a 7th-layered chi condensation cultivator, dared to issue a challenge, and still was lenient with him while preaching fairness. Sai, Yuan Tsong, your lenient act and fairness preaching was meaningless. The fatty shook his head, feeling mournful. He had seen many peers among the 7 houses who were geniuses, and even if he wasn't stronger than them, he believed their strength wasn't far from his. But Zhuofan showed him today what the saying, a man above man, and a sky above a sky meant. Those geniuses were nothing but trash by comparison. Furthermore, the gap was so huge at such a young age. Long Kuei covered her mouth, experiencing the greatest shock she ever felt. This was the first time she saw Zhuofan fighting. She had heard of him killing 2 profound heaven experts, but doubt still existed. This notion was far too outrageous for anyone to believe. But watching him fight today left this young miss stunned. The cruelty, the overbearing eyes, it was as if a demon had descended, one which was capable of scaring and overpowering even bone-tempering experts. Whoosh! When Zhuofan finally stopped, Savage Moon in his hand was dripping blood. The dry earth around him had become a wide pool of blood. A killer shivered as he watched the Savage Moons fall with dread. His legs were severed, but the pain wasn't registered as begging was all that was left on his mind. Not sparing him a glance, Zhuofan asked coldly, "Who sent you?" Zhuofan's eyes didn't reflect an ounce of pity towards any living creature in this world, only coldness. The killer looked around to see his dead brothers, and fear swept his heart. He didn't know where to begin describing the savagery and cruelty of this youth before him. This youth was, in all sense of the word, a demon. The killer's heart was in shambles. Only, it's. But a sudden whistling sound was heard, and the killer's eyes lost its light. Killing with intent, a radiant stage expert. Zhuofan drew a cold breath. His bottomless and cold eyes now showed a ripple of panic. The whistling sound was heard clearly by everyone, but none could afford to slack their guard. On the contrary, each felt their heart in their throat. A radiant stage expert was able to kill with divine intent alone. This was an enemy Zhuofan wouldn't be able to defeat even with Blood Infant and Savage Moon. An icy shiver traveled down his spine as Zhuofan turned more and more serious. Whoosh! The whistle stopped suddenly and a pair of steps echoed. Zhuofan and the other 2 forgot to breathe. Their eyes were fixed towards the sound's location. But when the person came out into the open, the fatty was stunned for a second before shouting, "Teacher, how come you're here?" Long Kuei cried with joy, "Senior Fong, what brought you here?" Zhuofan saw the 2 recognizing the new entrant and began sizing him up. The man had a goatee and looked like he was in his 60s. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a sword strapped to his back. All this time he was smiling as the green jade flute revolved in his hand. The jade flute shocked Shuofan. He remembered something and asked, "Are you one of the 5 divine dragons? The guardians of the imperial family? Jade flute divine sword? Fang Chobai?" Shuofan heard Long Zhou mention that even if the imperial family could no longer control the 7 houses, they could still persevere, all thanks to the 5 divine dragons. Each was a peak radiant stage expert whom none of the 7 houses would dare mess with. Among them, there was a man known as the First Divine Sword, and he was Fang Chobai, Jade Flute Divine Sword. He boasted himself as having united the sword and the flute as one, that his sword followed the sound and turned it into sword intent. One time, he single-handedly defeated 5 radiant stage experts with a sword strike, forcing the 7 houses to forget about testing him, while also spreading his name to the 4 corners of the world. The man raised an eyebrow and watched Shuofan with a profound look before nodding. With laughter, Long Zhou appeared before everyone. "Wasn't I right? This kid has sharp eyes. I only mentioned you once and he already recognized you. Uncle Zhou." Long Kuei was overjoyed as she ran to him. "When did you and Senior Fang arrive? Why didn't you come out sooner?" "Ha ha ha. We've been here since Brother Zhua and the 3rd prince's duel." Long Zhou turned to Zhuofan. "Brother Zhua, you're quite something to keep a straight face against a dozen bone-tempering experts. When I was your age, I certainly lacked the courage you showed today. I truly admire you." Long Kuei pouted while casting a side glance towards Zhuofan. Seeing Zhuofan in action had her convinced, but admitting it was a whole nother matter. "Master, with you 2 seniors here, why didn't you act? You almost worried your student to death." Fatty clapped his fat chest. "It mattered little what happened to me, but what if Sister Kuei got hurt? Ha ha ha, and miss a good show?" Fang Chobai laughed, eyeing the calm and collected Shuofan. "Moreover, I've never seen such a genius, marvelous display before. Senior, you're too kind." Shuofan cupped his hands, but his face was stone cold. "I'm only curious. Why did Senior kill the last one? Is it?" Fang Chobai squinted and his smile turned fake as he spoke in a frosty tone. "Youngster, you are exceptionally sharp, but your strength might turn this advantage into a flaw." Raising an eyebrow, Shuofan laughed and cupped his hands. "Junior thanks for Senior's lesson. Junior has already forgotten this encounter." Shuofan picked up on Fang Chobai's warning. He did not wield enough power to poke his nose in their conflict. The man had silenced the killer to protect him. Fang Chobai took one more long look at him and his admiration grew. "You're not only smart but also know when to retreat. How rare. What a surprise. Finding someone like you in the mortal world yet outside the 7 houses. If you weren't a demonic cultivator, something I am unsuited with, I would have wanted to teach you for 2 years and make your future limitless." Long Kuei and Fatty were shocked. Outsiders may not know who Fang Chobai was, but the 7 houses were crystal clear on his character. Who among the heads of the 7 houses didn't want to have their child under his tutelage? But this old man was stubborn as a mule, not giving them any attention. Even if the emperor were to request him on behalf of his sons, he'd act no differently. He'd been teaching the Fatty for 3 years because Fang Chobai appreciated his strong will, yet the Fatty barely learned a few moves. But it wasn't enough to accept him as a disciple. Yet the first time he laid eyes on Shuofan, Fang Chobai took the initiative to invite him. If the 2 had walked the same cultivation path, Shuofan would have been Divine Sword's first disciple. Wherever he'd go, if any 7 houses disciples saw him, they'd have to bow down to him. Long Zhou saw the 2 kids' shock and surmised their thoughts with a shake of his head. "These kids are yet to reach our level, so they don't know the meaning of rare find." With Shuofan's talent, any expert who saw him would want to take him as a disciple. Even if one was unrivaled in the world, to pass on his mantle he needed to find the best disciple suited for his legacy. The greater the strength of the expert, the higher the expectation. But Shuofan shook his head at this and even sneered. Forget about Fang Chobai not accepting him because of cultivation path difference. Even if he could be accepted, he'd still refuse. As a demonic emperor, the only one worthy of him calling master was an emperor stage expert. Fang Chubai was reluctant to let Fan pass by him, but, in the end, he took Fatty and left. Long Jiu, third prince still has a task to complete, so I'm taking him with me. Fang Chubai and Fatty disappeared the moment he finished. Wait! Fatty still wanted to say something to Long Kuei and Fan, but it was too late. 1 second his anxious face was there, and the next it was gone. So fast. Fan was shocked. Then he hardened his resolve. He had to reach Radiant Stage as soon as possible to guarantee his safety in his travels across the continent. Brother Zhua. Long Jiu walked to Fan with a solemn face. Come with me to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. There's something I have for you. Smiling wryly, Fan nodded. He had anticipated this. 15 minutes later, Fan and Long Jiu were in Veiled Dragon Pavilion's meeting room, and Long Jiu pushed an unwilling Long Kuei to guard the door outside. Long Jiu took out a sheepskin branded with 4 dragon marks. The first words that Fan recognized were Alliance Agreement. Skimming through it, a pleasing smile bloomed on his face. This was what he aimed for from the start, an alliance between Veiled Dragon Pavilion and the Luo clan. Veiled Dragon Pavilion would not only become a support for the Luo clan, but would also provide resources without any conditions attached. If the agreement came into effect, he'd be worry-free from any outside attacks and would have the time to develop the Luo clan into a great power. Long Jiu was a bit astounded. Why do I feel like you knew this was coming? Fan smiled. It had nothing to do with predicting, but planning. Once he settled on having Veiled Dragon Pavilion as an ally, he used the ancient array diagram to entice Long Jiu, then took advantage of Veiled Dragon Pavilion in sticking its neck out for him. But that wasn't an alliance, it was just the Luo clan seeking shelter. When faced with great danger, Veiled Dragon Pavilion would have kicked them out. To avoid the worst outcome, he and Veiled Dragon Pavilion fought side by side and even killed 2 profound Heaven Elders. He risked offending the Hell Valley to show the potential of the Luo clan. His aim was an alliance agreement of equals. If he were alone, he would have avoided showing off by fighting 2 profound Heaven experts and amassed fortune instead. If Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Lord was a man of vision, he'd choose alliance. Because he would know that the alliance offered now was like fire in winter for the Luo clan. But if offered in the future, it would be more like decoration, one among many. As such, Fan made a daring gambit. Gambling if the Pavilion Lord was a man of ambition who did not bother with trifles, and willing to make an ally out of a fallen clan. Fortunately, he won. Of course, if he lost, then Fan would cross Veiled Dragon Pavilion from the list of future potential allies. Just because their leader lacked the bravery and ambition of one. Fan smiled as he rolled up the sheepskin. I will now take it to young miss for signing. Wait! Long Jiu gripped his shoulder. Sign it here and now. Fan smiled. I'm not the clan head. Signing it as a steward will make it void. With a sly smirk, Long Jiu looked at Fan in the eye. Pavilion Lord said this agreement is not with the Luo clan, but with Fan. Frowning, Fan stared hard at Long Jiu. Wherever Fan is, that place is Veiled Dragon Pavilion's ally. Long Jiu spoke. This is Pavilion Lord's intent. Fan frowned, then smiled with a nod. Pavilion Lord sure is ambitious, ha ha ha. In the dead of night, Fan returned to the small courtyard and looked for Captain Pang. Old Pang, where's Missy? I'm looking for her. Sighing, Old Pang muttered. I'll take you to her. Fan was taken aback but followed nonetheless. The two entered the kitchen, and Fan looked at Captain Pang in puzzlement when the latter pointed at Luo Yunchong. Fan saw the chaos inside the kitchen and Luo Yunchong, who had fallen asleep next to the stove. Her face even had traces of soot. Young miss kept asking the cook for guidance from morning till late into the night. Captain Pang sighed, blaming Fan a little. Steward Zhua, I know of your skill, and that young miss and young master do not enter your eyes. But you must know, young miss worked hard day in day out for a whole month to cook for you, so that you could have them when you come out of seclusion. But her efforts were not appreciated, instead she received your harsh criticization. Any girl would have been devastated after such a response. Ignoring Captain Pang's rant, Fan walked next to the stove where the few dishes Luo Yunchang made laid. Compared to those at noon, these dishes were almost burned. Fan took a bite and shook his head. She has no talent whatsoever. Sigh, even so. At least show some consideration for her work. Captain Pang rebuked as he walked next to the dishes and tried one. How hard can it be to swallow? He also took a bite and chewed it just once before spitting it right back out. You're right, Steward Zhua. Young Miss is inept at cooking. Sorry for blaming you. Captain Pang wiped his mouth and walked out with a red face. But when he turned back, he saw Fan taking one bite after another, and even savoring it. Steward Zhua, don't force yourself. Ignore what I said. Now that I've also tried young Miss cooking, it's indeed. Captain Pang's mouth clamped shut and his face twisted. I'm just a bit hungry. Fan smiled as he ate everything. In the morning, a ray of sunshine entered the small courtyard's kitchen. Luo Yunchang's eyelids trembled as she opened her drowsy eyes. She looked around the kitchen and smiled dejectedly. Last night, she was so tired after cooking that she fell asleep in the kitchen itself. Even if anyone caught wind of this, no one would believe it. A qi condensation cultivator tiring herself out from cooking? But the truth was she was too fatigued that she would rather pick cultivation instead of cooking. Just as she was getting up, she froze. Someone had put a plain cover on her, and her back wasn't leaning on the hard stove but on something soft instead. Pursing her lips, she turned her head only to see a sleeping Fan leaning on her, and what kept her back soft was his arm. Ah! Luo Yunchang was about to yelp, but she covered her mouth. It never crossed her mind that Fan would spend the night with her here. Blushing, Luo Yunchang observed his face and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Young Miss' red lips were inching ever closer to his face. Steward Zhua, young Miss. A sudden rough shout came from Captain Pang. Fan's eyelids trembled and were about to open. Luo Yunchang immediately laid her head back on his shoulder and faked sleeping without budging. Just that her red face betrayed her as if she'd done something she shouldn't. Fan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and frowned when he saw Captain Pang coming in. Old Pang? What's the rush? Brother Zhua, young Miss. Captain Pang pointed at Luo Yunchang with shock. Fan turned to see Luo Yunchang's red and shivering face. He touched her forehead. It's burning up. Did she catch a cold? Shaking his head, Fan blamed himself. Last night, he wanted to take Luo Yunchang back to her room. But afraid of waking her up, he chose to watch over her in the kitchen. He didn't think sleep would cast its spell on him too. Old Pang, say what you came to say. Meanwhile, I'll take this Missy back to her room. Fan carried Luo Yunchang, but Old Pang was panicking. You can't, Brother Zhua. Someone wants to invite young Miss for a chat. Someone we can't offend. What can't offend? She won't be going even if the Veiled Dragon Pavilion asked. Fan snapped. Can't you see she has lost consciousness? She must be sick. Wait for a bit and I'll go see the guest. Sigh, Brother Zhua, Steward Zhua. Young Miss must go meet him in person. He bears the Imperial Golden Seal. Captain Pang shouted. Fan stopped. Only the Imperial family's guards had this seal. Even the 7 houses' leaders would have to respond at once or they'd have committed a grave crime. The lightest punishment was death, while the harshest was dragging one's whole clan with him. Of course, with the 7 noble houses' power, the Imperial family would refrain from resorting to such methods. But that didn't apply to a fallen clan like them. Fan squinted and thought it through. Old Pang. Tell him young Miss is unwell, and that he should come back tomorrow. What? Captain Pang's heart jumped in fright. That person carries the Emperor's edict. If you do this, it is the same as saying you don't want to talk to him. But Fan had it thought out. Thinking back to last night, he guessed the one calling him over was that fatty's guard. The fatty was a good man and wouldn't let emotions cloud his judgment, slaughtering innocents left and right. Do what I said now. Fan raised his voice. Wait! Luo Yunchang yelled, struggling out of Fan's embrace and spoke with a stern face. Captain Pang, Tell him to wait a moment to make myself presentable. Understood. Captain Peng bowed and secretly rejoiced. Thank God. Young Miss woke up, or who knew how much trouble Brothers' arrangement would have stirred up. But this steward was sure is dauntless. If I were to follow his words, I'll die of fright. Captain Peng shook his head and left. Zhuofan watched Luo Yunchang skeptically. How did she regain consciousness all of a sudden? Luo Yunchang rolled her eyes. Why are you so reckless? Is the imperial family someone you can offend? To avoid him noticing anything, Luo Yunchang rushed away. Zhuofan was left to walk alone to the living room, with doubt in his heart. He met with the man carrying the seal, a peak chi condensation cultivator. He was one of the porters to Fatty's palanquin. Are you Steward Zhua? My master is inviting you and young Miss Luo for a talk. The envoy cupped his hands, but the prideful attitude never left him, and either on purpose or otherwise, the imperial golden seal flashed on his waist. Perhaps he was afraid they'd mistake him for someone other than the imperial family's guard. Zhuofan snorted. You're still soft thinking you can fake your arrogance around me. When I was faking it, you were still but an egg in your mother's belly. Zhuofan didn't even look at him as he slumped in a chair, one leg over the other. The envoy's eyes swelled with rage. Is the Fatty's injury healed? Zhuofan asked in passing. Fatty? The man was stunned. Then it hit him that Zhuofan was calling his master Fatty. But the number of people in this world who dared to call him that was less than 10. Then he and master are... His heart started beating a mile a minute and the arrogance was gone from his eyes. My master did not mention any injury when he returned last night. Is that so? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, then laughed. He must be thinking of his image. I punched him 30-odd times yesterday and kicked him a dozen times more. There's no way he's fine. Don't you think so too? That Fatty must be faking it so you guys won't laugh at him. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan corked his eyebrows at the man. The envoy's lips twitched, unable to respond. But he was embarrassed nonetheless. Right? Was that old goat Fang Qiubai still angry after he arrived? Zhuofan looked at him carefully this time. But the envoy just shook his head. Fang Qiubai returned with his master yesterday, and only then did they find out about Fang Qiubai's arrival. Since Zhuofan knew this before them, it spoke how close he was with his master. At this point, the envoy stashed the seal in his pants. It worked well in scaring some, but it was best to not make a fool of himself in front of such a young master like Zhuofan. Great! Seeing the envoy shaking his head, Zhuofan rejoiced. Perhaps you don't know, but that old goat wanted to take me as a disciple. If not for my staunch heart and me choosing death over kneeling, the old goat would have taken me away by now. I still thought he was angry and was going to come nag me again. Now that I know he isn't, I can rest easy. That old goat understands my predicament. What? Fang Qiubai wanted to take you as a disciple? The man shouted as his legs went soft and collapsed. Heavens! Who the hell is this young master? He is a friend that beat up master and also someone wanted as a disciple by Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Qiubai, who the emperor shows respect to. Zhuofan secretly sneered. What's wrong? Why fall over? Let me help you. Zhuofan said so but showed no intention of moving. The envoy was sharp enough to get back on his feet while waving his hand. No need, Steward Zhua. I don't dare ask you of such a favor. I am not worthy. Humph. A servant's instinct. Zhuofan disdained. You call helping you get up a favor? Might you be the emperor's envoy? Luo Yunchang, dressed to impress, walked before him and bowed. The envoy rushed to kowtow. You are making it hard on me. Please don't be so courteous. If master heard I was disrespectful to his friends, he will punish me. Luo Yunchang was at a loss and turned to Zhuofan, who just shrugged. But Captain Pang, who was behind her, was stunned silly at the sight of the envoy's courteous attitude. Where's your previous haughty attitude? Spouting something like if young miss didn't come to see you in 15 minutes, you'd be executing all of us. Why the sudden change of tones? But even this change was too outrageous and polite. Captain Pang eyed Zhuofan, who only sported a puzzling smile. Old Pang figured Steward Zhua had something to do with it and gave him a thumbs up. Only Steward Zhua can make an imperial family's guard kowtow to our young miss. Zhua Fan dismissed the envoy's courtesy. Why is that fatty calling me? I do not know. I was only ordered to invite Windgaze City's Kai clan, Lei clan and Luo clan. The envoy spoke with extreme politeness. Zhua Fan squinted. It seems that the Hell Valley targeting the three clans must have something to do with the imperial family. In a peaceful location within the forest, a kilometer from Windgaze City, stood a remote courtyard. The 4 guards posted at the door were bone-tempering experts. Zhua Fan and Luo Yunchang came along with Luo Yunhai and Captain Pang with the envoy as their guide. Steward Zhua, young Miss Luo, please enter. The man was very polite. He opened the door, stood to the side and bowed for them to pass. The other guards frowned with doubt and a flicker of scorn in their eyes. They were imperial family's guards, always welcomed with bows and courtesy everywhere. But this guy went to invite some no-name clan heads and even bowed down before them. He was seen as a disgrace by his fellow guards. The man picked up on scorn, but he just smirked. How can idiots know the importance these people hold? Steward Zhua is master's friend, who even Senior Fang Qiubai has his eyes on. He needs to say just one word and he'd be Fang Qiubai's disciple. Even the emperor will have to show respect then. As for the other 3, their steward Zhua's friends. We can't show any disrespect even to them. Secretly snorting, the envoy still showed a flattering smile as he guided them inside. They soon arrived at a garden. A single pavilion laid in the middle with a stone table inside. Fatty sat in the seat of honor and behind him stood Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Qiubai. On one side of the fatty was Lei Yuntian, with Lei Yuding and Xiao Chui behind him. On the other it was Kai Rong and his son, Kai Shouting. There were 2 additional empty stools around the table, for Zhua Fan and Luo Yunchang. This must be a meeting of the 3 clan heads. Zhua Fan rubbed his nose and took a step back, letting Luo Yunhai take the lead. Bro Zhua. Luo Yunhai didn't understand, while Zhua Fan smiled. Show them the dignity of a clan head, and don't let them look down on you. Luo Yunhai understood as Luo Yunchang showed a grateful look. It was clear this meeting was between the 3 clan heads and the imperial family. But after the events over the past few months, all of Windgaze City knew that Luo clan's true clan head was Zhua Fan. Even the imperial family might be considering Zhua Fan as the master of the Luo clan. Zhua Fan did this now so that he did not exceed his authority, and was letting Luo clan come into the light. He wanted to state the fact Luo clan's clan head was still named Luo. Please, come in. The envoy saw the 3rd prince and bowed 90 degrees towards Zhua Fan in a show of respect he had for his master's friend. But this had a different effect on everyone. The fatty was stunned. Since when were the imperial family's guards so humble? Kai clan and Lei clan were of the same opinion. When this guard came to invite them, he was brazen, cocky and flaunting, not caring in the least who he was talking to. But towards the Luo clan, he treated them like guests. The 2 clans felt apprehensive in their hearts. They were even more envious. They were all clans of Windgaze City, yet the treatment was worlds apart. Only Fang Qiubai smiled, guessing Zhua Fan might have twisted facts to scare the envoy. But this only worked to admire him more. Under the envoy's polite call, the Luo clan stepped into the pavilion. Luo Yunchang greeted the fatty. I am Luo Yunchang. Greetings, Your Highness. On the way here, the envoy told them of his master. The others followed Luo Yunchang in showing respect. But Zhua Fan just shrugged. The fatty only waved, not taking Zhua Fan's disrespect seriously. Please sit. Luo Yunchang and her brother took a seat, while Zhua Fan and Captain Pang stood behind them. Fatty threw a long look towards Zhua Fan, secretly nodding. Great authority, but without any arrogance. He is a loyal subject. Fang Qiubai smiled with praise in his eyes. Zhua Fan's conduct was etched in the 2's hearts. Wielding his martial prowess to protect his master, and courteous enough to defend his master's honor. In the eyes of the imperial family, he was a rare and valuable official. The fatty began. I have invited the 3 clan heads today per the imperial edict to reveal to you the 1,000-years-old relationship between the 3 clans. Everyone was focused on Fatty's next words. The 3 clan heads must have each received an instruction from the previous clan head to not make an enemy out of each other, and perhaps even mentioned about helping one another. Fatty stood up. Moreover, the 3 clans' power must never leave Windgaze City until the pearls shine. Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian watched the Fatty in puzzlement. Luo Yunchang got a nod from her brother and also looked puzzled. Ha ha ha, in fact, this is an agreement between the founding imperial family 1,000 years ago and the 3 clan heads of that time, known as Secret Pearl Order. Fatty smiled and his eyes flashed. Kai clan, Luo clan, Lei clan and the 7 noble houses are the same. They are all loyal officials, founders of the empire. What? Like a bomb was thrown on them. The 3 clans' representatives were shell-shocked. They never thought that their origins were the same as the 7 houses. But why had they fallen so low that they could only stay in Windgaze City as mortal clans? The Fatty turned a bit bashful, guessing their thoughts. Sorry. This is what our human clan owes you. Sighing, Fatty continued. At that time, Tianyu Empire was just established and was shaky, with unrest among its people. The great ancestor and founder sent his 7 ministers across the kingdom to employ autonomous administration and settle the land. This gave them enough power to make them equal to the imperial family. They later became the 7 noble houses. In just 20 years, the 7 houses grew exponentially, and their greed ignited a war among them. The imperial family could no longer keep them in check and had to employ schemes in weakening them. The 7 houses were ultimately aware that there will be no winners in their war and ceased fire. But the aftermath was cruel. The people were suffering, the empire was mourning, and it was just one step away from collapsing. But how is this connected to us? Zhuofan frowned. Taking a deep breath, Fatty straightened his back. Everyone, to be honest, your clans are founders of our empire. If your elders were still sitting in the imperial court, they would be no less famous than the 4 pillars. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. 4 pillars were the support of the Tianyu Empire, leading the military, economy, politics, external affairs. They were the only ones capable of resisting the 7 houses. There was a rumor. The 4 pillars' power was so strong it struck fear in the imperial family. Imperial family, 4 pillars and the 7 noble houses represented the empire's highest power, but also restricting each other in a delicate balance. If one side tips, the balance would crumble and the empire would fall. No one could believe that their ancestors were so amazing and capable of becoming the empire's 4 pillars of today. The Fatty lost his smile at this point. The great ancestor at the time set up the Secret Pearl Order with your ancestors to prevent another war from breaking out among the 7 houses. The emperor used all kinds of excuses to demote your ancestors to Windgaze City and become common clans. But the imperial family could, at any time, combine the 3 clans into a great clan equal to the rank of the 7 houses. This would occur only when war broke out again between the 7 houses. Then this new clan would add balance to the equation, to save as many lives as possible. But even if an 8th house were to appear, it cannot stop the 7 houses. Luo Yunchang voiced her doubts. Zhuofan cut Fatty off with a smile before he could speak. Young miss, the 8th house's purpose isn't to stop them but to add balance. A war breaks out only when one side has absolute confidence in winning it. But a war in which winning was possible at a heavy cost won't happen unless the 2 sides hated each other to the bone. Sometimes, when 2 power starts a conflict, it is very easily solved, since no one wants to suffer irreparable damages. Luo Yunchang nodded, and the Fatty praised Zhuofan. Steward Zhua is amazing. Luo clan will rise for sure in your capable hands. Kai Rong's lips twitched from the regret he felt. If he hadn't offended Zhuofan, he might have been able to rope him. This kid was a genius seen once in 1,000 years. Third Prince, we know of the relationship between the 3 clans. What I want to know is, how are you going to secure our rise to the 8th seat? Zhuofan stared at the Fatty. Raising his brow, the Fatty nodded in admiration. That's Steward Zhua for you. hitting the nail on the head. Of course, the imperial family's power is enough to make a clan rise in a short time. The hard part, though, is how to keep it hidden. Zhuo Fan smiled. You think the 7 houses would just watch us rise up to their level? Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian's backs went cold with sweat. They were elated that their ancestors had been imperial court officials. They were thinking, my clan will receive the imperial family's support to rise above a common clan. But Zhuo Fan brought them down to earth. Not to mention growing stronger, the 7 houses wouldn't even let the new clan grow to their level. They would be destroyed while they were at their weakest. Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian were grateful for Zhuo Fan's reminder. The imperial family wanted the 7 houses' power in balance, but the 3 of them wanted to survive. Kai Rong had to admire Zhuo Fan's prudent mind. After muttering under his breath for a while, the fatty spoke. This was settled at the moment the secret order was given. What is a clan's foundation? Spirit stones? Pills? No, these are support items. Strength is the best guarantee of a powerful clan. Veiled Dragon Pavilion has its 9 outstanding elders. Hell Valley has its 12 elders as overseers. Each of the 7 houses has its own strength. Also, every one of them has invited a venerable. Along with other secret weapons they're holding. Even we, the imperial family, don't dare stir them. Fatty's eyes then shined like a radiant sun. At the time, in order to paralyze the 7 houses, Great Ancestor confiscated the wealth of your clans. This is why none of you has any decent cultivation method and martial arts. It was also because of this reason the 7 houses withdrew their surveillance on you 500 years ago. Yet none of them would have thought that you all are still holding a low profound ranked martial art. Fatty showed a sneaky smile. With this martial art all of you can become strong. Even the 7 houses only have 1 or 2 profound ranked martial arts. The 3 clans were amazed. When did they have such a martial art? If they had it, they'd have used it to grow strong by now. Only Zhuo Fan's eyes rolled about, recalling something. With a vague smile, Fatty's hand flashed and revealed a green jade slip. This is a low mortal ranked martial art, combining art. By itself, it holds no value. But if you use it along with your clan's spirit-ranked martial arts you inherited, you can combine them into a single martial art of the profound rank. In other words, Luo clan's returning Dragon Palm, Kai clan's Wind Kick, and Lei clan's Lightning Finger were originally one single martial art that the imperial family split among the 3 clans. And only the imperial family knew the way to restore it. Zhuo Fan squinted. Fatty was shocked but then nodded. Steward Zhuo is wise. There aren't many martial arts which are capable of splitting other martial arts, and the number of martial arts that can restore them are even lesser. I didn't think Steward Zhuo would know of this. If Imperial Father hadn't mentioned it, I would have never found out. Zhuo Fan just smiled. Perhaps because the splitting martial arts were uncommon even at the mortal rank. Each sect in the sacred domain seized them. They split their core martial arts to prevent degenerate disciples from spreading it. Only the sect leader's disciple had the right to learn the entire set of martial arts. Zhuo Fan turned to look at Kai clan and Lei clan. They were startled, but their eyes showed deep regret. Perhaps because they were negligent in safeguarding their inherited martial arts and let the Hell Valley steal them. Especially with regards to Kai clan, who were quick to give it away. It must be really eating Kai Rong inside right now. Clan heads, please take out your inherited martial arts. Fatty placed the jade slip on the table with a smile. But only Luo Yunchang took out her clan's martial art. After Lei Yuding got to know of Yang Ming's treachery, she gave back the returning dragon palm to Luo Yunchang. But the other clan heads looked at each other in shame. Fatty frowned as he stared at them. Sighing, Lei Yuntian cupped his hands. Your Highness, I was unable to protect my ancestors' martial art from Hell Valley's thieving hands. I accept your Highness' punishment. What? Fatty slapped the table. Kai Rong also cupped his hands. Your Highness, I am the same. Fatty's body shivered in rage. Why you? Just how are you both clan heads? Have you forgotten your ancestors' instructions? You should have defended it with your lives. The two kneeled. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Fatty sighed as he scratched his head. Kai Rong peeked at him. Your Highness, can't the imperial family bestow us another profound ranked martial art? Bestow your mom. Fatty couldn't hold it in and began raining curses and spitting all over Kai Rong's kneeling figure. What do you take profound ranked martial arts for? Cabbage? Even the imperial family has only 4 of them, and they're each registered. If I take one out, everyone will know. How are your clans gonna rise then? You dumb pig. Are you tired of living? Fatty gave Kai Rong a round of slapping, then stomped his feet. Kai Rong curled up and shivered on the ground. What now, what now? The secret pearl order is ruined. Fatty paced around. Zhuofan smirked and 2 jade slips appeared with a flash in his hand. Third Prince, there's no need to worry. I have their clan's martial arts. What? The 2 clan heads shouted in unison, staring dumbfounded in Zhuofan's direction. Kai Rong in particular, having not witnessed Zhuofan's prowess, was incredulous at what was happening. Lei Yuntian gave Zhuofan a thankful nod. If not for him, not only Lei clan wouldn't recover, they'd even be executed in a fit of anger by Third Prince. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, you truly are amazing. I see why Elder Zhou of Veiled Dragon Pavilion speaks so highly of you. Fatty was overjoyed and ran into Zhuofan for a bear hug. If not for you, I would have failed Imperial Father's task. I owe you one. Smiling, Zhuofan shook his head. This is all for the Luo clan. Yes, right, for the Luo clan and for me, ha ha ha. Fatty slapped Zhuofan's shoulder, then gathered the 4 jade slips. Now that we have the martial arts, next is the merger of the 3 clans. According to the great ancestor's secret pearl order, 2 clans are to merge with the strongest. And the profound ranked martial art will be in the clan head's care. As such, Your Highness? Kai Rong seemed hyped as he jumped to his feet. Luo clan has little strength and only 4 members, and Lei clan is on the verge of collapse. Only my Kai clan is flourishing. As such, I will begrudgingly accept this responsibility and support them under my clan's wing. As of now, I will take Lei and Luo clan as Kai clan's disciples and assist the imperial family in fulfilling the secret edict. As he finished speaking, Kai Rong reached for the jade slips, but a rough hand stopped him. Lei Yuntian glared at him as he asked, Kai Rong, how can a bone-tempering cultivator be enough to act as clan head? Humph, so what? Based on strength, my clan is the best. Kai Rong raised his brows. Don't be so sure. Lei Yuntian sneered at Kai Rong and looked at Lei Yunting. She showed a proud smile and stepped forward. Clan head Kai, in this last month, I gathered all the scattered Blackwind Mountains men. We have 600 men, half of them are in chi condensation. Based on strength alone, the Kai clan is weaker. Ha ha ha. So what if you're strong? You're just bandits. Kai Shouting laughed at her. Lei clan is but a rabble of thugs. If you take the role of clan head, we'll only be the 7 houses laughingstock. Never will we be able to reach their level. Who are you calling a thug? You want a piece of me? You say you're not, thug granny? In an instant, the Lei and Kai clans started fighting for the leader's position. Zhuofan was secretly sneering at the side. This new clan is just being established, and it was still a question if it could survive. Yet these bunch of idiots are plagued with delusions of grandeur that they could hold their own against the 7 houses. Fatty and Fang Chubai mocked the quarreling clans with their eyes. Luo Yunchang's face burned in anger. They were fighting against each other while ignoring the Luo clan. It clearly showed that they thought little of her clan. Although they were but 4 members, they were still one of the 3 clans in the edict. But these clans didn't even ask for their opinion. Bam! With that loud slap, the 2 clans stopped and turned to see the brat Luo Yunhai hitting the table. His face was stern and his eyes were steadfast, unlike his usual childish self. Even Zhuofan quirked an eyebrow. Why all this fuss? Luo Yunhai swept the people with his eyes and spoke with resolve. In this merger of clans, the only one worthy of the leader position is none other than my Luo clan. Luo Yunhai's declaration shocked them silly. Kai Shouting mocked. What does a brat know? You're the weakest of us, Nothing of worth at all. What gives you the right to lead us? Sneering, Luo Yunhai grinned. Everyone there recognized his look, the spitting image of someone they all knew very well. This made them turn their eyes to Zhuofan. Hell, Zhuofan ruined him. Zhuofan was quite piqued by this brat. Luo clan has no men, money, or pills. It only has us four, masters and servants. Luo Yunhai looked at them with sparkling eyes. But our clan is the strongest because we have Steward Zhua. Luo Yunhai turned to Zhuofan with worship in his gaze. If Luo clan was to have any right to become the head, it would all be thanks to Zhuofan. His skills were obvious to anyone there. Even Veiled Dragon Pavilion was certain that if Zhuofan stayed with Luo clan, its rise was but a matter of time. Under the hopeful and worried gazes, especially Luo Yunhai's expectant look, Zhuofan shook his head. This kid hardly ever shows such great expectations from me. I can't disappoint him now, can I? Humph, Zhuofan is a mere steward. How can a person of low status like him be worthy to hold on to all our Kai clan's guards and wealth? Punk, our clan shall be the head. Don't. Kai shouting mocked but didn't finish as Zhuofan slapped the table, revealing the alliance agreement. Under the puzzlement of others, Zhuofan sneered. This is Luo clan and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's alliance contract. What? The fatty was so shocked his whole body trembled and was close to falling off his chair. Even the relaxed and uncaring Fang Qiubai behind him narrowed his eyes as he scanned the sheepskin with shock. Veiled Dragon Pavilion was one of the 7 noble houses. The only ones worthy of signing an alliance agreement with them were others from the 7 houses, while the rest only had the right to sign a subsidiary agreement. But now, with a deep look, Fang Qiubai sighed as he asked Zhuofan, Kid, how did you do it? Recognized and valued as a hero. He nodded towards Fang Qiubai, then turned to the 2 clans and spoke in a cold tone. Let me tell you, even if this crappy secret pearl order never existed, as long as I'm here, Luo clan will ultimately rise to the ranks of the 7 houses. Only, you're of no help to us. On the contrary, you are a burden. Zhuofan sneered. The 2 other clans lost their voices in shock. With rosy cheeks, Luo Yunchang raised her chin proudly. Luo Yunhai was grinning from excitement, watching Zhuofan with veneration. Mulling over, the fatty traced his hand on the alliance agreement. He found Zhuofan's strength exceeding his expectations, as it was not a simple matter to gain such an alliance agreement. Even if Long Jiu was in favor of him, an elder didn't hold much sway in the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Fatty sighed. Steward Zhua, I am saddened by seeing you live in such a poor clan. Why don't you come help me? Just think about it. To the shock of everyone present, the 3rd prince expressed his intention in recruiting Zhuofan. It amazed them that Zhuofan was so highly sought after that even the imperial family was willing to have him. Luo Yunchang stood up nervously, thinking Zhuofan would be snatched away. Zhuofan smiled and shook his head. 3rd prince, you're overestimating me. Even in the Luo clan, am I not doing my best for the imperial family? Fatty quirked an eyebrow and smiled. All right, I'll leave it at that. He then turned to the rest. It's decided. The Luo clan will be the leader of the 3 clans merger. Kai and Lei clans are to assist the Luo clan in fulfilling the secret pearl order. Your Highness. Kai shouting was disgruntled and wanted to voice his objection, but Kai Rong gripped his arm. He didn't understand the reason, but Fatty's pin-sized eyes left him shivering from the killing intent. Secret Pearl Order was a millennium-old secret plan, and it held great importance to the imperial family. It was understandable that they would only choose the best clan for the position of leader. If the 3 clans were equal, the imperial family would have taken his objection into consideration. But Zhuofan took out the alliance agreement, making all dissent moot. It turned the Luo clan into the best choice in implementing the secret edict for the imperial family. If even with this, the other clans voiced their discontent, the imperial family would deal them with a heavy hand. Just as Zhuofan said, the Luo clan had all the power it needed to bring the secret edict to fruition. This, in turn, made the other 2 clans their vassals. If they felt that being a vassal was unpleasant, the imperial family would finish them off with a mere swipe. Kai shouting let the matter drop, yet the discontent never left his face. He could only follow Kai Rong's actions in submitting. Fatty nodded, then turned to Lei Yuntian to see if he had objections. The old man said, "Your Highness, be at ease. I will give my all in assisting Yunhai and Yunchong. As Cloud Manor fell because of me, I will become a servant to atone for my crimes." Fatty nodded at his sincerity. "Good. Since there are no objections, the three clans shall unite." "Understood." Everyone bowed. "We shall now withdraw. Steward Zhua stay for a while." Zhuofan was unclear as to the reason why but remained nonetheless under the departing and curious gazes of the rest. The fatty let out a breath, then rushed to Zhuofan and dragged him to an empty place in the garden. "Third prince." Zhuofan frowned. Fatty waved. "Just follow my lead." Fatty then pointed two fingers at the sky as he shouted, "I, Tianyu Empire's third prince, Yuan Song, vow to heaven to become sworn brother with Luo clan steward, Zhuofan, to share life and death together and never betray him. Your turn." Fatty watched Zhuofan impatiently. Zhuofan was confused, but becoming sworn brothers with third prince had to be a good thing, so he went along. "I, Luo clan steward, Zhuofan, vow to heaven to become sworn brother with Tianyu Empire's third prince, Yuan Kong. If he doesn't betray me, I won't either." Fatty muttered when he heard the last part. "Brother, you sure are meticulous." "Fatty, it's not that I don't trust you, but the pugilistic world is too vicious." Zhuofan shrugged, not having any restraint in calling him Fatty. Since no one was here, the Fatty himself wouldn't blow a gasket over this. Plus, this kid needs me to complete the secret edict. Zhuofan was perfectly clear when to be fierce and when to be scared. Just as he foresaw, the Fatty nodded instead of getting angry. "Call me how you like it. I feel much better since we are sworn brothers now." Zhuofan looked at him in puzzlement. Fatty sighed. "Do you remember our bet from yesterday? The winner gets to have Sister Kuei. I lost the bet, but I still can't let it go. So I decided to become sworn brothers with you. This way I won't go after my brother's wife, and it would help me forget about Sister Kuei too." Zhuofan rose an eyebrow, incredulous that the Fatty wanted to become sworn brothers over this. "Fatty, there's nothing between me and that girl. She was just making excuses." "What, is that true?" Fatty even jumped 10 meters in joy. "Then can I still chase her?" Nodding, Zhuofan showed a vague smile. "Go, go. Annoy the little lass to death. Awesome, brother. You are indeed my sworn brother, ha ha ha." Fatty was skipping and whooping in joy. Now that the bet was off, he could chase Long Kuei to his heart's content. Zhuofan smiled. "Fatty, what does the secret pearl order truly say?" The Fatty dropped his smile, watching Zhuofan with embarrassment. "Brother, didn't I say it already? This plan is very delicate, and even the goal is fair. But," Zhuofan squinted, "it lacks ambition, so much so that an emperor of a founding empire would never come up with it. The great ancestor showed great ambition when he established the empire." Zhuofan wasn't gullible enough to believe the secret Millennium Order was limited to restricting the 7 houses and maintaining a balance of power. Fatty shook his head. "I do not know either. This was what I've been told." Zhuofan stared him down but discovered nothing else. Maybe he knew nothing, or maybe his acting was top-notch. Then how did Hell Valley catch wind of this 1,000-year-old secret edict? Zhuofan smiled. All of Hell Valley's actions were against the secret edict, while looking innocent doing it. They were afraid of the imperial family's investigation. Fatty frowned. Reason points to the contrary. But there are many spies in the imperial capital. The information about secret edict might have leaked. It remained hidden for 1,000 years and only now it gets leaked? Zhuofan frowned. Maybe leaking it is part of the secret edict's contents? The Fatty shivered and went wide-eyed. Zhuofan smirked. It's clear now. Never mind, it works in Luo clan's benefit anyway. So there's no need to poke my nose in it. There's no need to worry over nothing. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved as he left. Fatty, I'll be going. We'll meet again if we get the chance. A voice rang in Fatty's ear as Zhua Fan's figure distanced. This kid is perhaps too sharp, scary even. Whoosh! It was Feng Qiubai in his blue robe. Feng Qiubai muttered, "The more I watch him, the more he resembles someone." "Who?" Fatty asked. Feng Qiubai's eyes flashed. "Zhuge Changfeng, the leader of Four Pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng?" Fatty was in shock. "Are you saying Zhua Fan?" Nodding, Feng Qiubai smiled. "Songer, becoming sworn brothers with him was the best decision you made in your life. One day, he will become one of your Four Pillars, helping you rule." The Fatty was stunned. Watching Zhua Fan getting further away as ambition flickered in his eyes, Zhua Fan returned to the small courtyard and saw the others waiting outside. "What's wrong? Did Third Prince say something?" Luo Yunchang was worried. He refused Veiled Dragon Pavilion's invitation, but this was the imperial family. With just a nod, he could become an official with the support of the imperial family. Secretly smiling, Zhua Fan said, "Fatty told me to do my best in fulfilling the secret edict." Luo Yunchang covered Zhua Fan's mouth, then looked around before saying, "How can you call Third Prince like that? Be careful or he might take your life." "He won't. He still needs me." Zhua Fan dismissed her worry and even gave a thumbs up to Luo Yunhai. "Your performance was perfect, worthy of a clan head. You made me proud. Please, didn't I learn it all from bro?" Luo Yunhai stuck up his chin. It was clear the bro he referred to was Zhua Fan. Everyone laughed and Luo Yunchang showed a relieved smile. "Dad, can you see? Yunhai has grown up. He can shoulder the honor and glory of the Luo clan." Luo Yunchang looked at the sky with sparkling eyes. On the second day after the meeting, the new clan was established with Luo clan at the helm. The name was, of course, Luo clan. Zhua Fan, with the imperial family's support, had no trouble becoming the head steward of the clan, handling all affairs. He appointed Lei Yuntian as Luo clan's grand elder and Kai Rong as the second elder, while keeping Old Pang as the captain of the guards. Leading the Kai clan's guards, Lei Yuding was made the leader of the Shadow Corps, taking Blackwind Mountain's bandits under her, and in charge of intelligence gathering and training assassins. Because of the imperial family's decree, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley were banned from entering the Windgaze city. The rest of the 7 houses remained within their borders, thus making this city belong to the Luo clan alone. As for the Luo clan's estate, Kai clan suggested for it to be the former Kai Manor, but Zhua Fan had other plans. Blackwind Mountain, the place where a natural array took form. And so, another Devil Mountain was established, and Zhua Fan's plans advanced one step at a time. The slums in the imperial capital were the darkest corners of the empire. Seedy, good, devious, and all other kinds of people mixed in here, along with the down shacks painted a perfectly wretched image. Any self-respecting man who had some money on the side would never choose to live here. Only those living from one day to the next and the truly poor stayed here, waiting for the day that would rob them of their lives. Yet, in the worst corner of the slums was a courtyard the people feared to the point of being afraid to step through its doors. Even if the vilest and most sinister man was to wander by happenstance here, he would be warned to leave this house be. This courtyard was unoccupied, but at night, there were eerie whispers coming from it. Some braved to investigate, but it was as if their traces in this world vanished the moment they stepped foot inside. Recently, some bone tempering and even a profound heaven expert charged in, fearing no evil. Afterwards, well, there was no news. They were gone all the same. From that moment, the courtyard became a taboo, avoided by the strong and weak alike. On a full moon night, when the slums had turned unusually quiet, the people had gone home earlier and as far away from the demonic courtyard as possible. But it was then that a faint lantern lit up in the courtyard. It was akin to ghost fire, flickering on and off. In a ruined room of the courtyard, an elderly with white temples sat in a pleased manner on a tutor's chair, waving a goose-feathered fan. His half-lidded eyes flashed here and there, and his mouth was twisted at the corners. It was as if the world's suffering and happiness were beneath him. 2 old men stood behind, one with black hair and the other with white hair. Their eyes were closed, but their powerful auras identified them as experts, preventing any living creature from approaching 100 meters around them. Even a harmless beetle would find its tiny heart reeked with fear. Whoosh! A sound broke the silence, and a black-clothed man suddenly appeared outside the room. He had a bamboo hat that hid his features. The sitting old man stopped fanning and smiled. "Valley Lord Yu, how is it progressing?" The bamboo-wearing man was Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuanshan. Sighing, Yuanshan shook his head. A dozen years of painstaking effort was ruined. The Emperor ordered for Hell Valley to stay away from Windgaze City. The same goes for the other houses. He must have sensed something. Oh! The old man raised an eyebrow with a smile. The Emperor is planning on enacting the secret Pearl Order? My guess is yes. Yuanshan's face grew angry. They got luck on their side last time, but next time, it won't be so simple. Emperor wants to raise the 8th house, but we shall see if the clan can live to see that day. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord Yu, ease your anger. A loss is a loss. Why make excuses? The old man was still calm, yet his words were sharp and filled with disdain. Hell Valley is one of the 7 noble houses, yet it can't even deal with 3 common clans. The time of its fall must be close at hand. Yuanshan snapped, his power exploding. Peak profound heaven cultivation smashed the windows to splinters. He unleashed all of it to pressure the old man. Zhuge Changfeng, you were the one who told me of the contents of the secret Pearl Order. It was also you who said the Emperor wants to help in the rise of the 8th house. The dozen years plan also came from you. So how can you speak like this? Yuanshan bellowed. Go to hell! The smile never left the old man's face, still sitting calmly and fanning slowly. Boom! Just when the pressure was drawing near Zhuge Changfeng, the black and white elders behind him opened their eyes. At that moment, one's eyes flashed black while the other's flashed white. A ripple echoed outwards and clashed with Yuanshan's display of power, creating a jarring sound. The entire slums shook. Yuanshan's felt a sweetness in his throat and spat blood as his face paled. The 2 elders closed their eyes again, while Zhuge Changfeng swayed the fan like nothing had happened, still sporting that ever-present smile. Yuanshan watched the black and white elders incredulously. Yin Yang elders? Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Valley Lord Yu sure is knowledgeable. These seniors haven't shown up over the past century. I find it amazing that you still recognize them. Grinding his teeth in anger, Yuanshan panted while also spitting blood now and then. But the look he had when he turned to the elders was now one of fear. You are worthy of being Tianyu's #1 sage. 4 Pillars as leader, Prime Minister Zhuge. To be able to make these monsters leave their mountain. Not even that Feng Chubai from the Divine Dragons can compare to you. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord Yu is exaggerating. I am not worthy of such a title. I do not dare face the imperial family in the open just yet. Zhuge Changfeng let out a short laugh, but the confidence he exuded was unshakable. Yuanshan snorted and muttered. Prime Minister Zhuge is as modest as he is arrogant. Who in the Tianyu Empire can match your power? Not even the imperial family can. Sai, I can see why you failed in Windgaze City. In this world, strength and weakness aren't obvious at a glance. Zhuge Changfeng sighed as he looked at the sky. Furthermore, I am not the #1 sage in Tianyu. If not you, then who? That person above me. Zhuge Changfeng pointed upward with a grave expression. Yuanshan disdained. You're talking about that senile emperor? Senile? Zhuge Changfeng chuckled. I've been a prime minister in the imperial court for 40 years now, and I still can't read him. Valley Lord Yu, go back. Make sure to not cause any further trouble. Zhuge Changfeng swayed his fan as his countenance went back to normal. Be careful to not give that old man the perfect chance to remove you for good. Humph, the imperial family's power is hardly enough to deal with my Hell Valley. Yuanshan grinned, but when he saw the cold look in Zhuge Changfeng's eye, he didn't continue. He just cupped his hands and vanished in the night. After Yuanshan left, Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath and looked to the heavens. Your Majesty, what is your plan? What is the secret pearl order? 3 months later, in the misty forest at the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Xuefan stood near a frigid blood pool, holding a gourd. His hands performed signs and red dots flew from the pool into the gourd. A smile tugged at Xuefan's face as he watched the wiggling red dots. This blood pond was something Xuefan made to raise the frigid pool snowworm, though its name should more aptly be frigid pool bloodworm. Xuefan used a secret art from the 9 Serenities' secret records to train this particular demonic creature. So it not only retained the parasitic ability of the frigid pool snow worm, but it also connected to Xuefan through telepathy. It could now work in tandem with him in performing a secret and evil magic art from the 9 Serenities' secret records, the Blood Curse. The Blood Curse was a demonic cultivator's way of controlling his men. Once he put the Blood Curse on someone, they had to obey him for life. If not, the Blood Curse would flare up and the victim would die of blood explosion. A cruel and savage ending. But the Blood Curse had a fatal flaw. If the target was stronger than the caster, the later would be devoured. This wasn't anything good for Xuefan. But now that Xuefan had the bloodworm, this flaw could be eliminated. Since the bloodworm lived in the target's body, they would never be able to remove the Blood Curse. With this special demonic creature, Xuefan would be in control of a large group of experts to assist him. If anyone heard of this, they'd come to kill Xuefan themselves, even Radiant Stage experts. This demonic creature was an abomination, an affront to heaven. Any listener would shiver hearing one could make any expert into a slave. With a maniac grin on his face, Xuefan took the gourd filled with bloodworms and left Misty Forest. He performed a hand sign and the forest's fog turned bloody, barring any entry. This was his rearing grounds. Why would he ever let another find it? Stashing the gourd in his ring, Xuefan returned to Blackwind Mountain. On his way, he paid attention to every grass, every tree to make sure all was in order. Over the past 3 months, besides the imperial family sending thousands of spirit stones and hundreds of pills, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion also sent 2,000 spirit stones. He had enough spirit stones on hand that he could flaunt his array grandmaster skills. Plus, with the natural array here, he could still set up some decent defensive array even without such an amount of spirit stones. To the east of Blackwind Mountain was the Azure Dragon position under the Wood attribute. It was a place filled with vitality. As such, Xuefan set up a 5th grade array, Poison Dragon Array. Poisonous thickets grew inside the array and the miasma above them would never scatter. Even a profound heaven expert would find it hard to escape with his life. Only. To the west was the White Tiger position under the Metal attribute. It was a place filled with sharp and overgrown plants. Xuefan set up a 5th grade array, Dazzling Gold Array. 9 suns shined brightly within the array in every direction that no one could walk with their eyes open. Each ray of golden light was like a sharp sword, capable of robbing people of their lives, yet incorporeal. To the south was the Vermilion Bird position of the Fire attribute, filled with burning chi. Xuefan set the 5th grade array, Black Flame Array. The fires within it were demonic flames that corroded bones. When it entered one's body, it would be hard to remove, and it wouldn't stop gnawing until the target was burned to ashes. To the north was the Black Tortoise position of the Water attribute, a place filled with piercing chills. Xuefan set up the 5th grade array, Ice Shadows Array. Howling winds blew within the array's territory, forming endless illusions. Anyone who entered it would lose their way easily and freeze to death under the bone-piercing coldness that seeped into the victim's body. Xuefan didn't tell anyone about the 4 new arrays. But since today was the day of his departure, he had to give the array's method of control to those he trusted. "Young miss, come with me." Xuefan beckoned Luo Yunchang. She was unclear as to the reason, but she followed nonetheless. She was filled with glee as she saw so many things brought from the imperial family over the past few days. Especially with 2 elders standing watch, Luo clan was becoming stronger day by day. She was so moved that she was lost for words. It got so far that she even let Xuefan's disappearance for these past 3 months slide. "Steward Xue, is there something?" Luo Yunchang smiled as they entered a small room. Xuefan closed the windows and doors without replying. Her thoughts started going in a particular direction and her face flushed. Zhuo Fan. What are you trying to do? Luo Yunchang was bashful. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan began. I'm leaving. What? Luo Yunchang stood there in shock. She had a face of complete disbelief, wondering if she had heard him wrongly. Only when Zhuo Fan repeated was she certain. Why, Luo clan is growing and is already the #1 clan in Windgaze City. Why do you want to leave? For Luo clan's safety. Zhuo Fan's tone was grave. Luo clan is safe, for now, and there's no other clan around to mess with it. But remember what we had to do in exchange for all this. We accepted the imperial family's vague secret pearl order and offended the 7 noble houses Hell Valley. As for Veiled Dragon Pavilion, if we do not rise to the level of the 7 houses, they will change their stance with us. Then we need you even more. What will we do without you? Luo Yunchang teared up. Her heart was unwilling to let him go. In a blink, a glittering tear fell. Wiping her tears away with a gentle touch, Zhuo Fan said, Fatty was right about one thing. A clan's foundation is strength. I am leaving now to bring back experts for the Luo clan, to protect our future. This is the control method of the 4 arrays around Blackwind Mountain. Only you must use it. If I'm not back in time, you can activate the arrays to deal with any trouble that arises. These are 4 5th-grade arrays, plus the Wraith array in the Misty Forest. It should defend you for a good while. Zhuo Fan gave a jade slip to Luo Yunchang, who accepted it in tears. She asked softly, How long will you be gone? Sighing, Zhuo Fan shook his head. I don't know, but I'll be back as soon as I can. He wasn't leaving just to recruit experts, but also to search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant Longjiu talked about, Lightning Canyon. At any given time, raising one's power was the most basic way to guarantee one's safety. Alright, go now. Send Captain Pang and Yunhai in. Nodding, Luo Yunchang left but stopped to kiss Zhuo Fan. He froze for a moment and watched her leave with a deep look. Luo Yunchang blushed but didn't turn around as she mumbled, Come back soon. When the words came, she was already gone. Not a moment later, Captain Pang brought Luo Yunhai over. Even they were shocked that Zhuo Fan was leaving. Silly kid, you're the only man of the Luo clan. Your sister will have to rely on you in the future. You must act like a true clan head who bears the Luo clan's responsibilities. Zhuo Fan patted Yunhai's shoulder. Luo Yunhai nodded while sobbing. Turning to Captain Pang, Zhuo Fan's hand flashed and revealed a jade slip, but when Captain Pang was about to take it, Zhuo Fan clenched his fist. Captain Pang looked at him in doubt. Zhuo Fan stared hard at him. Pang Yu, do you remember what Long Kuei said? She is right, with your talent, you'll only be a chi condensation cultivator at best. Captain Pang's face darkened. His hand shivered and withdrew a bit. But, Zhuo Fan's tone turned grave. Nothing is set in stone. I have on me a way to change your body anew, to gain incredible power. But the terror you will experience would be worse than death and the pain unimaginable. Are you willing? Captain Pang was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Truly. Nodding, Zhuo Fan raised the jade slip. This is a mid-profound ranked demonic method. Wraith art. It is unlike other cultivation methods. It is a cultivation method for the body, ignoring one's talent for cultivation or his constitution. Just that cultivating it will make your life a living hell. It's no different from being boiled alive. And once you start, you can never stop or your soul will perish. Captain Pang licked his dry lips, yet he wasn't afraid. His eyes only held excitement. No worries. As long as I can become strong, no torment shall best old Pang. Captain Pang snatched the jade slip as he shouted. Zhuo Fan reminded him, the horrors you will experience from cultivating it aren't something you can fathom. Maybe you will be under such a pain that your mind will collapse and die in the end. This is a mid-profound ranked cultivation method, matching a high-profound ranked cultivation method. But with the process being so excruciating, many great demonic cultivators never even dared to touch it. Choose wisely. Waving his hand, Captain Pang's eyes flickered. Brother Zhua, Old Pang's only torment in this life was to see clan head die before me and unable to stop it. Now, my greatest wish is to protect young Miss and young Master. Captain Pang looked gratefully. Brother Zhua, thank you for giving me this chance to have no more regrets. Zhua Fan's heart shivered as he nodded. His eyes held respect. The next time we see each other, I hope to see a powerful old Pang and not a corpse. Ha ha ha, no worries. I am stubborn. Not one to die from just this. Captain Pang laughed and squeezed Zhua Fan in a bear hug with moist eyes. Brother, come back soon. Luo clan won't be the same without you. Patting Zhua Fan's shoulder, Captain Pang left with Luo Yunhai. Per Zhua Fan's instructions, Lei Yuding came soon after. Miss Lei, how is the task I gave you? Zhua Fan smiled. Lei Yuding blushed with a nod. Brother Zhua, the 610-year-old children you asked me to gather are almost here. They all are high talents and await your teachings. Zhua Fan eyed her then nodded. How did you know that I wanted to teach them? Lei Yuding spoke with confidence. I know you too well to believe that you helped those orphans out of the goodness of your heart. So I guessed you wanted to train them as Luo clan's guards and make me their leader. At her words, Zhua Fan recalled something inside. Goodness? I once raised an orphan out of kindness and look where it got me. Didn't he betray me in the end? Zhua Fan's eyes flashed coldly at that point, scaring Lei Yuding. Miss Lei. Zhua Fan held a jade slip. This is a mid-spirit ranked cultivation method. Elusive shadow art. Cultivate it and then give it to those you trust to form the shadow core, protecting the clan in the dark. Begin with the 600 children the same way I taught you. Use the worst of them as guards, the average for the shadow core, and hand the best among them over to Captain Pang to train them in secret. Pass him my word, he'll understand. Lei Yuding took the jade slip with a blank look, then stared at Zhua Fan, her heart uneasy. Why not do it yourself? I'm leaving. What? Lei Yuding asked. Why? Zhua Fan was forced to retell his reasons. Lei Yuding nodded, but before she went out the door, she pecked Zhua Fan's cheek. He was floored, watching her dash away in a blink. What is going on? Do all women like to peck? Next was Lei Yuntian's turn. Zhua Fan explained to him his affairs, and Lei Yuntian took his instructions to heart in an honest manner. Although he was the Grand Elder, he was clear Zhua Fan controlled everything. Elder Lei. Zhua Fan took out another jade slip. This is the profound ranked martial art I recorded after merging the 3 clans' martial arts, Thunderwind Sweeping Dragon Art. Since this is part of the Imperial family's Secret Pearls Order, this will be the Luo clan's best martial art on the surface. As the Grand Elder, you need to be diligent in practicing it. Lei Yuntian raised an eyebrow but nodded. Zhua Fan put an emphasis on the words on the surface, making it clear he had other high-ranked martial arts that the Imperial family was unaware of, his secret weapons. A day may come when the Imperial family might discover that the 8th house they raised was out of their control. But at that time it would already be too late. Zhua Fan was young, but his wisdom and shrewdness drew the old man's admiration. Rest assured, Steward Zhua, I will be the best Grand Elder there is. Lei Yuntian laughed, reaching an understanding with Zhua Fan. Even without Zhua Fan's reminder, he was clear what it meant to stand close to a ruler, and that the Imperial family wasn't to be trusted. But Zhua Fan gave this old man the nerve to tangle with this behemoth. Right, Steward Zhua, what of Kai clan's father and son? Lei Yuntian frowned. It's already been 3 months since the merger of the 3 clans, but I still feel that the Kai clan is of a different thought, always acting suspiciously. The Blackwind Mountains guards have people from the Kai manor. I fear. Let them. Zhua Fan waved with a smile. The Kai clan is part of the Secret Pearl Order. If we deal with them, we'll earn the Imperial family's ire. But if they betray us first, Lei Yuntian's eyes flashed with a nod. You're amazing, Steward Zhua, to plan so far ahead. Zhua Fan squinted as killing intent filled his eyes. On the morning of the 2nd day, Zhua Fan left Blackwind Mountain all by himself. On the mountain peak, Luo Yunchang, Lei Yuding and Lei Yuntian along with other Luo clan members watched him leave. All except Kai clan's duo. But in the forest halfway up the mountain, Kai Rong and his son watched Zhuo Fan's retreating figure with cold eyes. Humph! Without this wretched punk, Luo clan will fall from grace. Kai shouting snorted. That stinky girl Luo Yunchong made eyes with Zhuo Fan every single day, not sparing me even a glance. With Zhuo Fan gone, Blackwind Mountain is ours. Let's see her act haughty now. One must give credit to Zhuo Fan for his rare talent. He has Veiled Dragon Pavilion on his left and Third Prince on his right, while he himself has the power to shake the three clans. All of Blackwind Mountain knows the true clan head of this merged clan is him. Kai Rong shook his head. The most unfortunate thing is that he chose to be against us. Since he is leaving, we might as well take everything back. Dad, what do we do? Kai shouting asked. Shaking his head, Kai Rong said, Don't be hasty. With Zhuo Fan gone, the Luo clan is nothing. The Lei clan is our true enemy. We need to ally ourselves and become stronger than the Lei clan. In the shadow of a large forest, a black-robed figure stood on the precipice of a mountain. His eyes took in the view of a large city gate with 3 golden words inscribed on it. Blue Expanse City. Raising the corner of his mouth, the black-robed man left as the wind scattered 2 piles of black dust. 15 minutes later, the man arrived before the city gates. Hold, where's your pass? With a clank, 2 city guards crossed their spears before the man as they released their 6th-layer Qi condensation cultivation. Taking out a metal tablet with the serene character inscribed on it, the black-robed man let them see it. The guards nodded and let him pass. Enter. The black-robed man quickened his pace, but after 100 meters, he turned his head at the guards, eyeing them with disdain. Utterly useless. The man raised his head and exposed his face. It was Zhuo Fan. It had been a month since he left Luo clan, and this city was his first destination, Blue Expanse City. This place was Hell Valley's domain. Just how Veiled Dragon Pavilion placed its guards in the Windgaze City, so did Hell Valley in this city. To avoid anyone recognizing him, Zhuo Fan put on a black robe. He braved through this deadly danger because he was left with no other choice. Who told the spiritual beasts to gather on the All-Beast mountain range near the Blue Expanse City? This was also why the security was so tight in this city. Be it righteous or demonic cultivators, there were other external means to increase one's power besides the hard and arduous method of cultivation. Spiritual weapons, demonic treasures, spirit animals, demonic creatures. These were all external means but of significant importance. At the time of peril, it could save one's life. The late elder of Hell Valley was a good example. Condor Jian Fan's soul-devouring crow had the purple lightning gold eye and could push back Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders' joint attack. Long Jiu's 3rd-grade spiritual weapon was another, helping him push back 2 Hell Valley's elders with just a sword. It was obvious how important these external means were to cultivators. Spiritual beasts could be turned into demonic creatures or spirit animals. Righteous cultivators tamed them into spirit animals, while demonic cultivators tamed them into demonic creatures. Zhuo Fan's blood infant, which was born naturally, was an exception. The Blue Expanse City was taken by Hell Valley during the founding of the Tianyu Empire. As such, any cultivator wanting to get his spirit animal or demonic creature would have to obtain Hell Valley's approval. And Hell Valley used this as a pretext to set up a checkpoint half a mile around it to confirm everyone's identities, allowing entry to only those with a pass. But how could Zhuo Fan expose himself and offer himself up on a chopping block? So he killed 2 righteous cultivators outside, stole their pass and waltzed right in. Humph, Hell Valley can only intimidate some shy disciples with this. You think this is enough to deal with a bold cultivator or a profound heaven expert? Zhuo Fan's mouth let out snide remarks as he walked on. He came all this way to All-Beast Mountain Range looking for a rare 6th-level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. Entering Lightning Canyon could only be done through the purple lightning. Zhuo Fan was certain Long Jiu's 3rd heaven purple lightning wasn't the same as the lightning from that place, or it would have reached the 6th heaven. That kind of power was a deterrence even for a Radiant Stage expert. So before he cleared Lightning Canyon's restrictions, he had to first find a way to guarantee his life in that place. And the thunder skylark, a creature that lived by swallowing lightning, was a perfect choice. When he'd made it his demonic creature that matched the demon transformation art, he'd have no trouble getting in. Xuefan hoped Lightning Canyon's purple lightning wasn't higher than 6th heaven, or not even the thunder skylark would survive repeated blows to its body and turn to ash. If that happens, then he'd only be waiting for his death. Xuefan took a deep breath and picked up the pace. If not for Heavenly Emperor's remnant, he'd never dare go through such danger. Bam! As he walked, a black figure knocked into his chest. Xuefan looked down to find a little beggar in shabby clothes. Xuefan was enraged, but before he could curse, here came the little beggar's pleading voice. "Please, don't shout." Xuefan frowned. Then, from his back, a group of 30 chi condensation cultivators appeared. Because the beggar hid in front of Xuefan, his black cloak was wide enough to hide the beggar. Any sign of him? None. "What are you standing around for? Find him. If we don't find him, Master will have our heads." A steward cursed. The others only nodded as they scattered. Once they were gone, the beggar looked up with a relieved breath and patted his chest. "Scared me to death. I didn't think I'd make it." Xuefan ignored him and walked away. Brother." The beggar was stunned for a second, then swooped in to block Xuefan's path. He had a dark and dirty face but sported an extra big smile as he said, "Thank you for earlier. If it weren't for you." But Xuefan kept walking. The beggar stood there blinking, then hurriedly caught up with Xuefan. "Brother, did you come from outside the city? Can you take me outside, please? If you want to leave, do it alone. You don't need a pass to go out." Xuefan dodged him. The little beggar's face was bitter as he bit his lip and sniffed twice as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Brother, to be honest, I stole from them. If they catch me, I'm a goner. Please, take me outside." Smiling, Xuefan eyed him. Around 15-16 years old and a 4th-layer chi condensation cultivator. "You're not weak for your age. There's no way a commoner can have such cultivation. Are you truly a beggar?" The beggar stopped crying and his eyes darted everywhere as if looking for an excuse. Xuefan continued with a smile. "And even if you're sincere, why should I help you and offend a powerful clan? I see no reason why I need to help you." Xuefan then shook his head and walked past him. The beggar stood frozen in his spot, not knowing what to do. He didn't think Xuefan was pragmatic. From the start, the beggar thought Xuefan to be a kind youth since he helped him once. "Don't you want to go to the All-Beast Mountain Range?" the beggar shouted. Xuefan halted his steps. "All who come here are looking to go to the All-Beast Mountain Range. What else is here? Visiting Hell Valley's cemetery." The beggar was stunned by his words. This kid sure has an attitude. Isn't he afraid of being killed for cursing Hell Valley? But the more Xuefan acted as such, the weirder the beggar's eyes turned. "You'll have to wait for 3 months before going to All-Beast Mountain Range." Xuefan stopped with a frown. "Why?" The beggar skipped to him with a smile. "Let me tell you, the diamond sand is about to come out on All-Beast Mountain Range. These past months Hell Valley sealed the whole mountain range for this precise reason." Diamond sand? Xuefan was secretly overjoyed. The diamond sand was known as the blood of the earth, rare and difficult to obtain. It was used for refining 5th-grade spiritual weapons. But what made it even more valuable was that it was a flowing spirit metal, a perfect match for his blood infant. His blood infant was close to breaking through to bone tempering stage and he needed to refine its body. At that time, blood infant could switch between being corporeal and elusive, killing people without leaving tracks. Refining it with 100 spirit metals would turn it as hard as a demonic treasure, and it would become difficult to cause any harm to it. He could also achieve a similar result by refining blood infant with diamond sand. If he was able to do it, then he wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 spirit metals. And with a body refined from diamond sand, facing a profound heaven expert would be a cinch. Thinking of this, Xuefan's eyes flashed with excitement. The beggar saw through Xuefan and coughed as he raised his head with pride. "Let's make a deal. If you take me outside the city, I will take you to All Beast Mountain Range. And when the diamond sand erupts, we can take advantage of their carelessness and steal a bit. Zhuofan secretly snickered. There was no way Hell Valley didn't prepare for this. But the fact that he had a guide to enter All Beast Mountain Range without them knowing was a nice bonus. Deal. The beggar raised his hand and winked. Zhuofan shook his head and slapped the beggar's hand. Ha ha ha, awesome. I finally found someone to take me out of this damnable place. The beggar laughed while jumping around. Brother, what's your name? Zhuofan. Zhuofan was blunt because he knew even though Hell Valley was aware of the Luo clan, his title as a steward wasn't well known, and the only one who knows that he killed 2 of their elders was Yang Ming. But would anyone believe him even if he said it? Zhuofan was confident that Yang Ming would let this matter fester inside him. If anyone knew that Elder Jian died at the hands of a chi condensation punk, yet he survived, his future would be bleak, if not cut short. Moreover, even if he did speak up, Hell Valley would never announce it. Could they afford to lose any more reputation? Only. The beggar laughed. Brother Zhua, call me Xiao Ning. Fine. Zhuofan nodded, not caring much because he knew it was fake. The beggar pouted, looking at him with a deep look full of curiosity. Zhuofan gave him a different impression from all those he had seen before. Simply mysterious. Ninger. Just when the little beggar was about to take Zhuofan to All Beast Mountain Range, a yell echoed in their ears. Little beggar shivered, turning his head shyly. With slow footsteps, what appeared before the two was an elegant young master in white with tied hair. He was in front of 20 chi condensation experts donning the same clothes as the ones from the previous group. The young master ignored Zhuofan and glared at the beggar with rage. You've caused enough trouble. It's time you return. Biting his lip, the beggar's eyes looked uncertain. But soon he came to a decision and stared back with a firm gaze. He dodged behind Zhuofan with a yell. Brother Zhua, save me. The young master finally picked up on Zhuofan's presence, merely glancing his phoenix eyes his way. This concerns our Shui clan. If Sir does not want any trouble, I suggest you leave. Shui clan? Zhuofan quirked an eyebrow and stared long at the beggar. I didn't think this buddy had offended the Shui clan. Shui clan was the #1 common clan in Blue Expanse City. It had a profound heaven expert as overseer and could be considered a second-rate clan on the continent. But as Blue Expanse City was under Hell Valley's control, Shui clan was nothing more than its vassal. Zhuofan saw the beggar pleading with his eyes and smiled as he drew the beggar closer. The young master squinted and paled. The beggar was also surprised, and a faint red tint made itself notice on his dirty cheeks. Kid, what do you think you're doing? The young master bellowed. Zhuofan snickered. From now on, he's under me. If you want him, you'll have to pass through me first. Absurd. Did you come to Blue Expanse City without even knowing of our Shui clan? Is our clan someone you can offend? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed and shook his head. Of course I know. Shui clan is Hell Valley's #1 dog in Blue Expanse City. You're telling me to ignore all those rare and amazing spiritual beasts on All Beast Mountain Range for a lame dog. The young master was about to explode from anger. The beggar was also angry and pushed Zhuofan. Don't talk of Shui clan like that. Zhuofan was stunned. I am venting your anger, yet you still blame me? Men, seize them. As Zhuofan was lost for words, the young master bellowed orders. The men behind him swarmed the two. The beggar woke up to who the enemy was and hid behind Zhuofan. Sneering, Zhuofan picked up on the fact that these guards were mostly 5th-layer chi condensation cultivators, with only 2 in the 6th layer. A bunch of fishes looking for death. Zhuofan attacked with disdain. His hand flashed red and struck with blood palm. It hit a guard's chest, and the victim felt all his blood vessels burst and his organs expand to the point of bursting. He spat blood before collapsing. Another palm flew and the next guard fell. This pattern went on and on. The group of 20 guards fell one by one under Zhuofan's onslaught. The young master had long been standing there in shock. Even with his 8th-layer chi condensation cultivation, he would be unable to deal with 20 men like Zhuofan did. It was clear that Zhuofan was only in the 5th layer, yet his simple palm dealt each guard a serious wound. What escaped his eyes, though, was that Zhuofan's blood palm bypassed a person's flesh and struck at the blood vessels. It was the same as ignoring the body's defense and attacking the vulnerable organs within, so of course, it was far deadlier than it looked. In but a few breaths all guards were on the ground, knocked out. The young master witnessed it all with a solemn expression. The beggar's eyes also bulged in wonder. "So you do know a thing or two, kid. No wonder you're so smug." The young master gnashed his teeth and jumped, shattering the stones beneath his feet. "Then let me, Shui Gang. Course, sir, with my high martial arts. Shui Gang." Zhuofan frowned. "Are you Shui clan's young master? I heard your dad pampers you and you are to be the clan's successor. So, are you afraid perchance?" Shui Gang shouted. Zhuofan shook his head. "No, I just don't like annoyances. If I offend you here, my days in Blue Expanse City will be harder. It's best to shut all these people up for good and bring peace to my ears." Zhuofan's eyes flashed with killing intent and shot forward. Such pressure from him squeezed at Shui Gang's heart. He never dreamed Zhuofan would dare to kill him. The naked killing intent made his yuan qi slow down, even if he was 3 layers higher than Zhuofan. He, who was praised to high heaven for his talent in cultivation, couldn't foresee the world housing such a ruthless youth. A mere 5th layer qi condensation cultivator was able to overwhelm an expert 3 layers higher. He watched in abject fear as the palm neared his chest and was moments away from rupturing his heart. But in this moment of impending crisis, he bit his tongue to wake up. The pain freed him from the killing, intense, horrifying grip. With no time to lose, he punched. Blue lights shot like a tornado at Zhuofan. High mortal ranked martial art. Howling fist. Zhuofan snorted in disdain and made a hand sign so that a red light flew right into Shui Gang's body. Before the howling fist even touched Zhuofan, it broke apart and Shui Gang's body froze on the spot in panic. At this moment, Zhuofan towered over him. Seeing Zhuofan's devious grin, Shui Gang felt like he was looking at a demon and his heart seized up for a few seconds. Bam! Zhuofan's palm landed on his chest and Shui Gang spat blood as he flew into the air. His organs felt like they were burning and his blood vessels began to rupture. But the pain had yet to register when the demon approached. Shui Gang was so scared he was having a mental breakdown. This was Zhuofan. He didn't strike with another palm and instead, Zhuofan grabbed Shui Gang's neck with a sneer. "Young Master Shui, worry not. After you die, your servants will follow in your footsteps, down to the last one. This should keep the Shui clan from chasing me all over for at least 3 months. Let's make this case cold." Zhuofan tightened the chokehold and Shui Gang felt his throat almost breaking. He could even hear his bones creak. He was on the brink of death. Besides agony, nothing else was felt. Not for the life of him could he understand what he did wrong. Wasn't he only going to bring Ninger back? Why did he meet a Reaper instead? A ruthless killer. I forgot to read my future before heading out. If his neck wasn't being crushed by Zhuofan, he'd be wailing and bawling. Damn it! What rotten luck! Stop! Just when Zhuofan wanted to apply the last bit of force and send the young master to paradise, the beggar yelled. Zhuofan eyed him suspiciously. What are you doing? Aren't they your enemies? The beggar was filled with worry for Shui Gang's life that even tears formed in his eyes. In fact, he wanted to stop Zhuofan long ago. But Zhuofan was just too fast. He dealt with the guards in one moment, and in the next he was at Shui Gang's throat. Even if they are, I don't want to kill them, the beggar cried. Zhuofan frowned. Why didn't you say so? But it's too late now. They are no longer just your enemies, they are mine too. The only ending for my enemies is death. Zhuofan's hand tightened and Shui Gang's eyes bulged out. He wasn't far off from dying. If you don't release him, I won't guide you, the beggar yelled in tears. Zhuofan frowned. This was his first time seeing a person shed tears for their enemies. He let go and Shui Gang dropped on the ground. Zhuofan made a sign and blood infant returned as he shrugged. Since you aren't scared, why would I be over some future inconvenience? He wiped the tears off the beggar's little face and walked away while holding the beggar close. Show the way, then I will take you outside the city, far from Shui clan. Why you baddie? The little beggar stammered. Shuifan sneered. Correct. I'm a bad man. But in this world, they are the only ones who can survive. The good guys have already left for hell. The beggar wiped his tears and looked at Shuifan, unafraid. He had seen his fair share of bad people, but none rose to Shuifan's level. Yet he never felt any hatred for Shuifan as he did for others. Instead, he felt at ease. This feeling he didn't express, but it felt nice anyway. An hour later, a black figure appeared standing in Shuifan's previous position. The old man's beard shivered from rage at the sight of the guards on the ground. He noticed Shui Gang twitching on the ground, helped him up, and asked nervously, Ganger, what's wrong? Who did this to you? Shui Gang gasped with a pale face, yet not one word was uttered. The old man looked him over and found that only Shui Gang's insides were wounded, while below him was a puddle of water. He gave Shui Gang a pill, then let out a long breath. But Shui Gang's injury astonished him. His wound wasn't heavy, only needing a month to heal. But his mind, however, had received a heavy shock. He was frightened so badly he peed himself. Ganger is a bold youth. Only a dreadful expert could have scared him to such a state in such a short time. The old man was bewildered as he pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and left with Shui Gang. No matter who it was, any who dared offend Shui clan in Blue Expanse City would have another thing coming. That's the path up the mountain. The beggar and Shuifan poked their heads through a bush close to a narrow mountain path. Shuifan looked ahead and frowned, seeing 30 bone-tempering guards. With his strength and savage moon, along with Blood Infant's help, it wasn't hard to charge through. But to do it without anyone noticing was the problem. Any noise here would attract the elder from Hell Valley stationed within. And since Shui clan's profound heaven expert was after him, he'd have a hard time coming out alive. After careful deliberation, Shuifan shook his head. He'd have to rely on the little beggar if he wanted to go within the mountain's range. Xiao Ning, where's the secret tunnel? Shuifan looked at the little beggar. The latter was still feeling afraid of what he had witnessed some time ago. He wasn't crying but still sniffed. See, come with me, said the little beggar while sniffing hard. Then he and Shuifan vanished from the bushes. Shuifan felt helpless. Why is this kid more of a coward than a mouse? Ever since he saw what I did, he keeps crying from fear, even now. They were the enemies chasing you down, not your family. So why are you crying so hard? Shuifan secretly cursed but was resigned to his fate. Who told him to agree to this little beggar's deal? He imagined that after he followed the beggar to the mountain, he'd be facing some ferocious spiritual beasts while the beggar kept crying at the side. Sighing, Shuifan traveled with the beggar through a dark forest. After a long time, they found a narrow tunnel next to a hidden stream. This is it. The beggar forced himself to stop sobbing, but his body still shivered. When I was little, I used to play with my dad and brothers in these woods. Shuifan lifted an eyebrow as he inspected the cave and the surroundings. It was such a remote place that only a native would know of. He guessed that the little beggar must have stumbled upon this cave when he was playing with his brothers, or the Hell Valley would have sealed it by now if they knew of it. All right, Xiao Ning, go in first. I'll be right behind you, Shuifan shouted as he pushed the little beggar in. He didn't think this place held a trap, but his years and years of experience still showed his cautious nature. The little beggar was aware of the meaning and rolled his eyes in anger, and stooped to go in. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ninger, stop! Whoosh! With a sound of the wind, a large figure blocked the two's path. The man looked like he was in his 40s and wore luxurious clothing over his tall and sturdy body. His pair of large eyes flashed with the explosive power of an expert. Peak bone tempering expert. Shuifan frowned and his hands tightened. Are you the clan head of the Shui clan? Shui Wanlong? Good eyes. Shui Wanlong praised. Were you the one who harmed my eldest son, Shuegang? Indeed, Zhuofan smiled. He wanted to take one of my people. Sparing him was already kind enough. What, yours? Shui Wanlong was shocked and turned to the little beggar. The little beggar blushed as he hid behind Zhuofan. Shui Wanlong's expression turned weird. Dad! Just then a yell was heard. A youth in white landed next to Shui Wanlong. Ha ha ha! I knew Ninger would be hiding here. Dad! Let me help you take him back. The youth looked thrilled. He disregarded Zhuofan and flew to the little beggar. Bastard! This kid is way too cocky. Treating me like air. Zhuofan squinted and secretly cursed. When the youth was close to him, he struck with a red palm. The youth felt his energy turn sluggish and his blood vessels rupture. In this moment of deadly crisis, Zhuofan struck like lightning and grabbed his neck. What are you doing? Shui Wanlong roared. He didn't think his son would be caught so easily. To be honest, he saw Zhuofan as a fifth-layer qi condensation cultivator and was still skeptical of how he hurt his eldest son and guards. But now he knew. Compared to the kids he raised in his clan with all his heart, Zhuofan was akin to a savage beast bathed in blood. He was weaker, but his timing was perfect and his methods vicious. Before Zhuofan, his two sons were nothing more than greenhouse flowers. With a snicker, Zhuofan raised the youth up high, a fifth-layer qi condensation cultivator. He must be your second son. Shuelin, right? Release him now, or you won't make it out alive. Shui Wanlong roared in anger. Sneering, Zhuofan shook his head. If I do as you say, you'd make sure I'm dead even more. Clan head Shui. No matter what grievances Xiao Ning has with you, he is my person. I only hope you will give up at this point. Don't. Zhuofan's hand squeezed and Shuelin gasped with his tongue out. And you will have your son as a corpse? No. The little beggar shouted before Shui Wanlong could reply, grabbing Zhuofan's arm and begging with his eyes. Zhuofan was stunned. This beggar must have a screw loose. Why does he want to leave his enemies alive? Shui Wanlong watched them with a complicated gaze, but soon came to a decision and calmed down. This, in turn, startled Zhuofan. Kid, what is your name? Shui Wanlong asked. Zhuofan smiled. I am alone and am not afraid of your revenge, nor am I afraid of telling you my name. It's Zhuofan. All right, Zhuofan. You want to protect him no matter what. Shui Wanlong pointed at the little beggar with a solemn look. Zhuofan snorted. He is mine, so of course I will. Good. Then let's make a bet. You let my son go and take 10 hits from me. If you win, I will no longer care about him. What do you say? Squinting, Zhuofan considered Shui Wanlong's bet, then showed his manic grin as he threw Shuelin away. Aren't you afraid I will break my word? Shui Wanlong's eyes flashed. Zhuofan sneered. If I want to kill him, you won't be able to stop me. Big words. Shui Wanlong was angry again. Here are my 10 moves. He charged with his peak bone tempering power on display. But Zhuofan didn't seem to feel any discomfort, standing there calmly. Shui Wanlong's brow trembled as he secretly praised Zhuofan. But before he reached Zhuofan, the later also charged. This puzzled him greatly. Even if this kid is a seasoned fighter, he can't fend off a bone-tempering expert. So why? He saw Zhuofan's hand shine and Savage Moon appear. Basked in a silver glow, Zhuofan sped up and was before Shui Wanlong in an instant, ready to attack. Third-grade demonic treasure? Shui Wanlong was shocked and turned to the side in an attempt to dodge. But a red light darted out from Zhuofan, aimed at Shui Wanlong. Got you. Zhuofan grinned with killing intent. But just as Blood Infant was about to enter Shui Wanlong, it was repelled. As it bounced off, Zhuofan felt his blood stirring from his connection with it. His hand moved and he slashed with Savage Moon. The silver light trailed past Shui Wanlong's face. When both of them stopped, Zhuofan was standing in Shui Wanlong's original place with a solemn look. Just now he had planned to take Shui Wanlong's life in one hit by using Blood Infant and Savage Moon. But unexpectedly, Blood Infant bounced off and the recoil veered his attack. He turned back to see Shui Wanlong's chest flash, and shouted, "Second-grade defensive demonic treasure?" His heart grew heavy having found out the reason. Against such a defensive demonic treasure, his chi condensation blood infant was useless. He could only rely on Savage Moon in this battle. As Zhuo Fan felt gloomy about the upcoming fight, Shui Wanlong's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't foresee that a fifth-layer chi condensation kid would have such terrifying power. If he was a moment too late, his head would have been sent flying right now. Recalling his bet with Zhuo Fan, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Blast it, as the matter stands, it'll be good if I can at least keep my head after 10 moves. He then looked at the chain mail on his chest and sighed. Thanks to his father warning him that the man who took Ninger might have been an expert, he wore this armor. Only, he was unclear as to what was Blood Infant's use, but he knew death wouldn't be far away once it got into his body. Then he turned to Zhuo Fan, who was looking at him as if to devour him, and broke out in cold sweat. This was his first time meeting such a dreadful opponent. Even more so when this opponent was in the 5th layer of chi condensation. Damn it! Is this kid a monster? Gnashing his teeth, Shui Wanlong braced himself for what's to come. Zhuo Fan stared at Shui Wanlong, thinking hard for a way to finish his enemy. Shui Wanlong was the same, yet his eyes seemed lost. He saw no hesitation from Zhuo Fan, but a naked taunt instead. This was not how a chi condensation cultivator was supposed to stare at a bone-tempering expert. It was more akin to a savage beast staring down its prey, and he didn't like it one bit. Being stared down by someone weaker than me feels like I've lost all respect. He decided to rush for an attack and strike awe in this kid. But Zhuo Fan got ahead of him and ran for him first. Second move. Zhuo Fan's sudden action startled him, but soon recalled who he was. Even if it was against a punk, he wasn't about to make a fool of himself. Moreover, only Savage Moon was a threat to him. If he paid attention to it, he'd be fine. It would be no problem lasting 10 moves. If his thoughts were known to others, it would leave them speechless. In a fight between peak bone-tempering expert and a chi condensation kid, the former who thought this was but a cat-and-mouse game was now thinking how to survive 10 moves. Who the hell was strong and who was weak then? And more importantly, who in the hell told him to make a 10 moves bet in the first place? But he had no time to mind such trifles as Zhuo Fan had turned into a silver light. Seeing the silver light approach him, Shui Wanlong exploded with power and retreated. It could be said that he was being wary of Savage Moon, but he was even more afraid that he would end up making an embarrassing scene. Shui Lin, who was thrown down, coughed twice then stared in shock. "Dad, you were the one who brought up the 10 moves bet, not the other way around." Shui Wanlong's face froze, itching to run over and kick his son's rear real good. "Can you be even more oblivious? This kid's toy is sharp and you want me to play around with death." Shui Lin was ignorant of his dad's struggle and kept cheering. But Shui Wanlong's face was getting more and more ashen. Zhuo Fan didn't even get to touch Shui Wanlong's clothes in the first 5 moves. But he saw through Shui Wanlong's intention and became bold. With a manic grin, Zhuo Fan declared, "6th move." He sped up for another attack while Shui Wanlong was prepared to dodge. But this time, Zhuo Fan stepped lightly and turned into 3 figures, surrounding Shui Wanlong. 3 silver lights approached Shui Wanlong in a threatening manner from different directions. Shui Wanlong was startled, but as a peak bone-tempering expert, he didn't lose his calm. He kicked the ground and made it explode. The force helped him dodge backwards, almost enough to escape the encirclement. But Zhuo Fan sneered and stepped again. Whoosh! The images dissipated. However, Zhuo Fan appeared from behind Shui Wanlong and cut past his ear. Low spirit ranked martial art. Mystifying phantom step. The two stopped again, with Zhuo Fan standing 3 meters away from his opponent with a smile. Shui Wanlong stood there watching a strand of black hair floating before him. I lost. He couldn't believe it. What was meant to be a test for the kid ended with his complete loss in the 6th move. He didn't sense Zhuo Fan behind him, but since Zhuo Fan could cut his hair just as well, it could have been his head. In other words, Zhuofan was going easy on him. Xue Wanlong swallowed dryly. He was going all out from the second move. But even so, impossible! The beggar and Xue Lin yelled at the same time. They found it hard to accept that such a powerful expert lost to their peer. Dad, you must have gone easy on purpose, right? Xue Lin ran next to Xue Wanlong with expectation in his eyes. But Xue Wanlong didn't comment. Zhuofan watched them coldly. Of course clan head Xue went easy. His first move was just a test, without killing intent. If Dad hadn't gone easy, you'd be dead. Xue Lin was grasping for straws here when he stuck out his chin in derision. But Zhuofan just sneered. Terribly sorry, your dad didn't go all out. But if he had, his head would have been lying on the ground by now. Zhuofan wasn't saying to scare people. Although his first attempt with Blood Infant failed, it only meant that he lost the initiative completely. And that didn't equal losing his chance to kill Xue Wanlong. A bone-tempering expert lacked speed in comparison to a profound heaven expert. With Savage Moon's assist, Zhuofan's speed matched a bone-tempering expert, so he still had a chance with his speed. What was left then was to deliver a killing blow at the perfect timing. If Zhuofan was in the fourth layer of qi condensation, it would have been impossible. But in the fifth layer, he could use spirit-ranked martial arts. And the first one he trained was Mystifying Phantom Step. This was not your average martial art, but one coming from 9 Serenity's secret records. A rare martial art that made use of an array's advantage. The phantom part wasn't important, but it was crucial to bait the opponent. The true killing move came from the mystified path he drew his opponent in. With this martial art, Zhuofan could teleport anywhere within a short range. During their fight, the phantoms took all of Xue Wanlong's attention and made him ignore the sudden appearance of Zhuofan behind him. If Zhuofan had sensed any killing intent in their fight, he would have chopped Xue Wanlong's head off. Xue Wanlong was more than clear on this and accepted his defeat. Zhuofan, with a sigh, Xue Wanlong stared at him solemnly. You're the most reliable youth I've ever seen. I will leave Ninger with you. Don't fail him. Zhuofan was puzzled. What does he mean by that? But Xue Wanlong didn't explain and hugged the little beggar. Ninger, go and don't return. Follow your dreams. Dad! The little beggar cried rivers. Zhuofan watched in shock. Dad? When did Xue Wanlong have a third son? But soon, he yelled, Hold on, your third young miss? Xianxia? Rolling his eyes, Xue Wanlong patted Zhuofan's shoulder. Kid, I thought you were smart, but you found this out only now. Anyway, you said it yourself that she is yours, so I am leaving her in your care. If I find out that you mistreated my daughter in any way, I will wring your life from your body. No way. What is going on here? Zhuofan was slack-jawed. All this time he'd been fighting the little beggar's father and was so close to ending her entire family. It's obvious now why she always glared at me with such hatred. Sighing, Xue Wanlong took one last look at his tearing daughter and left with Xue Lin. After going some distance, Xue Lin said, Dad, if we don't get Ninger back, how do we explain it to Hell Valley? Quiet. I have a way. Xianxia. Zhuofan stepped before the little beggar and tossed her cap. Jet-black silky hair cascaded. The little beggar, who was still lost in tears as she watched her father leave, yelped when this happened and hurriedly held her head. She faced him with a blushed face but didn't meet his eyes. Miss Ning, what's your game? Here I was fighting with your father thinking of helping you vent your anger, but, in fact, it was for nothing. Xianxia took 2 steps back, muttering as she looked at his angry face. Brother Zhua, don't be angry. I only want to leave the city while you want to go to All Beast Mountain Range. We'll each get what we want. Zhuofan was startled. Then again, she's right. As long as I get what I want, who cares if they're a family of archenemies? Each gets what he wants. This Missy speaks reason. Will I, demonic emperor, get angry because she lied to me? Anyway, this has nothing to do with me. But then Zhuofan was startled once again. Since when have I been so emotional? With a frown, Zhuofan recalled everything that happened since his rebirth. He then realized that being in contact with the Luo clan over the past months made him show consideration to the people around him, even without his knowledge. This wasn't how a demonic cultivator acted at all. Damn it, I don't need these useless feelings. I have to change. I have to. Zhuofan reminded himself again and again. His face then turned serene, void of any emotion. Only. Xianxia, let's go. Zhuofan pointed at the cave and said in a cold tone, once I'm done with all Beast Mountain Range, I will take you out. At that time our deal is done. Xianxia looked long at him then nodded. Zhuofan's behavior changed way too fast as if he was a different person. To begin with, Zhuofan wasn't a good man in her mind, but now he became neither good nor bad, but cold and unfeeling. All Beast Mountain Range, deep in the forest. In a remote thicket, a rabbit was chewing on tender juicy grass. Suddenly, the rabbit straightened its ears and bolted. A moment later, a black hand extended out from the ground followed by the slow crawl of the little beggar. But as she was crawling, she was flung out with a loud sound, as if a palm had slapped her. Get out already. Zhuofan scowled and came out after the beggar flew. He was just as filthy as the beggar and looked as if he had crawled through a cramped coal mine. The tunnel was winding and almost half a mile long. It was also damp and smelled of rot. He couldn't understand for the life of him what was so great about playing in this place as kids. Xianxia got on her feet, rubbed her rear, and then glared at him. You're the worst. I show you the way and this is my thanks. Yes, I'm a scoundrel. Zhuofan didn't argue with her and had his eyes peeled, scanning the surrounding as he heard the seldom roar of spiritual beasts. He now knew that this was indeed all Beast Mountain Range. Looking at his filthy appearance, he shook his head and turned to Xianxia. Hey, is there any river nearby? Rolling her eyes, Xianxia began walking. Follow me. Zhuofan smiled and followed her. 15 minutes later, the sound of water reached their ears. He perked up and sped. His eyes were soon rewarded with the sight of a wide river flowing with clear water and small fishes. With a shout, Zhuofan leapt in despite a female's presence. His clothes then flew out. Xianxia whipped her body around in shame and snapped, You rogue! What are you doing? What do you think? Bathing. Zhuofan snorted as he bathed with no regard to her presence. I'll get out after I finish. Do what you want. If you wish, we can bathe together. I don't mind. Damn you! Who wants to bathe with you? Xianxia didn't turn around, only mumbled with irritation, Shameless! Zhuofan heard her loud and clear though. If demonic cultivators cared about reputation, what are righteous cultivators then? A quarter of an hour later, Zhuofan came out of the river and put on a new robe from his ring. He patted Xianxia's shoulder. Let's go. Where is the diamond sand going to appear? Xianxia was a bit nervous seeing Zhuofan wanted to leave. She stood there in hesitation and was too embarrassed to speak. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. What? Show the way. Didn't we have a deal? But... Xianxia muttered shyly. I haven't washed yet. Zhuofan's eyebrow twitched and he exposed an enigmatic smile. I told you to wash but you refused. Since you haven't then that's that. I won't avoid you either way. But... Xianxia was even more embarrassed now. She put on a disguise to run away from home. But she was a girl, and girls loved beauty, so how could she allow herself to stay dirty? Zhuofan knew this too, but he was just teasing the hell out of her. Who told her to deceive me? Xianxia was swaying from one foot to the other but didn't speak. But when she caught Zhuofan's faint smile she knew he was teasing her. Pissed, she threw her hat in his face and walked to the river. But after a few steps, she turned to warn Zhuofan. Why you better not peek? Zhuofan mocked as he left. I'm not interested in unripe fruits. Unripe? Xianxia was startled, then looked down at her chest and pushed it out unconvinced. Humph! Where am I unripe? But Zhuofan had already disappeared among the trees. Xianxia pouted and returned to the river with a gloomy heart. Half an hour later, Zhuofan was laying carefree on a bush, holding a straw in his mouth and contemplating his next course of action. The bushes around him moved at that moment, and Zhuofan looked over with a smile. "Oh, you're finally done. Little miss, can we go now?" "Why, yeah." With a shy reply, the bushes were pushed aside. A white-clothed, delicate girl slowly walked out. She wasn't gorgeous, but she had a lively air about her. She was like a bouquet of fresh and pure flowers. Even Zhuofan was startled by her image. He didn't think that the dirty little beggar from before would transform into a gentle swan. Xianxia reddened a bit from his constant staring. She coughed, and Zhuofan smiled embarrassingly. Lady Xue, please lead the way." Changing his mannerism after encountering a bell, Zhuofan started to despise himself a bit. Since when have I become so shameless? Yet the end result was that he found it refreshing walking side by side with a bell. 2 hours later, Xianxia brought him to a hilltop. Zhuofan was puzzled. Since the diamond sand is coming out, there should be plenty of people around. Why is it deserted? Xianxia shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Brother Zhue, I thought you were smart. How come you are so stupid all of a sudden?" Zhuofan watched her skeptically. "If we go in right now, we will be caught. That is why I led you here." Xianxia pulled Zhuofan's hand and went higher up the hill and pointed. "That is the place where the diamond sand will erupt." Looking over, Zhuofan saw many figures, 50 in number, defending a pond. The pond seemed to be connected to a hot spring as it was bubbling. In the center, on a stone rising from the water, sat a gray-robed, white-haired elder with his eyes closed. The air was warm around him, but the steam from the hot spring vanished the closer it got to him. So much so that not even his hair was wet. Such deep cultivation. Is he a profound heaven expert? Zhuofan frowned in panic. Suddenly, that elder snapped his eyes open and looked in Zhuofan's direction. His eyes were sharp and landed like lightning on his position. "Get down!" Zhuofan pulled Xianxia to lie on a rock as cold sweat ran all over his body. Such a sharp instinct. He is a profound heaven expert for sure. Correct. Xianxia nodded. He is Hell Valley's elder overseeing Blue Expanse City for the past dozen years. Last month he found that the Golden Spring Pool released a lot of diamond sand and has stood watch here ever since. The 50 people around him are also bone tempering experts. Zhuofan nodded. Before diamond sand erupted, it would cause the flowing gold tide. But the flowing gold tide would only contain trace amounts of diamond sand. But 3 months from then, the diamond sand would erupt for sure. To get all the diamond sand before others, they placed guards. But who is to say the diamond sand would erupt from here? Zhuofan frowned as he thought. With his power, he had no hope of stealing the diamond sand, unless... His eyes flashed and pulled Xianxia off the hilltop. "What? You have a way?" Seeing Zhuofan confident, Xianxia was startled. She was already shocked that he could beat her family, but could he also have the power to win against a profound heaven cultivator and a team of bone-tempering experts? Zhuofan shook his head. "If you can't beat them, outwit them. Let's go. I want you to find a little pet for me." Xianxia was puzzled. In the Golden Spring Pool, the elder's eyes were filled with confusion. Did I sense wrongly? At the same time, in Blue Expanse City, Xue Wanlong took Xue Lin's dirty figure home. In the main hall of the Xue clan sat a wizened old man in the seat of honor, watching the two. Then he suddenly jumped to his feet. "How was it? Did you bring Ninger? Did you deal with the culprit that harmed Ganger?" Sighing, Xue Wanlong shook his head. "Dad, I let them go. That kid is not bad, so I entrusted Ninger to him. As for him injuring Ganger, he did not know any better. As long as he takes care of Ninger, I do not mind it." "What, that man is Ninger's?" The old man spouted in shock. Nodding, Xue Wanlong said, "That kid said Ninger was his. Ninger was also willing, so we can assume so." "Fool!" The old man slapped the table with a howl. "Wanlong, no matter who the kid is, even if you disregard what he did to Ganger, Ninger can never ever be taken away. You know that if she leaves, our Xue clan..." Even though he was angry, his eyes revealed sadness. Shui Wanlong looked at his father with firm eyes as he said, "Dad, let Ninger go. I will take full responsibility. You take shit. Can you keep the young and old safe?" The old man roared, "Wanlong, I know you love your daughter, but you think I don't? But Shui clan, only." Sighing, the old man's face hardened. "Where did they go?" Shui Wanlong was vexed, but still spoke as he closed his eyes. "All Beast Mountain Range." Whoosh! In an instant, the old man vanished. Zhuofan and Xuaningxiang were searching through bushes in All Beast Mountain Range. Xuaningxiang was unsettled, not knowing where he was going with this. Zhuofan suddenly shouted in glee and held out something dirty. "Found it!" Xuaningxiang blinked in curiosity at the thing. "What is it? What does it do?" "Sweet potato." Zhuofan gave a vague smile and continued, "The one thing that first-level spiritual beast burrowing mouse likes the most." Xuaningxiang's eyes flashed and yelled, "Great plan. You want to use a burrowing mouse to make a tunnel and steal the diamond sand." The burrowing mouse didn't know how to fight, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator could capture it easily. But its burrowing skill was second to none. Just one of these critters could dig through a 1,000-mile-long mountain range in an hour. Zhuofan didn't reply and showed a faint smile. Xuaningxiang felt even more suspicious now. No one seemed to be able to unravel the insidious mind of Zhuofan. A moment later, Zhuofan took Xuaningxiang far away from the golden spring pool and made a fire in which he threw the sweet potato. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted for 100 miles. Many spiritual beasts raised their heads and began searching for the source. Zhuofan took Xuaningxiang to lay in ambush close by, their eyes fixed on the fire. The bushes rustled and many spiritual beasts, big and small, approached the fire. They prodded the black lumps in the fire, wanting to find out from where the sweet smell came from. To no avail. Zhuofan secretly laughed and smiled at Xuaningxiang. In fact, the two took the cooked sweet potato long ago. They only left it inside enough to release its sweet smell and attract the burrowing mouse. If not, the other spiritual beasts would have taken it away and ruined their plan. More and more spiritual beasts came and searched, but found nothing. However, the soil next to the fire moved as it bulged outwards to no more than a fist in size. Zhuofan stood up slowly and got ready. Suddenly, the bulge of dirt broke away. A creature with a black mouth on its tiny head came out. It roamed around the fire a few times and sniffed. "Now!" Zhuofan screamed in his mind as he shot for the fire. The spiritual beasts, which gathered around the fire, were only at first and second level, ran away at the sudden noise. Only the burrowing mouse was oblivious to what was happening. But its intuition as a spiritual beast gave it a bit of insight that danger was looming. It immediately started moving its claw, wanting to burrow. But it was too late. Zhuofan already flashed before it and grabbed its tail. The burrowing mouse struggled for its life in panic. But there was no escape from the demonic palm of Zhuofan. "Hee. Buddy, you want to run?" With a manic grin, Zhuofan grabbed the critter's frail body and squeezed. It screeched in pain and flailed its claws. Xuaningxiang couldn't take it anymore and took the poor thing close to her chest. She patted it and threw Zhuofan an evil eye. "How can you be so cruel? What if you hurt it?" "Humph. Spiritual beasts don't get bruised easily." Zhuofan snorted. "We need to hurry and tame it or we won't get another chance." "But you don't need to be such a bore about it. My clan had raised some small spiritual beasts before, and even if they were wild, they still listened to me." Xuaningxiang comforted the poor critter with a sweet smile. "Isn't that right, little one?" The burrowing mouse seemed to understand and nodded, then glared at Zhuofan. "Curses. Buddy, you're pushing it here." Zhuofan raged inside, itching to get his hand on the prick. But it was impossible, not with Xuaningxiang guarding it like a tigress. But then an idea struck him and his manic grin returned. The burrowing mouse shivered at the sight of him and hid in Xuaningxiang's chest. "What are you trying to do?" Xuaningxiang warned Zhuofan as she stepped back. His face flipped to a gentle smile as a gourd appeared on his palm. "It's all right. I won't harm the little one. I only wanted to swallow something. Then he took out a blood-red worm from the gourd. It was the demonic creature he had raised with great care, frigid pool bloodworm. Any creature that ingested it would have no choice but to listen to his commands, or the blood curse would claim their lives. If not for time being an issue, he wouldn't have wanted to waste a bloodworm on a first-level spiritual beast. What is that? So disgusting. Xianxia frowned and took another step back. The burrowing mouse also sensed the danger and hid in her chest. Xuefan was dead serious. We have two ways we can tame the little guy fast. Either let me train it for a day, or he eats this. Xianxia saw Xuefan's face and she knew if she refused, he'd use force. Helpless, Xianxia took the burrowing mouse out and patted its head. Little one, it's better if you eat it. Although it's a tad disgusting, it's better than landing in that guy's hands, Xianxia said as she walked towards Xuefan. With a sinister smile, Xuefan inched the bloodworm close to the burrowing mouse's mouth. The critter struggled, but it was of no use. The bloodworm was about to enter its mouth. At that moment, however, a whoosh was heard. Xuefan pushed Xianxia away as he moved back himself. Watch out! A cold light passed between them. The freezing ray almost touched Xuefan's fingers as it cut the wiggling bloodworm clean in half. He was aware of the killing intent the ray contained. Xuefan turned to see a tall youth not 10 meters away. He looked to be 20 years old and had a handsome visage. His eyes flashed with coldness, like a pair of sharp blades, at the two of them. The burrowing mouse shrieked a few times and ran from Xianxia's hands and climbed up his body to his shoulder. It has a master, Xuefan scowled. The youth snorted at the two. You both got some nerve eyeing my spirit animal. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. Xuefan stopped Xianxia's explanation with a wave and pushed her behind him. It doesn't matter if it has a master or not. We need it today. Ha ha ha. Big words. The youth sneered. One insect is in the 5th layer of chi condensation while the other in the 4th. Yet you still want to tame what is mine. Fine. Guess I will have to end you. Humph, we will see about that. Sneering, Xuefan rushed at the youth as Savage Moon flashed in his hand. 3rd grade demonic treasure? Raising an eyebrow, the youth lost the contempt he had before. This demonic treasure was a threat to his life, and in all his teachings he received, one needed to go all out regardless of the enemy. His eyes gleamed as he dashed at Xuefan. His hand flashed and it now held a long sword. In an instant the world seemed to freeze over. The sky and the earth seemed to vanish as flickering lights spewed from the sword. Empty net. Whoosh! Xuefan suddenly slowed down amid his charge. Even his surroundings were sluggish, while the only thing unaffected was the long sword. Profound ranked martial art, 7th layer of bone tempering stage, and 4th grade spiritual weapon. Squinting, Xuefan started to take this seriously. This youth wasn't average. It was hard enough reaching such cultivation at his age, but he had also grasped a profound ranked martial art and used a 4th grade spiritual weapon. In the Tianyu Empire, rare were those like him even in the 7 noble houses. And exactly that was the answer. This man could be a core disciple of the 7 noble houses, perhaps even an inheritor. Today Xuefan offended him and tomorrow trouble would come knocking. The only choice was to kill him. In an instant, Xuefan's eyes exploded with killing intent. The youth was startled. Am I not the one holding the advantage? Why is this kid releasing such thick killing intent? Does he think he can actually kill me? The next moment, however, Xuefan's action left him pale. Despite knowing that he was slowed down, Xuefan only took a step and turned into 5 images of himself. Sneering, the youth grinned. Think you can act tough with such a base-level killing move? The youth's sword turned into 5 and struck each figure down. But at that moment, Xuefan's voice came from behind him. Nice sword skill. Too bad you met me. The youth jumped in fright. When did he get behind me? In this moment of imminent danger, he stabbed backwards. The sword art's aim was perfect, targeting Xuefan's chest. Only. Xuefan looked down calmly, with slight praise in his heart. Too bad it's over. Whoosh. Shuafan ignored the sword going for his chest and slashed at the youth's waist. If this continued, it would end with Shuafan being gravely wounded and the youth dead. A wound for a kill. Worth it? Ding. Shuafan slashed with full power, but a metal screech echoed and Savage Moon bounced back. He squinted as his heart was in a panic. This punk has a spiritual armor besides the spiritual weapon, but the timing didn't even let him think. The youth's sword was getting dangerously close to his chest. In this wound for a kill scenario, his opponent would come unharmed while he would be too wounded to continue fighting. Damn it! I miscalculated this time. Shuafan secretly cursed and used the Savage Moon's rebound to save himself. Not for the life of him did he think this freakin' punk to be this rich. Even an elder from Hell Valley had a single demonic treasure at best. But this punk here was wielding one while wearing another. Who the hell is he? Bam! With no more time to think, Shuafan's Savage Moon and the golden sword struck each other. With a loud sound, Shuafan flew back due to the force. The blood in his chest flowed erratically and forced him to spew blood. He hit the dirt and the Savage Moon clanked next to him in two. His brow shivered as he turned solemn. He has a 4th grade spiritual armor on him that my blood infant can't get through. The only way to hurt him was with Savage Moon. But Savage Moon is now in pieces. This was the first time since his rebirth that Shuafan met such a danger to his life. The youth was in the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, had a spiritual weapon, had a spiritual armor, and even profound ranked martial arts. I can't punch through his defense and I can only take a beating. But the worst part was the youth used all his power against someone weaker. Everyone was afraid of the serious types. This will make it even harder for him to make any mistakes for me to exploit. How do I fight him? Shuafan stared down the figure while his forehead ran cold with sweat. Yet who'd have known that the youth's mental state mirrored his, maybe even more terrified. The youth was known as a genius among geniuses in his clan. He learned the sword all his life and never lost. But against Shuafan, who was weaker, he was one move away from dying even when he exerted his all. If not for the spiritual armor, he'd be dead. Dead from a man weaker than him by a stage. He just couldn't get over this. He was an exceptional genius who could defeat a peak bone tempering expert in a single move. He was the clan's successor. How could... The youth's brow was sweating bullets and gnashed his teeth at Shuafan. Brother, what is your name? Shuafan was startled and saw the change in the youth's eyes. Guessing he wouldn't keep on wanting to kill them, he replied, Shuafan, I'll remember you. We'll finish this the next time we meet. That youth sheathed his sword, took his burrowing mouse, and was about to leave. Shuafan rushed to say, Wait! The youth stopped. What is it? Dare I ask, brother? Are you also here for the diamond sand? The youth stared at Shuafan. What if I am? What if I'm not? Shuafan smiled. If not, then let's part ways. If you wanna work together. Work together? The youth frowned and took a long look at the two. How? Not even the 3 of us are enough to steal 1 speck of diamond sand. Not long back, this youth viewed them as nothing more than insects. But his words just now showed his respect for Shuafan's strength as someone equal to him. Shuafan grinned inside. We can negotiate like this. Brother has a burrowing mouse, so you plan to avoid fighting them. The youth smiled. So we had the same idea. I see why you wanted this guy, but this burrowing mouse is mine. What can you bring if we team up? The correct way of using the burrowing mouse. Shuafan continued with a smile. How is brother going to use it to get the diamond sand? The youth squinted and replied with another question. How about you? Dig a tunnel, wait for the diamond sand to erupt, and we steal some. Xianxia spoke out of turn. But her response only earned the laughter of the two until her face went red. She glared. Why are you laughing? Am I wrong? The youth shook his head. Lady, they have a profound heaven expert, so how could it work? You'll be caught before you even make a move. Shuafan nodded. In any case, my silly sister raised an option we definitely must avoid. What about you? Xianxia glared at Fan for making fun of her, but her face became red again for some other reason. The youth spoke simply, "Easy, the diamond sand is pushed by the deep earth and comes out as a spring. I will have the burrowing mouse dig a small tunnel from the main course to direct a part of the diamond sand to me." Fan clapped and Xianxia praised the brilliance of it. "Great plan." The youth smiled with pride, but Fan shook his head. "If I were you, this would also be the best plan." The youth frowned. "You have a better way then?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Why would I work with you if I didn't?" Fan smiled as he continued. "Your plan won't earn you even 1,000th. Since there are so many types of earth layers beneath us, the diamond sand will be stuck along the way and you will get even less." "What's your idea then?" The youth stared at him. With a mysterious smile, Fan stuck out his chin. "If brother believes me, I can get all of it, leaving nothing to Hell Valley. We will later split it evenly. What do you say? How can that be?" The youth watched them in shock, but Fan was confident. "My skill is making impossible possible." This got the youth to recall Fan's close call in killing him and nodded. "Fine. I believe you. How do we do it?" "Splendid." Fan laughed. "We are now partners. How should I address brother?" "Xianxia." The youth spoke loud and clear. Fan frowned. "Xie. You mean you're from the 7 noble houses, Sword Marquis's abode?" Waving his hand, Xianxia smiled vaguely. But they all figured out even if Fan didn't get to finish. Xianxia watched the youth for a long time in shock. Second-rate clans like the Shui clan relied on the protection of the 7 noble houses. Just that she never got to leave Blue Expanse City, not once in her life, and the only 7 noble houses people she saw were from Hell Valley. "Oh, brother Xue, what house do you come from that you're so amazing?" Xianxia couldn't help but wonder as Fan was so young, and yet no less powerful than Xianxia. In fact, Fan could have struck this disciple of Sword Marquis's abode dead if not for the spiritual armor. Thus, Fan had to be from a special background. Xianxia also turned to Fan with eager eyes. He wanted to know just which house gave birth to such a monster. Fan shook his head with a smile. "I'm no one important, just a small steward in the Luo clan of Windgaze City." "Steward? Luo clan?" The two were shocked. "Luo clan? Never heard of it." "Ha ha ha. It's quite normal for you to not know. Luo clan is just a third-rate clan." Fan smiled. This time, both of them eyed him with suspicion. They would never believe that a trifling clan could raise such an expert. Not even the imperial family and the 7 houses had many like him. "Brother, if what you said is true, you are welcome to join Sword Marquis's abode." Xianxia's eyes shined as he patted Fan's shoulder. It mattered little if Fan was being honest. He was an unpolished gem nonetheless. With Fan joining the Sword Marquis's abode, the Luo clan would one day be a second-rate clan, maybe even a peak second-rate with the house's assistance. The Sword Marquis's abode would at that time grow in power even more. For one of the 7 noble houses to personally ask for a clan to sign an agreement with them would stir all other small clans into crying if they found out. But Fan only disdained this act. Knowing where Xianxia was going with this, Fan smiled. "You're late. I already signed an alliance agreement with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. But if Sword Marquis's abode wants to sign a similar agreement, I'd be happy to oblige. Only..." "What?" Fan just dropped a bomb that shocked the other two to their cores. Alliance agreement? Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Why would Veiled Dragon Pavilion do this for a small clan? Xianxia and Xianxia took long skeptical looks at Fan. From Fan's reaction, it could be said he spoke the truth. But this news was too outrageous, even worse than if the heaven and earth switched places. The 7 noble houses could stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial family. If they discovered a clan with great potential, signing a vassal agreement was more appropriate. But an alliance agreement only ever happened between the 7 noble houses. Yet this gap in power between the house and the clan breached by an alliance agreement made it look like the emperor went out to a beggar and called him brother. Such an act would make them, the 7 houses and the emperor, look like charitable folks. But this was fundamentally impossible. Just how did Zhuofan do it? Xie Tianyang watched Zhuofan closely but shook his head in the end. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to say it. But do you have to lie to us so openly? Xianxia rolled her eyes while whining. Brother Zhua, we told you everything about us, while you still keep your secret. This is not proper. Zhuofan shook his head. The truth was taken as lies by others and he did not know how to respond. All right, Brother Zhua, let's forget it. We'll be going our separate ways when this is over anyway, with little chance of meeting again. There's no need to know everything about each other. Then, Xie Tianyang clapped. We had better listen to Brother Zhua's plan. Zhuofan nodded with a smile. He liked Xie Tianyang's attitude a lot. There was no eternal enemies and friends in the world. Only benefits. They were friends now, thanks to a mutual goal, but tomorrow they might be on opposite sides. There was no need to know too much about each other. Quite the contrary, it would be best to hide one's secret and protect one's identity. Only Xianxia pouted. Since we were brought together by fate, why can't we be friends? Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang just smiled. Zhuofan then retrieved a piece of paper from his ring and began to write on it. 15 minutes later, a strange design adorned it. Xianxia was looking puzzled, while Xie Tianyang was feeling more and more astonished with each brushwork. This? Xie Tianyang watched the finished design in shock. A first-grade array? But I've never seen this one in my life, and I've seen my fair share. Zhuofan secretly nodded. Xie Tianyang was from the 7 houses, and just like Long Kue, he had learned of arrays from a young age. But few parts of this array were from an ancient era and not seen today. Thus, he could not understand the array completely. Xie Tianyang studied the design for a long time, then looked at Zhuofan with a firm gaze. You're from the 7 houses. No, maybe even imperial. He wasn't certain, because the more he got to know Zhuofan, the more Zhuofan's talent scared him. So much that he couldn't ascertain which house Zhuofan belonged to. He even felt the 7 houses couldn't have raised such a monstrous talent. Then the only one above the houses was the imperial family. Zhuofan shook his head. I already said it. It's up to you to believe or not, but now we're working together. Xie Tianyang gave a strained nod. Follow me. Zhuofan took out a map and walked ahead with the other 2 close behind. After half a day, Zhuofan reached a stream. He gave the area a once-over and nodded. Xianxia and Xie Tianyang were filled with curiosity. This place was even farther away from the Golden Spring Pool, and near the border to the second area in the All-Beast Mountain Range. All-Beast Mountain Range was split into 3 areas based on how dangerous the spiritual beasts were. The first area was the safest, with only first and second level spiritual beasts roaming around, and the seldom third level. These were suited for foundation establishment and qi condensation cultivators to catch as spirit animals. And the Golden Spring Pool was in this area. The second area was the treasure hunting area, a place where third and fourth level spiritual beasts came and went as they pleased. Entering it while being below the bone tempering stage equaled death. But this area was filled with spiritual beasts, an important place from where strong experts got their spirit animals. The third area was deemed as the danger zone. The spiritual beasts here were of 5th and 6th level. Even a radiant stage expert would die here. As such, if one didn't have absolute confidence in his power, he would not step foot here. Zhuofan was now standing near the border between the first and second areas. Once they entered the second area, Xianxia, with her qi condensation cultivation, would find death lurking at every corner. Zhuofan took a deep breath and nodded. This is it. Xianxia and Xie Tianyang were puzzled, but Zhuofan waved. Brother Tianyang, I'll be counting on your burrowing mouse to dig a tunnel to the Golden Spring Pool. Then keep digging along this pattern. Zhuofan pointed on the map. This is where the Golden Spring Pool is. What? Xie Tianyang said, startled. For it to dig to the Golden Spring Pool is not a problem, but for it to arrange spirit stones and set an array, it will take more than 1,000 trips. Correct. 3221 to be exact. Zhuofan nodded. burrowing mouse is small and can only carry one spirit stone at a time. This means it will take 3,221 trips to set the array around the golden spring pool. Xianxia gasped and Xianxia went slack-jawed. You want to work it to death? Even the burrowing mouse seemed to understand and collapsed on Xianxia's shoulder. Shit, this punk is after my life. I can't do this idiotic thing or it'll be the death of me. Burrowing mouse shut its eyes. Even when it fell from the shoulder and landed on a rock it wouldn't open them, though its twitching gave it away. Zhuofan smirked and ignored the critter while talking to its owner. Time is of the essence. Diamond sand could erupt at any minute, so get your critter step on it. Is there no other way? Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. Zhuofan smiled. If you can snatch the diamond sand from right under their noses, then be my guest. Xianxia watched the unmoving critter on the ground with pity. Zhuofan added an incentive. There's a lot more burrowing mouse where he comes from, but as for diamond sand, only if you listen to me will you make a killing. Spurred on, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he nodded. Fine. It's just a first-level spirit animal anyway. Who would need it? Ha ha ha. The burrowing mouse jumped to its feet and pleaded to its owner with teary eyes. Master, how can you be so cruel? I'll end up working to the bone. But Xianxia was too far gone to notice its gesture. As he and Zhuofan looked like demons with their manic grins at the poor critter. Xianxia watched the cuddly and pitiful little one, and her heart swelled with love. She hugged it and comforted it as she glared at the two demons. But why would any of them care about a critter when diamond sand was at stake? At once, under the stately figure of its master, Xianxia, the burrowing mouse was compelled to dig to Golden Spring Pool. In 15 minutes, a new pattern was beginning to emerge underneath the Golden Spring Pool, all according to Zhuofan's grand design. Yet the elder stationed at the Golden Spring Pool was oblivious to everything that was happening right underneath his nose. This was only the beginning for the oppressed burrowing mouse, which was forced to work itself into the ground. The only time the trio saw it was when it came for the next spirit stone. It could take it at first, but once it was finished with its first 100 stones, it was dog-tired that even its fur was slick with sweat. Around the 500th trip, the critter was gasping. Xianxia's heart was bleeding, wanting to give the poor guy a rest. But Zhuofan and Xianxia stood like demons, just like a landlord overlooking his peasants, making sure to leave them dead tired. Especially Xianxia, having nothing but diamond sand in his head. He had no time to mind trifles like getting his spirit animal killed from overworking. This resulted with the burrowing mouse making trip after trip and Xianxia giving it a sip of water on the sly out of pity. The only thing that she could do to ease its hell. In the eyes of the little guy, she became a goddess. It was starting to hate itself for choosing poorly. Its owner just heard Demon King Zhuofan's 2 cents, and was hooked into sending it to its death. When it came out for the final time, it was close to breathing its last. Xianxia hugged it and consoled it, letting it feel the joy of a survivor. Zhuofan smiled at Xianxia. See, I told you it'd be fine. Xianxia sighed. Yeah, but this guy would hate me to the bone after this. No choice. If we wanted to have the array in place within 3 days, the only choice was its sacrifice. Zhuofan shrugged. If he'd really died of work, then it wouldn't be treated as a first-level spiritual beast. Zhuofan stood up and his hand flashed as he deployed another array on the stream's bank. With a hand sign, the spirit stones in the ground lit up. An invisible ripple spread out and the two arrays, thousands of miles from each other, were now connected. At almost the same time, the elder at the Golden Spring Pool shivered and opened his eyes with suspicion. What's going on? Why am I restless all of a sudden? Next to the stream, Zhuofan revealed a wicked grin. Only one more push. When the diamond sand erupts, Hell Valley's elder would get the shock of his life. With everything in place, Zhuofan's party entered an idle period alongside Hell Valley's elder, waiting for the eruption of diamond sand. For a while, everything was quiet and peaceful. Xianxia was feeling bored standing guard every day and thought of training his martial arts. But his worries about the diamond sand erupting and Zhuofan hogging it won over that feeling in the end. Because he knew Zhuo Fan's mannerism but not his intention, and because he didn't understand Zhuo Fan either, he held some mistrust. While Xianxia seemed to have forgotten about the diamond sand and played with the burrowing mouse every day. Xia Tianyang tried to call the critter over, but the little guy gave him an eye roll, which only worked to embarrass him. It was his spirit animal, yet it was closer with Xianxia. So he switched targets to Zhuo Fan, watching him with a perplexed look. Zhuo Fan was a riddle, be it his background or his origins. In no way would he believe Zhuo Fan's words of coming from a small clan. Among their group, Zhuo Fan was the calmest. Over the past 10 days all he did was meditate, as if he didn't care about the diamond sand at all, while in fact it also concerned him the most. Zhuo Fan, in Xia Tianyang's mind, was becoming more valued, with how rare such a character existed in the Tianyu Empire. At least he didn't have the state of mind to cultivate while waiting for the diamond sand like Zhuo Fan. Cultivating with his anxiety and restlessness would only cause a deviation. While Zhuo Fan, Xia Tianyang scrutinized Zhuo Fan, feeling envy. A sudden sound woke Zhuo Fan up. At last, the 6th layer of qi condensation. Xia Tianyang's cheek trembled and showed a resigned expression. To break through at such a crucial time, he would never reach Zhuo Fan's state of mind for years to come. This was how the trio spent the next month. Xia Tianyang was bored out of his mind. Xianxia and the critter played like crazy, sporting smiles every moment, while Zhuo Fan sat there in meditation. Rolling his eyes, Xia Tianyang was driven to the point of insanity. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have pushed the burrowing mouse that hard. The critter broke up with him so thoroughly that it wouldn't even come to relieve his boredom. Can't take it anymore, Xia Tianyang wailed. Then a sudden bang resounded across the mountain range and the ground started shaking. It's time. Zhuo Fan jumped to his feet. Xianxia, who was playing with the critter, was a bit startled and turned to Zhuo Fan and Xia Tianyang. But the two didn't look afraid, only excited. Hell Valley's 7th elder stationed at Golden Spring Pool flew higher. Ha ha ha. I have waited 2 months for this. Men, cast the nets to gather the diamond sand. The 7th elder roared and the bone-tempering guards bowed. Understood. They then began throwing golden nets into the Golden Spring Pool until it was all shining golden. At the same time, at the stream, Zhuo Fan asked, Did you prepare a net? Ha ha ha. Why would I come for diamond sand if I hadn't? Xia Tianyang laughed and cast his net. Diamond sand erupted along with lava and it needed special nets to filter it. Zhuo Fan also cast his own golden net into the stream. Xia Tianyang watched him doubtful. Brother Zhuo, what will you do now? Watch closely. Zhuo Fan smiled with confidence and his hand performed signs. Heaven and earth reverse, mountains and river switch, yin and yang shift, twin array exchange. The spirit stones laid underground shined ever brighter and each beam of light pierced the horizon. All around the Golden Spring Pool, 3,221 light pillars towered towards the sky. The 7th elder felt uneasy, but as Diamond Sand's eruption was imminent, he had no time to mind parlor tricks and fixed his eyes on the hot spring's mouth. Suddenly, a column of water sprouted from the spring, just that the heat from it was far lower. People were stunned seeing this. Reason dictated that along with the eruption of diamond sand, lava should flow out too. The hot spring's water would be so hot that not even a bone-tempering expert should be able to approach. But why was there only plain water? 7th elder blinked in a daze, then facepalmed. Damn it! Someone's playing us. He rushed higher in the air and saw thousands of light pillars in the distance. There! 7th elder seethed in rage as he charged. You're dead if you think you can play me. Meanwhile, the stream before Zhuo Fan's party was gone, replaced by a dark hole that was soon spewing lava along with fine and shiny particles. Diamond sand. Xia Tianyang was overjoyed as he turned to Zhuo Fan in shock. Brother Zhuo, you're great. How is the diamond sand erupting here? Grinning, Zhuo Fan flatly said, This array is called Heaven and Earth Shift. It is a mere first-grade array, but it can reverse yin and yang, shift mountains and rivers. I only switched diamond sand's flow to here. Zhuofan said it dully, but Xie Tianyang was shocked to the core. As far as he knew, only 6th grade and above arrays could do that, and they were all lost. But Zhuofan not only did it but used just a 1st grade array in the process. He started to recall Zhuofan mentioning Veiled Dragon Pavilion's alliance agreement. It might not be far-fetched for Veiled Dragon Pavilion to make such an agreement if they knew of Brother Zhuo's outrageous talent. Xie Tianyang watched Zhuofan closely with a secret smile. He didn't think he'd meet such a man when he decided to get the diamond sand. There may not be a second person in the empire who can set this array. Xie Tianyang then spoke. Brother Zhuo, would you like to come into Sword Marquis's abode as a venerable? Xianxia was tongue-tied. Zhuofan was so young yet, he'd get to be a venerable in one of the 7 houses. Zhuofan rolled his eyes and almost made Xianxia stumble with his next words. Save it. Veiled Dragon Pavilion tried it already and I refused them all the same. That's why they changed to having an alliance agreement. Brother Zhuo, you're showing off here. Xianxia clearly doubted his words. But Xie Tianyang nodded and said, all right, I will send someone with an alliance agreement when I get back. Where do I send it? Windgaze City's Luo clan. I will return when I am finished with my affairs. Xie Tianyang hesitated. Then I will wait for your return. I want to sign it with you. With your skills. When you leave the Luo clan in the future, we won't lose out then. Zhuofan shook his head. Why are all 7 houses the same? Xianxia gasped as her face twitched. Sword Marquis's abode is so unruly. Why would they want to sign an agreement with an outsider? And it wasn't with a clan, but with a single man. But what escaped her thoughts was that precisely because Xie Tianyang was from the 7 houses that he valued Zhuofan so much. The average clan would never see Zhuofan's value. At this time, the dark cave let out a final eruption of lava. Seeing this, Zhuofan urged, get the nets. Why the hurry? Xie Tianyang waved and continued with a smile. The nets are made of spirit metal. They won't break in lava. Zhuofan snorted. You think I don't know that? If we don't go now, we may not have a life to enjoy it. Xie Tianyang was startled as Zhuofan continued. You think all elders from Hell Valley are blind? Who wouldn't notice the light pillars? Just wait, and you will have a profound heaven expert hovering overhead. Xie Tianyang rushed in with his hand signs to recover the net. As the nets rose, the trio saw the glitters among the lava. And on the net's threads was shining sand. What do we do now? Xie Tianyang was happy seeing the net but was aware of the imminent danger. Zhuofan dragged them for 12 hours to this place for a reason most obvious, to buy time. Even a profound heaven expert would need 2 hours to reach here. During this time, they could retrieve the diamond sand and leave. But where to run was the question. Where was safe? Noticing Zhuofan gazing at the stream's opposite bank, the pair shouted, the 2nd area? Wrong. Zhuofan said dryly, the 3rd area. Gasping, the two stared at Zhuofan in a daze. Is this guy crazy? The 2nd area is dangerous enough, but going to the 3rd is suicide. But they both were oblivious to the fact that Zhuofan's aim from the start was in that area. 6th level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. We'll divide the diamond sand first then flee. Zhuofan was getting eager to get his share of the spoils when he saw the glittering dust and gave the two the cold shoulder. Xianxia and Xie Tianyang smiled bitterly. Ever since they ran into Zhuofan, they were led by the nose. Zhuofan did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The same went for abusing the critter and setting an array to steal all diamond sand. But all turned out fine in the end. Everything he did was flawless and brought success. So, despite Zhuofan making no sense, which added to their worry, the two believed he had a failsafe in place. So Xie Tianyang dropped the issue and was excited by all the glittering dust before him. Whoosh! The dust flowed like water out of the net and filled a 1-meter-tall bucket. And that was just a 3rd. So everyone started taking out any containers they had from their rings, and the coveted diamond sand soon filled vessels of all shapes and sizes. Seeing such a haul, Xie Tianyang was smiling in excitement. At first, he hoped to use the burrowing mouse to get a bit of diamond sand, and now, with a weirdo like Shuofan around, they got everything in no time at all. In refining a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, a handful of diamond sand was enough to raise its power, making it a top 5th-grade spiritual weapon. But with heaps of diamond sand, who knew how many such weapons could be made, and he could even add as much dust as he wanted in the refining process. When refining, people would add a gram, fuse it well, then add another gram, thereby increasing the amount of diamond sand progressively. With this much yield, it's even possible to make a pure diamond sand spiritual weapon. Ha ha ha. Xia Tianyang started laughing. Despite his high position in Sword Marquis's abode and not being poor in the least, compared to the diamond sand before him, it was no different than being a beggar. Shuofan saw Xia Tianyang laugh. His eyes flashed as he turned back to the glittering sand with a smirk. Sword Marquis's abode's disciples are ignorant of the world outside. Shuofan then stashed half of the sand into his ring, while he spoke in a flat tone. This is my share and the rest is yours. Xia Tianyang blinked, then smiled. No worries, it's fine if you take a bit more. They had struck it rich this time. So, even with Shuofan taking half, it was more than enough for the other two. But in the end, this wealth was divided in two, with Xianxia having no interest in it. Compared to having such a precious item, she'd rather get out of Blue Expanse City. Shuofan only took his share, leaving hers untouched. Xia Tianyang secretly nodded and took the rest of the diamond sand, and asked Shuofan, "How do we escape now?" Whoosh! Shuofan's hand held a small bottle and took 3 red pills out. He ate one and gave the rest to the 2. This is a 1st-grade pill, energy-concealing pill. It can hide our auras for a whole day and let us pass through the 2nd area while not attracting spiritual beasts. Xia Tianyang looked at the pill with amazement. That's great. Where did you get it? All Beast Mountain Range was a treasure trove that had the continent's cultivators drooling over for thousands of years. Too bad the spiritual beasts were a bit savage and kept the cultivators at bay. If they knew such a pill existed, they'd be fighting over it. Moreover, it was just a 1st-grade pill. As far as Xia Tianyang knew, the continent didn't have such a pill, or wouldn't the cultivators be flocking here by now? Xianxia was also amazed. Shuofan scratched his nose. I made it. It is unique to me. Xia Tianyang shouted. You're a freaking alchemist too? Perhaps he was a bit too amazing that Xia Tianyang even had to resort to curses. But Shuofan couldn't care less, which was evident from his shrug. Yep, the more skills the better. The shock got to Xia Tianyang so badly that his cheek was twitching. Who the hell is this punk? He's a chi condensation cultivator, yet can match me, a bone-tempering cultivator. And now he's an alchemist too. Not only that, but he also sets up a lost array and refines unprecedented pills. Until now he thought that he had met a paragon like himself, just another strong opponent like the few geniuses he found his match in the 7 houses. But with Shuofan revealing that he was also an alchemist, gave Xia Tianyang's psyche a heavy blow. Next time around, he'd never say that he was a genius, at least not when Shuofan was present. Xia Tianyang swallowed the pill and jumped across the stream and into the 2nd area. Let's go. Shuofan and Xianxia were startled. What's up with him? They didn't know that this proud and conceited genius had just fallen from Cloud 9 all the way down into the mortal quagmire. 2 hours later, a gray figure landed next to the stream. It was the 7th Elder. His face was red with rage when he saw the steaming lava, and his hawk eyes flashed with killing intent. Someone pulled the diamond sand here. Squinting, the 7th Elder huffed a few times then calmed down. But the coldness on his face grew thicker. He looked around and muttered, They just got the diamond sand and shouldn't have run far. If they stayed in the 1st area, death was only a matter of time. Then, the 7th Elder turned to the opposite bank with a sneer. Think you can get rid of me with parlor tricks? Then he soared into the 2nd area. 100 miles out, Shuofan's party was running when a sudden cawing came from behind, followed by crows taking to the sky. Shuofan stopped and looked back with a frown. What? Xia Tianyang and Xianxia also stopped. What's going on? Shuofan muttered. That elder is charging right into the 2nd area. What? Xianxia was anxious. What now? He will catch up in no time. Shuafan sighed. I don't know. I thought that the elder would first search the first area after inspecting the lava, just to be sure, thus buying us enough time. Moreover, the second area is notoriously dangerous, so I guessed he wouldn't come here to search so soon. That is why I picked this area to flee. And by the time he'd figure it out, we'd have a 6-hour lead. And for his safety in the second area, he'd be flying far slower to avoid 4th-level spiritual beasts. At that point, we'd be in the third area and he'd ultimately given up the chase. In that area, he will be in the same boat as us, food for the spiritual beasts. So he'd never go in after us. Shuafan squinted. Yet he went for the second area from the start. In this case, we only have 1 hour lead. If he catches up to us here, we're dead. Brother Zhua, haven't you heard of the 7th Elder and what he is famous for? Xianxia asked. Shuafan was startled. I only knew that a Hell Valley's elder was stationed here, but not the details. Sighing, Xianxia shook his head. Know your enemy and yourself and you shall win 100 battles. It's normal for you to make a mistake when you don't even know how dreadful the 7th Elder is. Dreadful? Shuafan frowned. Xianxia said in a severe tone. He is greatly admired in Hell Valley, and even Valley Lord Yuanshan consults with him. Or he wouldn't have left such an important city in the 7th Elder's charge. You're saying he's strong? Shuafan's brow twitched. Xianxia shook his head. Not his strength, but his schemes. He is cunning and deceitful, known as the insidious demon. His mind is filled with schemes. Many elders of the 7 houses have fallen in his ploys. Even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's elder Jiu lost his purple lightning gold eye because of the 7th Elder's plot. Many hate him to the bone, but even more fear him. No wonder Shuafan's plan fell through. He is another who plays open schemes. This kind of plot is useless against him. But the die was cast and Shuafan's only choice was to beat him at his own game. Brother Zhua, our only choice is to leave Lady Ninger behind. With our speed, we may be able to escape the 7th Elder's clutches. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he spoke firmly. Xianxia shuddered and grabbed Shuafan's arm with a pitiful look. Brother Zhua, you promised to get me out. Brother Zhua, this is not the time to be soft. Leave her behind. She will stall the 7th Elder while we escape. Xianxia's mind was set. Shuafan squinted as he contemplated, then sneered at Xianxia. Humph! If not for my energy-concealing pill, you'd have thrown me away too. Xianxia's mouth pursed. Only. Shuafan laughed it off and said, I won't abandon anyone. As for that elder, I have my way to deal with him. I will fight him right here with an array. Xianxia nodded after a careful ponder. He knew of Shuafan's skills in arrays and was certain that Shuafan was an array grandmaster. Xianxia was beaming as she heard him and was swinging Shuafan's arm on and on with a red tint on her cheeks. But they both failed to notice Shuafan's odd smile at the end. Whoosh! Beneath the shade of the forest, a gray figure flitted by. The moment a spiritual beast saw him, it would jump on him with greedy eyes. But the beast would ultimately fall to the ground lifeless with an extra fist imprint on its chest. The 7th Elder's eyes turned darker, but his speed remained the same. Unlike Shuafan, his flight attracted no little amount of trouble. Yet this only left a trail of 3rd-level spiritual beasts' corpses behind. He was lucky enough that he did not meet a 4th-level spiritual beast, or it would have been a slightly different outcome. Whoosh! Suddenly, he landed in an open area. He checked for tracks, making sure nothing escaped his sight. Hee 3 little brats. Want to run? The 7th Elder sneered. He stood upright and scrutinized his surroundings with a cold eye. Will you come out yourselves, or shall I drag you out? His yell bathed the trees in killing intent and scared off nearby spiritual beasts. Ha ha ha! I see the 7th Elder is not without his reputation. No wonder you are called Insidious Demon, finding how many we are just from a few faint signs. I am in awe. Shuafan's laughter resounded through the air. The 7th Elder frowned and paid closer attention. Kid, You have just entered the 6th layer of qi condensation. Good ears. The hidden Zhuofan felt his heart go cold. This elder was shrewder than he'd thought, a hard opponent, but he still kept his cool. 7th elder must be tired after such a long chase. And fighting here will attract 4th-level spiritual beasts. It will be quite an annoyance to you. What if we strike a deal? Which is? The 7th elder snorted and his cold eyes flitted around the area. Zhuofan smiled. 7th elder chased us for so long, all for the diamond sand. If we give you half, are you willing to let us go? You must be joking. The diamond sand was mine to begin with. You want to bargain with what you stole from me? The 7th elder laughed while being shrouded in thick killing intent. I will not only get my diamond sand but wring the life out of you brats. Then the elder rushed towards a lush tree. He struck it with his palm and made it explode, to reveal Zhuofan sitting on the rock behind it. Brat, you knew of my sharp hearing yet still talked about conditions with me. The 7th elder went for another palm attack, this time targeting Zhuofan, but the latter was calm as ever. He even smiled. I've never been afraid of revealing myself from the start. Zhuofan's hand shifted and, boom! With a loud noise, from behind Zhuofan, a towering flame rose 50 meters high, and with a bird cry it took the shape of a phoenix. It spread its wings and launched 2 fire pillars at 7th elder. Array! The elder was startled as he didn't foresee the weak brat would know about arrays. From the look of its power it had to be in 5th grade. No longer careless, he struck the pillars with his palms. Boom! Raging flames exploded and the elder was thrown back with burned palms. Looking up, the elder's carefree eyes from before sported a hint of severity now. I took you lightly. The 7th elder squinted, never imagining a 6th layer of qi condensation youth was a 5th grade array master. Too bad it won't be enough to beat me. The 7th elder soared and made a sign. A fiendish demonic shadow rose behind him from the twisting black tendrils of energy. Wails echoed around him and made the temperature drop. Zhuofan's eyes squinted and his tone lowered. Such a malevolent demonic method. Is this from Hell Valley's inheritance? Why do the dead need to know so much? The 7th elder cackled and pointed. The demonic shadow rushed at Zhuofan with a shriek. Zhuofan responded with a hand sign. The fire phoenix cried and spat flames. Bam! Flames and shadow collided in an anticlimactic way. When the fire touched the demon, hissing was heard as if it was met with ice. The 7th elder looked proud of this while Zhuofan squinted. Ninger now! A faint cry echoed and from another side not far from Zhuofan, a fierce gale hammered through the woods and exposed Xianxia sitting on a stone. At Zhuofan's call, she made the hand signs he had taught her. A chilling wind picked up and flew like a blade as it fused into the fire phoenix's attack. The fire pillar expanded 10 times in a blink and started pushing back the demonic shadow. The 7th elder's face turned grave and made hand signs to strengthen the demonic shadow. But with the help of Xianxia, Zhuofan was getting the upper hand and the 7th elder started sweating. He never saw it coming. Another person was controlling the array. But before he could think of a countermeasure, Zhuofan shouted again. Xianxia, he's yours. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for this. See how I splatter the brains of a profound heaven expert. Under Xianxia's incessant cackling, lightning burst and revealed him sitting on the other side of Zhuofan and across from Xianxia. Xianxia made a hand sign and launched a 50-meter-long lightning dragon. With a roar, it flashed right into the demonic shadow. Boom! As lightning entered the shadow, it triggered an explosion. The demonic shadow could not overcome the multiple increases in power and was blown into black pieces, soon becoming nothing but ash. The 7th elder spatted blood. This defied all logic. Today 3 brats hurt him, but the brats were far from done and battered him with the thunderflame gale again. If he didn't do something now, he'd be heavily wounded. He may even die. The 7th elder braced himself and waved the centipede-like chain that suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! The Thunderflame Gale attack was blown away as the elder took a few steps back. Zhuofan's side also shivered as each of them felt blood stagnating in their chest. It was a tie. Fourth grade demonic treasure? Zhuofan turned serious. The seventh elder gasped and barked. Good, well done. I've traveled the world for so long, but today, 3 brats have reduced me to this state. He turned to Zhuofan. I admit you're strong. If we continue, it will end with both sides dead. It's better to take your previous deal. Give me half of diamond sand and I will go. The 3 exchanged glances. Xianxia and Xianxia didn't want to offend Hell Valley and nodded. Zhuofan showed an amiable smile. All right, let's make the deal. He then jumped off the stone. The 7th elder took back his weapon and flew towards Zhuofan. When they were 10 meters apart, suddenly both their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Die, brat! Finish him! Shouting at the same time, the 7th elder revealed his demonic treasure and flung it at Zhuofan while the latter made hand signs. The flames and the centipede chain clashed. Xianxia and Xianxia were startled. Even though they missed the first clash, they soon sent lightning and wind blade toward the elder. The 7th elder couldn't dodge and had to destroy their attacks with his chain once again. But he was also forced to retreat to the skies. Eyeing Zhuofan, the elder's face turned green and white from rage. Bastard! Who would believe you? He takes a demonic cultivator to no one. Zhuofan smirked. Xianxia and Xianxia witnessed this in a daze. Who the hell are they? One is more despicable than the other. None of them is worth trusting. Both of them had only one thought since the beginning: kill. They're too damn vile, treacherous, insidious. Had one of them trusted the other, then their side would have died by now. This thought made the 2 gasp and their eyes darted at Zhuofan. Thank God we have one just as vile and insidious among us. Or we'd be dead for sure. I need to calm down first. The 7th elder took a deep breath and inspected the area with wrinkled brows. He found that the recovery of diamond sand was becoming a headache, and when he knew the trio ran into the second area, he confirmed it. With his experience, he could easily discover their meager cultivation. And with the highest among them being the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, it was no different than squeezing 3 insects. What was unbelievable though, one of them had a deep knowledge of arrays along with a cunning mind, unlike a rash and ignorant youth he posed to be. This led to the current predicament. With the 3 working together to control the array, he would never get the upper hand. However, he thought of something and his hawk eyes flashed sinisterly. You are Shui clan's 3rd young miss. The 7th elder ignored Zhuofan and switched targets, sizing Xianxia with a smile. I remember seeing you 5 years ago. You were just a child back then. My, how you've grown into a fine lady. Xianxia's heart seized and lowered her head to avoid his piercing gaze. Zhuofan shouted, 7th elder, if you have something to say it to my face. Don't go around scaring girls. Yet the 7th elder's eyes never left Xianxia. Ninger, why do you bother going against me? Shui clan is a vassal of Hell Valley. We always took care of your Shui clan. And yet here you are, resorting to this. His eyes flashed with murder as he spoke. Xianxia shivered and could no longer keep the hand sign up. Zhuofan knew that the 7th elder was threatening Xianxia and rushed to say, attack! He and Xianxia synced their hand signs, launching lightning and fire at the 7th elder. But Xianxia was still in a daze, her hands trembling. Xianxia thought, damn, Xianxia is worried for her clan and has no will to fight. Without the wind's help, there'll be a sharp decline in power. The 7th elder was fighting a psychological battle, grasping the trio's weakness. Fire and lightning combined as it neared the elder. But his centipede chain just flew at it and the attack was nulled. The 7th elder stood still in the sky while Zhuofan and Xianxia spat blood. Ha ha ha, that's better. The 7th elder cackled. Ninger, you made the right choice. These brats will wash their hands over this and leave from here, while your clan will stay forever. Zhuofan looked at the shivering Xianxia and urged, Ninger, don't listen to the old goat. He knows who you are and will destroy your clan either way. The only way to save the Xue clan is to kill him here and now. Remember my words. The Thunderflame Gale array needs 3 people to work together, and as long as the 3 are in sync, not even a profound heaven expert can escape. Another shiver reeked Xue Ningxiang's frail body, and now she stood still. The 7th Elder's words scared her, but she had finally recovered. Zhuofan smirked and shouted, "If this old coot lives, your clan is no more." Boom! His words echoed in her ears, and Xue Ningxiang rose her head to show killing intent for the first time as she muttered nonstop, "He can't leave. He has to die. He must die." Xue Ningxiang roared the last word and completed the hand sign. A green panther roared behind her and sped towards the 7th Elder, 10 times stronger than before. The Elder panicked, noticing the true power of the array in Xue Ningxiang's hands. From the start, the 2 brats used all they had in fighting me, yet she hadn't. Xue Ningxiang was a kind and gentle soul, not willing to kill even her enemy. But the 7th Elder's words struck a chord in her frail heart that she was close to losing her will for fighting. It was then that Zhuofan woke her up and lit a fire in her. The dissonance in her heart led to unleashing her full power. To protect her clan, Xue Ningxiang turned cold and unfeeling like a reaper. She was willing to do anything and everything to make sure the old geezer died here. Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang smiled and launched their own attacks. Fire, wind, and lightning combined at their strongest into an overpowering strike that threatened to consume the 7th Elder. Even the calm and collected 7th Elder was starting to feel fear. He hastily lifted the centipede chain and lashed. Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire second area, and even the sky seemed to collapse. Some 4th-level spiritual beasts even fled. The 7th Elder, who was caught in the middle, was blasted a dozen meters with his hair and beard singed as he spat blood. But this time, the blood evaporated before it touched the ground. It was proof of the intensity of the attack that pierced his inner organs. With such a heavy wound, just one more and he'd be done for. For the first time, the 7th Elder panted with fear in his eyes. Not even he could foresee that the array needed just the girl to flip out for unleashing its full power. But he understood that he would not be able to take more of such attacks. He's on his last leg. Ninger, Xie Tianyang, get ready. We'll finish him off. Zhuofan laughed as he made another hand sign, but a sudden green panther beat him and Xie Tianyang to the punch. All Zhuofan saw was Xue Ningxiang going crazy and making signs on and on as she raved. He has to die, he must die. Damn. This girl has lost it. I managed to spur her on. But now she is too far gone. Her only thought is to kill the old goat, even disregarding cooperation with her allies. Her action was limiting the array's power. The 7th Elder noticed this weakness and smiled as he charged for Xue Ningxiang. He was only facing a wind panther, and without the other 2 elements, he could breeze through it. With a swing of the centipede chain, the panther was no more. Quickly help Ninger. Zhuofan panicked as he formed hand signs alongside Xie Tianyang. Once again lightning and fire came at the 7th Elder. Yet such lack of cooperation lost the array's advantage, and the 7th Elder dealt with it easily. He flung the centipede chain, removing this nuisance, and appeared before Xue Ningxiang. But she sank in, making hand signs. The 7th Elder snorted and clutched her neck, lifting her off the ground. Xue Ningxiang began suffocating and her hands slowed down. Crazy girl. You almost had me killed. Consider yourself lucky since you still have some use, or I'd have killed you already. Ninger. Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang stood up with worry. The 7th Elder mocked them. What are you brats called anyway? Sit tight. I will deal with you in a moment. Zhuofan clenched his fists. Cough, cough, cough. Xue Ningxiang coughed, looking at Zhuofan with pleading eyes. Kill him. Don't let him harm my father. What a carrying daughter. You're still thinking about your father? Too bad these 2 brats have no way of killing me. Once I get back, I'll make sure to wipe the Xue clan for good. Tears glistened down Xue Ningxiang's cheeks. Xie Tianyang's heart hurt and roared in anger. Hell Valley Elder. Does one of your stature even know what shame is to raise your hand on a defenseless girl? There's no such thing as shame in a demonic cultivator's vocabulary. The seventh elder cackled and turned to Zhuofan. Brat, you're just like this old man, stirring this girl's will to fight with a few words. I would have taken you as my disciple if not for us being enemies. You hurt my friend, so you must die by my hands. Zhuofan's tone was irreproachable. Xia Tianyang, get ready to strike. But Ninger also agreed. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with a hard look. Xia Tianyang felt cold as he looked at Zhuofan, then saw the pleading eyes of Xianxia inside. This old man must die, or he will slaughter the Xue clan and Ninger won't ever find peace, even in death. Xia Tianyang then yelled as he made hand signs. The lightning dragon roared as it encroached on the seventh elder. Zhuofan, with his red eyes, also shouted and the phoenix behind him spread its wings. This was the strongest power they managed to unleash through their cooperation. But to all this, the seventh elder's answer was disdain. Humph, I have already figured out this array. Without wind, just you two are nothing. Xia Tianyang gnashed his teeth. Would our full power attack amount to nothing? Would we meet our end at his hands? Furthermore, Ninger's clan would be doomed. But Zhuofan revealed an evil grin. Who said we lacked wind? His hands shifted through the signs and the seventh elder was swallowed by a tornado, turning his immediate surrounding into a wind prison. Then came the lightning dragon and fire phoenix. Boom! Fire and lightning mixed, erupting in a spectacular fashion on contact with the tornado, burning everything within into nothing. This display of power was twice as strong as their best attack. This time the elder should be dead. Xia Tianyang watched it all at a loss. How the wind appeared. Zhuofan smiled, unlike someone who just lost a friend. I told you before that I can't control the fifth grade array by myself and need all three of us to work together. Right? Well, I lied. That seventh elder would have seen through you and I couldn't have deceived him in the end. What all was a lie? Xia Tianyang stammered. Zhuofan smiled. Insidious demon is beyond sharp. He is Hell Valley's sage. If I fight him alone, defeat is certain. So I arranged for you two to work with me in controlling the array and help conserve power. But this wasn't without its weakness. Us three had to be in full cooperation to unleash its greatest power. Him being the insidious demon, he would find this out with ease and would target the weakest among us. It's clear Ninger is that person and he would attack her. But he would have never guessed Ninger was the bait I laid out for him. So, he fell right into my trap. Why you're saying that you had planned on giving up on Ninger from the start? Xia Tianyang gasped. Zhuofan felt like a stranger to him. He still recalled how Zhuofan yelled at Ninger, I won't leave anyone behind. His eyes filled with righteousness. Was it all an act? What's with that look? Zhuofan sneered. Didn't you say to leave Ninger behind and flee? That she was a burden? I only thought of a more appropriate use of this burden. What of your promise to her? Xia Tianyang swallowed dryly. I heard you promised Ninger to take her outside the city. Zhuofan waved it off. The result's the same, be it living or otherwise. Seeing Zhuofan's casual manner, Xia Tianyang felt numb and a chill crawled up his spine. Only. After working together for over a month, he had thought that he somewhat understood Zhuofan's character. But now it felt like he was talking to a stranger. Such sheer cruelty made him, a seventh layer of bone-tempering expert, feel more fear than facing a radiant stage expert. But laughter came from amidst the thunderflame gale prison. Ha ha ha! Kid, you're just like me. Selfish, cruel, heartless, and won't even hesitate to use your own men. Even I'm feeling a bit afraid of you. Boom! The thunderflame gale prison blew away with a loud noise to reveal the sinister smiling seventh elder. Yet now he held another centipede chain in his hand, this one black. The two chains formed a helix around him, sparing his life from the dreadful attack. But even so, his body was littered with burn marks, and one could even see the bone in some places as blood seeped out. It was obvious that he survived because of these chains, and that too against the true power of the Thunderflame Gale array. After spitting some burning blood, the seventh elder gasped, but his wicked eyes never left Xuefan for a moment. "Kid, I have always been quick to pick up on things related to my enemies everywhere I went, but today you almost had me killed. I have to admit, I never met such dreadful brat in my life." Xuefan looked over to see Xianxia unconscious at his feet. But she wasn't dead. Perhaps the chain helix protected her the same way it protected the elder. But it wasn't like Xuefan cared if she lived or died. He just kept staring at the black centipede chain. "You have another fourth-grade demonic treasure?" I used to have only one." The seventh elder joined the two centipede chains together to form a black and white chain. "This fourth-grade demonic treasure, yin-yang chains are of one body. I usually attack with the yang chain and use the yin chain to kill my enemy at the right time. But to save myself today, you forced me to reveal my yin chain. You should be proud of that. Even profound heaven experts only figure out the truth at the moment of their deaths." Xuefan gnashed his teeth. "The insidious demon title fits you like a glove. You were willing to suffer a heavy wound just to keep this move hidden. But of course." The seventh elder coughed blood twice, but his face still retained the sinister smile. "With how the world is filled with lies and schemes, I prefer to keep my strongest move hidden. That is why my ploys always succeed while the ones against me fail. But today is the exception." The seventh elder's eyes flashed and threw the yang chain at Xuefan and the yin chain at Xianxia as he roared, "Too bad you're out of tricks and can't beat me? I beg to differ." Xuefan smirked and made a hand sign, making a bloody light fly out of Xianxia towards the seventh elder. The elder was seriously hurt and the chains were far away. Xuefan watched him like a hawk just to find if he also had a defensive demonic treasure. This way he could put Blood Infant to good use. In his sorry state, if Blood Infant was to get inside the seventh elder, he'd be refined without even a means to resist. This was Xuefan's true killing move. Even the Thunderflame Gale prison was only used as bait to reveal all the elder's cards. Xuefan refused to believe a man with the insidious demon fame had no hidden means to save himself. Demonic creature. On the other hand, the seventh elder was startled by the bloody light. He now figured out what Xuefan really intended when he said Xianxia was the bait. It wasn't just to trap him in the Thunderflame Gale prison but to also hide a killing move. With how close he was to her, he had no way of dodging. Insidious Demon had to admire Xuefan's cunning mind for beating him at every turn. Xuefan was expectant of victory as he smiled. "It's over, seventh elder. This fight is my win." Suddenly, the seventh elder's yang chain pierced through Xuefan's chest. He felt his heart being crushed. A large hole was left behind on his body, with pieces of his heart here and there. "This is impossible." Xuefan was confident that the Blood Infant would gain control of the seventh elder once it entered him, also stopping the yang chain's attack. But the truth was the chain never stopped. Xuefan even felt his organs withering and seeping life force. This wasn't caused by the chain, but by Blood Infant's injury. Puking blood, Xuefan watched in shock as Blood Infant hung behind the seventh elder. A flash of silver revealed a needle impaling Blood Infant's chest. Third-grade demonic treasure. Twisted needle. The seventh elder sneered at Xuefan and pulled back the twisted needle into his elbow. Blood Infant collapsed and Xuefan fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with dread. He couldn't believe he just lost. Bam! A sound was heard from the side. Xianxia struggled for his life, but the yin chain lashed over his chest and he was now spitting blood. It was thanks to his spiritual armor that he was still breathing. Ignoring the rest, the seventh elder walked to Xuefan calmly. "Kid, I am known as the insidious demon. How can anyone outsmart me?" The seventh elder watched the dying Xuefan. "You're good, real good. Your schemes even make me feel fear. In a decade or two you will become an outstanding demonic cultivator. Not even the #1 sage in Tianyu can compare to you. A pity you won't live so long." Because I am afraid of what you'll become. You are the first to ever make me feel this way. He was about to land the finishing blow. You might die at my hand, but do not feel bad. Our cunningness is about the same, but I am stronger. In front of true power, all tricks, all methods are moot. The seventh elder's palm came from above, and Zhuofan could even hear the whistling wind. He didn't want to die, but he had nothing left to fight with. A loss was a loss, be it in power or cunningness. And the one to lose died. But he had so many things he wanted to do. So what? The loser never had a choice to begin with. Closing his eyes, Zhuofan took one last breath and blacked out. Roar! A sudden roar shook the entire all-beast mountain range, and the seventh elder's palm stopped an inch above Zhuofan's head. Along with the roar, a wave of flames came to engulf everything. It swallowed trees and left empty husks behind. The seventh elder was startled. Looking towards the third area, he said with uncertainty, "Why is this monster coming to the second area?" Taking another look at the hopeless trio, he gnashed his teeth and fled, even disregarding the diamond sand. A bird cry soon followed and the skies darkened. A huge bird wing trailed above, overshadowing the earth. The spiritual beasts shivered in their caves. The huge bird's wing burned blue, and each flap sent sparks everywhere. Wherever the sparks landed, flames torched all of it into nothing. The previously lush forest was now reduced to ash after the bird passed. Not even bones were left of the fourth-level spiritual beasts touched by the flames. The huge bird flew for a while then left, but the forest beneath it was no more. Zhuofan and the other two were lying unconscious among the ashes. Some spiritual beasts passed by, but finding them dead, they left. In fact, it was thanks to the energy-concealing pill that hid their auras. Cough, cough, cough. With a light cough, Xianxia strained her eyes open, but shock swept her heart. Why is the forest gone and only ash remained? The seventh elder couldn't have done this. She looked around in haste for Zhuofan and Xianxia and saw them lying unconscious. Zhuofan had the most critical injury, bleeding from the hole in his chest. He wasn't too far from breathing his last. Brother Zhua! Xianxia was on Zhuofan with a cry and turned him over to see the fist-sized wound in his chest which went all the way through his back. His face paled by the second and his temperature dropped. Tears welled in Xianxia's eyes and fell along with her anxious voice. Brother Zhua, wake up! Wake up! Perhaps it was the soft tears or the incessant shouts grating on his ears that made Zhuofan crack his eyelids. Brother Zhua, you're awake. Xianxia was glad. Zhuofan moved his lips but was too weak to even let out words. Watching her tear-stained face, Zhuofan took a deep breath and squeezed his last drop of energy into pointing. But his hands soon fell limp. Xianxia caught his gesture and saw Blood Infant in a pool of blood. You want me to bring it over? She asked. Zhuofan blinked weakly, the only thing he could do in his current state. Xianxia thus marched to Blood Infant and was soon back with it in her arms. She then placed it on the hole in Zhuofan's chest. Blood Infant flashed red and was back in Zhuofan's body. He let out a breath as his complexion started improving slightly. His and Blood Infant's lives were shared, so much so that its wound was far more important than his own injury. As long as Blood Infant was fine, him suffering heavy wounds would matter little. But now Blood Infant's life hung by a thread. Without his blood essence, he could only keep it alive for a short while longer. He was in a worse condition too and had no way to save it. But as Blood Infant was kept alive, a bit of energy returned to him. Be blood? Zhuofan whispered hoarsely. Xianxia paused a moment, then cut her wrist with a dagger and brought her hand to Zhuofan's lips. The girl's blood dripped in Zhuofan's mouth and he slowly recovered a bit more energy. Xianxia let out a relieved sigh and even sported a faint smile. But Zhuofan suddenly bit her wrist, sucking the blood out. Xianxia braced through the pain and let him have his fill. Time passed, but Zhuofan's appetite didn't drop. Xianxia's face paled and was even getting woozy. She knew it was from the blood loss, but she didn't stop him. When Zhuofan finally let go and gasped for fresh air, He saw Xianxia's pale countenance and felt complicated. "Thank you." Zhuofan now had the strength to speak. "Thanks to the blood." Xianxia smiled. She was feeling weak, but her smile looked mesmerizing to Zhuofan. Recalling his previous act, his heart began to feel guilt. With a thought, a blue bottle flashed in his hand. "Ninger, these are third-grade heart-protecting pills. Give me one, you take the second, and give the third to the kid if he isn't dead." Xianxia nodded and fed the first pill to him. She checked Xie Tianyang and found him alive. Excited, she fed him a pill but saved hers. Zhuofan was laid on the ground, but his heart was clear. "Ninger, you are also hurt. Why aren't you taking it?" Ninger shook her head. "It's only a scratch. This pill is too precious and it's better used on you too." "Ha ha ha, not in the least. It came from Veiled Dragon Pavilion anyway. So don't worry." Zhuofan smiled. He came to All Beast Mountain Range prepared, not only in spirit stones but also in pills. Since the Imperial family and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were providing the Luo clan with stuff, he had everything besides the truly rare pills. Some of his pills were something not found even in the entire Tianyu Empire, refined by yours truly. "I didn't think I'd use them so fast." "Ninger, take it, it's yours." A snort came and Xianxia turned towards Xie Tianyang. He was also worse for wear, not life-threatened like Zhuofan, but he couldn't move still. He would need 3 to 5 months to heal. Zhuofan couldn't budge, but neither could he. Even so, his fear of Zhuofan wasn't that high and said with a clipped tone, "Ninger, this big brother Zhuo wanted to use you as bait from the start. This is his just deserts." When Zhuofan exposed his plan, she was already unconscious in the Thunderflame Gale prison explosion. But hearing it now, she was startled and looked at Zhuofan with the hope that he'd deny. She refused to believe that brother Zhuo, who stood by her side for over a month, would be so cruel as to throw her away. She hoped this was a misunderstanding, that Zhuofan would refute Xie Tianyang's claims. But Zhuofan remained silent, and his cold eyes refused to meet hers for the first time. With tears welling, Xianxia forced her sorrow down, but her heart felt like being stabbed with a knife. She didn't realize when, but Zhuofan meant a lot to her. She didn't feel hate for being cast out, but pain. Sensing her pain, Zhuofan hesitated. "Ninger, it's fine, you don't need to say anything." Xianxia wiped her nose and forced a smile. "I know brother Zhuo is brave and smart, that all went according to your plan. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding." She whipped her head around and left. "I'm going to look for branches and make a stretcher. We can't keep staying here." Watching her walk away like nothing had happened, Xie Tianyang rose an eyebrow. "Hey, Ninger, you're going to forgive him just like that? He is hurt and can't move. Now's your chance for revenge." Yet Xianxia didn't return. Xie Tianyang wanted to yell again, but then Zhuofan's snort came. "Zip it. If you want to die, just ask." "Humph. You have it worse than me. Let's see you try." Xie Tianyang put up a tough front, but fear gnawed his heart because of the naked killing intent laced in Zhuofan's words. Seeing with his own eyes how Zhuofan had fought the seventh elder, he knew the horror Zhuofan could unleash. Despite losing, Zhuofan played with that insidious demon to such a state. He felt both fear and hatred towards Zhuofan. Hate for his unfeeling heart to his friends and fear from his cunning mind. But then a new feeling triumphed them both. Something the genius disciple of Sword Marquise Abode never felt before. Awe. Xianxia was soon back with wood and made 2 stretchers. When she placed them both on each, Zhuofan wanted to apologize but swallowed his words when he saw her avoiding him. Rumble. With a thunderclap, the rain started pouring down on the ashen forest and helped the saplings grow. Xianxia tied the stretchers with rope and trudged through the mud. Because of the heavy rain, the rough mountain path, and the blood loss, she fell down again and again. But she pressed on like a machine, dragging them ever forward. The 3 never spoke a word the entire time. Even Xie Tianyang's complaints about taking revenge fell silent. The 2 felt worse and worse the more they saw Xianxia's pale face as she pulled them. Xie Tianyang was the first to mention casting her away for being weak. Zhuofan went a step further by rejecting the idea in a dignified manner. only to throw her out as bait not much later. And now, the two were in dire straits, useless for months to come. But Xianxia's heart remained steady and firm, never abandoning them. The two felt heavy in their hearts from the huge debt they had for her. How can we ever repay it? On the muddy and slick mountain road, a bump appeared and the burrowing mouse revealed itself. It ran towards Xianxia as soon as it came out. Now that she saw the little guy, her smile came back on her face, since losing it when she found of Zhuo Fan's betrayal. Afraid of Critter's suffering, she drove it away before their fight with the seventh elder. But now it came back. The little guy was jumping around her leg in joy, then skipped ahead of her. Xianxia guessed that it was showing the way and dragged the stretchers to a cave. Happy, she pulled the two people into the cave for sheltering from the rain and healing their wounds. But Zhuo Fan looked around once and shouted in panic, "We can't stay here, we have to leave now." Xianxia turned to Zhuo Fan with a start. Zhuo Fan spoke while gazing at the weeds around the cave. "That is soothing grass. That's perfect, it can help relieve fatigue." "What is wrong with that?" Xianxia asked. Zhuo Fan said annoyed, "That's true for humans, but for spiritual beasts, it has a calming effect that attracts nearby spiritual beasts." Xianxia was anxious. "That means trap?" Zhuo Fan nodded. "Yes, a trap made by predators. The burrowing mouse was drawn here and led us right to it. Curses, you can just bury your head and run, but we'll have to suffer. Why had I taken you in anyway?" Xianxia snapped at the critter. He wasn't as brash usually, but he was now hurt and powerless to resist an attack. In this grim state, falling in a trap was the last straw. To escape from the seventh elder yet die in a beast's trap was something this genius disciple couldn't accept. The burrowing mouse squeaked a few times with a lowered head. Xianxia hugged it to her chest and spoke softly to Zhuo Fan. "What do we do now?" She had ill feelings towards Zhuo Fan, but she always turned to him for help when the going got tough. "What else?" "Run." Xianxia cut him off. Zhuo Fan asked hastily, "What time is it?" Xianxia looked outside the cave, but the rain clouds blocked the sky. She shook her head. "I'm not sure, a day must have passed by now." "Damn," Zhuo Fan said gravely. "The energy-concealing pill must have worn off and we are now easy targets. I'm guessing beasts must be coming here in droves." "What?" Xianxia jumped. "You said droves?" Zhuo Fan nodded. "The truly strong spiritual beasts don't stoop so low to use this trick. Only low-level spiritual beasts place traps and move in packs." Just then, along with the sound of rain, roars of beast echoed, and several pairs of cruel eyes fixed on the cave's mouth. A rough look would spot around 1,000 heads. Bloodthirsty wolves. Zhuo Fan sighed. "We're finished." Bloodthirsty wolves are second-level spiritual beasts, but with their numbers, they must have a third-level wolf king among them. Not even a fourth-level spiritual beast would dare to mess with them. Xianxia saw the faint green eyes getting ever closer. "Woe is me! Heaven must be jealous of my outstanding talent and wants to pluck me." Xianxia looked worried while Zhuo Fan had his trademark unflappable expression. "Xianxia." Zhuo Fan said, "Give your sword to Ninger." "Ninger?" Xianxia didn't understand. "My star sword may be a fourth-grade spiritual weapon, but Ninger is in the chi condensation stage. It's not enough to deal with those savage beasts." He spoke of the difference in cultivation and leveled his eyes at Zhuo Fan. "She isn't like you, fighting bone tempering and profound heaven experts, while in chi condensation stage." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Ninger won't be fighting the beasts, but escaping their encirclement." He took out a bottle from his ring but didn't have the strength to lift it. "Ninger, take this energy-concealing pill." Zhuo Fan spoke calmly. "Use it to leave all Beast Mountain range once you break the encirclement, but don't go to your clan. Leave the city." Xianxia now understood Zhuo Fan's plan, so he too took out his star sword. Their debt to Ninger was too great, and at this point they were nothing but dead weights. Seeing their firm gazes, Xianxia took the sword and ran outside. Both Xianxia and Zhuo Fan revealed a smile, feeling a weight being lifted off their chests. "This way we can repay her kindness." Even if we die, we can do it free of regrets. Xia Tianyang mumbled. Zhuofan spoke blandly. I don't care about returning favors, just felt unwilling to die like this. I just don't want this girl to keep looking after me. Humph! How cold-hearted! Xia Tianyang snapped. After that short banter, the two were at peace, waiting for the bloodthirsty wolves to devour them. But then wails came, followed by blood splattering on both of them. When they looked towards the mouth of the cave, they were shocked to see Xianxia standing guard at the entrance. Some bloodthirsty wolves were circling around trying to enter but were cut down by her. With her standing guard and this being the only entrance, the wolves were kept at bay. Ninger, what are you doing? Zhuofan shouted. Xianxia slashed and 3 more wolves fell. She looked back with a shy smile. See, with me standing here, they will never get in. Idiot, those are nothing but cannon fodder. The Wolf King wouldn't care if they died. He's trying to tire you out before killing you. Zhuofan cursed, but his eyes were filled with worry. Xianxia smiled. That Wolf King is a beast uncaring for his pack. But you are my most important friends. I won't abandon you. She killed another 2 incoming wolves. Because of the blood loss and the fatigue of carrying the 2, she felt weak and pale. She was shaking with the wind and seemed like she might collapse any second. Yet her eyes were headstrong. Xianxia slashed, again and again, piling wolf corpses at her feet in a pool of blood. Her brows were drenched, her breathing haggard, her arms numb, but her back remained straight against the incoming storm. Watching her frail body, Zhuofan's eyes filled with warmth. He closed his eyes, not wishing to see the end as pain laced his heart. Zhuofan! Xia Tianyang yelled. I just realized, we're both damn bastards. N. Zhuofan groaned a response. Xia Tianyang looked over to Xianxia braving outside and he also closed his eyes. Ah! Xianxia let out a cry as a wolf bit her wrist when her strength failed her. It then pinned her to the ground. Then another wolf pounced on her other hand. She wanted to get up and keep fighting but felt too weak to move. She had surpassed the limits of her body long ago and was now powerless to deal with 2 weak wolves. She couldn't even feel the blood flowing out from the bite wounds on her hands. Zhuofan and Xia Tianyang knew this was going to happen but kept their eyes closed. They wanted to be spared from the sight of the girl getting mauled. While 2 wolves pinned her arms, the rest were closing in as Xianxia's breathing grew faint. If they could, the 2 in the cave would have covered their ears. In celebration of a successful hunt, the pack howled and the Wolf King, 3 times bigger than the rest, strutted before Xianxia. Licking its fangs, the Wolf King howled and opened its maw to ravage Xianxia. With her eyes blacking out, all she could see were vague shapes. Zhuofan and Xia Tianyang still had their eyes closed. Roar! Just as the Wolf King was about to bite her, a sudden roar echoed from deep within the all-beast mountain range. Zhuofan and Xia Tianyang blanked out the moment it reached them. The 1,000 bloodthirsty wolves' pack collapsed one after the other, with only the Wolf King staggering from fear. But before it could retreat, a flame swept over the wolves, not even leaving ash behind. Even the Wolf King couldn't survive and disappeared from this world. Unbelievable enough. Zhuofan's party survived unharmed, though unconscious. Zhuofan! Zhuofan vaguely heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. What is with this foggy place? Where am I? He looked around. But then it occurred to him he was heavily wounded, so how could he move? Suddenly, 2 blue flames ignited. It fused together to reveal a burning blue-robed figure floating high above. Is your name Zhuofan? I heard the 2 kids call you as such. The figure smiled. His voice fit a sturdy middle-aged man, but it wasn't clear from his appearance. Zhuofan was suspicious. Who are you? You don't need to know. The figure replied. This is my domain, and here, I ask the questions. Zhuofan, why have you come to All Beast Mountain Range? The blue figure asked. Zhuofan thought for a moment. To capture a spiritual beast and make it my demonic creature. What spiritual beast? 6th level spiritual beast? Thunder Skylark. Why? Zhuofan's eyes swiveled. Why else? To increase my power. Boom. A loud noise resounded and Zhuofan felt like his head was about to explode. Ha ha ha. The figure laughed. Boy, we are inside your consciousness. It's easy for me to tell when you lie. Zhuofan looked at the figure in fear. He could enter others' consciousness on his own. Such power went beyond Radiant stage, maybe even above the mortal domain. Are you from the sacred domain? Zhuofan gasped. He never thought that it was possible to run into a sacred domain's expert in the mortal domain. The figure was also surprised that Zhuofan knew about sacred domain and nodded. You aren't normal to know of sacred domain, to apply ancient arrays, and refine the blood infant. Zhuofan was shocked to find that all his actions were monitored. This man even knew of blood infant. Matters regarding Patriarch Blood Demon were decades old and very few people knew of them even in the sacred domain. If he hadn't stumbled upon the 9 Serenities' secret records, he would be none the wiser. But who exactly are you? I said it before, only I ask the questions here. The figure replied coldly. Why do you want the Thunder Skylark? Speak the truth. Zhuofan was pensive, but found no way out. I want to go to Lightning Canyon and search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. For that, I need the Thunder Skylark to block the purple lightning. What? The blue figure never anticipated such an answer, but laughed in glee. Ha ha ha! Good. Great even. That is a good place. You should definitely go. The figure vanished and popped right in front of Zhuofan's face. Zhuofan was startled but didn't pick up any bad intentions from him. The figure then tapped Zhuofan's forehead and a blue flame seeped in. Zhuofan only felt gentle energy from his forehead. Ha ha ha, boy, we are fated, so here's a gift. I hope you can help me in the future. The figure was gone, but his words rang in Zhuofan's ears. You can find the Thunder Skylark 3,000 miles into the 3rd area. Do your best to catch it. Wait. Zhuofan sat up with a start. A ray of sunshine shone through the cave's mouth and forced him to cover his eyes. To his surprise, he found that he could actually move. Although still weak, he was mostly recovered. Inspecting himself in detail, he found the blood infant laying depressed in his dantian, but its life was no longer hanging by a thread. Even its eyes were trembling, on the verge of waking up. Being shocked was an understatement. Zhuofan knew the expert he met last night was someone who rose above the mortal domain. Or he wouldn't have had the ability to heal his wounds overnight along with blood infants. But why did he choose me? Zhuofan rubbed his forehead, recalling that the man had planted something there. But his weak self didn't allow him to see clearly what it was. He shook his head in the end. It doesn't matter, anyway he saved me. Whatever his reasons are, I will figure them out sooner or later. With his current strength, what could he do against that man? Mocking himself, he realized that he was overthinking things sometimes. It had to do with the fact that he was in the 6th layer of chi condensation with the heart of an Emperor stage expert. What a pain! So, his current objective was to boost his strength. The strong had the final say in everything. He sighed as he looked at the incoming sunshine. Despite the somber feeling exuding from the burned trees, the sun brought a ray of hope. A groan interrupted his musing and Zhuofan found Xianxia's weak figure in a pool of blood. He rushed to her and fed a heart-protecting pill. A gentle yuan qi traveled within her body and Zhuofan breathed easy. The girl's wounds were only skin-deep. She had overused her yuan qi in her fight against the bloodthirsty wolves and needed just a few days to recover. But the pale face of Xianxia brought another wave of worry in his heart. He then started to remove the dirt from her face. Feeling his rough hand, Xianxia cracked her eyes open and showed a sweet smile. Brother Zhua, are we dead? Rest easy. We are alive and well. Liar. How are you able to move when you were so hurt? Xianxia mumbled. But, at least we died together. And the girl faded into unconsciousness at the last word. Zhuofan watched her peaceful expression and carried her inside the cave to lay her next to the soothing grass. It was the best item in relieving fatigue for humans. Now he was standing beside the unconscious Xia Tianyong, with a not-so-friendly face. "Yo, get up I say." Zhuofan kicked him lightly twice for good measure, but he was still as a rock. Zhuofan sneered and swung his leg way back before kicking with enough oomph on Xia Tianyong's ass. Ah! A wail that shook the heavens and the forest was heard. It even frightened the spiritual beasts around. I say, what's with this ghastly yell? Trying to wake the heavens? The all-beast mountain range doesn't lack dreadful monsters, you know. Xia Tianyong shivered as he reined in his tears. What is this place? What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty even in death? Is kicking once cruel? You, a sword marquis's abode young master, have seen nothing yet. Zhuofan smiled at Xia Tianyong's shocked face. Xia Tianyong was startled seeing Zhuofan. Did you kick me? Why the hell? We clearly died together, so why can you hit me? Zhuofan grinned. If we're dead, all of us would be equals. Too bad we are alive and kicking. And since you weren't moving, what, we're alive? Xia Tianyong stopped listening after that and laughed. Ha ha ha. It's the same cave. We are alive. But then his mood soured, eyeing Zhuofan up and down before yelling. Why are you able to move while I can't? You had it far worse than me, and your cultivation is weaker too. Zhuofan shrugged and perked an eyebrow, exasperating the self-entitled genius disciple. Xia Tianyong's lip quivered as he wailed in frustration. Freak! Not for the life of him could he comprehend how Zhuofan was jumping around after having his life hanging by a thread just 2 days ago. Even he, a bone-tempering expert, would need 2 months of recovery to be able to stand. He was vexed enough knowing that Zhuofan was stronger than him, despite their realm difference, and better skilled than him, despite their differences in background. Now though, this damn punk showed a miracle, jumping back on his feet in no time at all. How can one even bloody compare? It's like being left light years behind. Zhuofan, tell me the truth. Who the heck are you? Xia Tianyong spat. Zhuofan lost his smile and patted Xia Tianyong's shoulder. Human of course, though just slightly above average. Xia Tianyong was pissed off by Zhuofan's attitude. But his bad state didn't help him vent. And even if he could move, Zhuofan's array would just splatter him into pieces. This made bitter tears flow down his cheeks. A genius disciple's pride was crushed completely. Nonetheless, Zhuofan moving about had its upside. He could set up an array to defend them. Xia Tianyong had nothing to say to that. It brought far more advantage with Zhuofan recovered than if it was him instead. His cultivation only helped protect himself in such a place, let alone others. Spirit stones flew out of his ring and Zhuofan set up an ancient first-grade concealing array. At that moment, the cave disappeared from this place and not even a 6th-level spiritual beast would find it even if they passed through. The trio could finally heal in peace. Xianxia woke up 3 days later and was wild with joy knowing that they weren't dead. Then she wondered where those wolves went and why they didn't eat the trio. Xia Tianyong was unclear about this too, but Zhuofan frowned, finding it tied to the expert he met in his consciousness. It was in this manner the trio recouped for 3 months. Zhuofan was back to full health while Xia Tianyong could now exert 70% of his power. Xianxia recovered long ago and spent her time playing with the burrowing mouse. Both of them were happy seeing her smile again, thinking of her like a little sister. Xianxia too started to feel more dependent on the two. Whoosh! 100 meters away from the cave, Xia Tianyong hacked a rock as he smiled towards Xianxia not far away. He clearly recovered to 80%. Xianxia clapped excitedly alongside the burrowing mouse. Zhuofan walked over with a smile. Nice power you have there. You should enter the 8th layer of bone tempering stage soon. Didn't you also enter the 7th layer of qi condensation after your wounds healed? Xia Tianyong clipped. Besides, Zhuofan, how can your eyes be that good to detect me breaking through before I do? Xianxia waved her hand to placate them. Why are you always arguing when you meet each other? You weren't like this before. Isn't it his fault? Xia Tianyong stuck out his chest and cursed Zhuofan. After all this time, I still can't forgive this brat for using Ninger as bait. How can I not be pissed? What arguing? I'm itching to give him a beating. Pot calling the kettle black. Who was it that said to dump her and stall the seventh elder? Zhuofan countered. I never. Xianxia was at a loss, but soon recovered his courage. I didn't know Ninger was so great, all right? Moreover, it's far better than being used as bait. I'm a demonic cultivator. It's normal to be more immoral than a righteous cultivator like you. Immoral? You're a bloody criminal by comparison. Seeing Zhuofan and Xianxia quarreling over her, Xianxia gestured for them to stop. Come on. Don't argue. It's all in the past. I don't care anymore. So why are you bringing it up? No, I want to give you justice. Xianxia grabbed her shoulders while glaring at the smiling Zhuofan. It's all right, we are friends who braved through life and death together. It's water under the bridge. Xianxia showed a smile at the two and extended a pinky. Xianxia smiled wryly and was hesitant in extending his pinky, but he did nonetheless. He was followed by an indifferent Zhuofan. The three pinkies touched and they started to feel warm and fuzzy inside. Finding a close friend in life was hard, but finding one to brave death alongside oneself was even harder. From now on, they would never abandon each other, no matter what. Zhuofan suspected he'd be hard-pressed to find any closer friends in this life. As they took back their respective fingers, Zhuofan smiled. Now that we have recovered, we will each go our own way. Startled, the two didn't understand why he'd say this. Zhuofan shook his head. Sorry, that was my mistake. I want to leave. Xianxia, I'm afraid I can't take her out of the city. Help her in my stead. Brother Zhua, where are you going? Xianxia felt nervous. Zhuofan replied with a determined tone. The third area. What? Xianxia and Xianxia shouted. At first we wanted to avoid the seventh elder by going there, but why would you still want to go? Zhuofan's eyes flashed with guilt. To be honest, it was my objective from the start. I wanted to go together because you were useful. Bastard, you wanted more baits? Xianxia cursed. Zhuofan nodded. Yes, so if you don't want to die, run along. The farther from me the better. As he replied, Zhuofan turned to leave. Wait! Xianxia pulled his hand with a shy smile. Brother Zhua, if you don't consider me as a burden, take me with you. Even if I were to become bait, it is all right as long as I can stay with you. Zhuofan was startled and his heart throbbed. Xianxia advised, Hey Ninger, this guy's no good. But Xianxia's gentle eyes only had Zhuofan in them. And so Xianxia also reluctantly chose to put his hands together with theirs. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. You two want to follow me? Yes. Xianxia felt lifeless. But don't misunderstand. I'm not coming to help you but to make sure you don't betray Ninger. Only. Zhuofan smiled. With how smart you are, I might go and betray you both. But he didn't voice it. Meeting the two of them could be considered as his fortune. Friends in life and death were hard to find. The forest in All Beast Mountain Range's third area was so thick it blotted out the sun. It was also packed with vicious spiritual beasts that roared at any passing moment. It painted such a gruesome picture that struck terror in any who were intent in setting foot inside. Suddenly, a low bush stirred despite the lack of wind. Zhuofan's party stuck to the ground as they crawled, making use of the bushes as cover. They did take energy-concealing pills, but unlike the previous areas, if any spiritual beast saw them here, it spelled doom. As such, this was the only viable way to advance, moving at a crawl 3,000 miles inland. With each roar and cry, fear struck, soaking their brows with sweat. Blast it! We'll never get anywhere crawling like this. After half a day of wiggling through 10 miles, Xianxia complained and sat with arms crossed. I'm not doing it anymore. It's too lame. Besides, you think a fifth-level spiritual beast lies at every corner. Fool! Get down before it's too late. Zhuofan cursed. Xianxia smirked in disdain. How will that help? With how tall the fauna is here, you think they'll spot us at a glance. Roar! In reply to his disdain, a reverberating roar deafened the trio. They turned to see 5 towering trees being pushed to the ground. A 50-meter-tall black bear appeared. Seeing its meal, the black bear roared with bared fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. 4th-level spiritual beast, Mad Storm Bear. Zhuofan cried as the trio shook in fear. Xianxia was even rooted in place. Before the bear could jump on its prey, a tail thick as a bucket coiled around its body. The bear was squeezed and thrown into the heavens above as its pitiful cry grew faint. When it came back down, a maw opened wide and swallowed it whole. As the maw closed, blood sprayed in the surroundings, forming a pool beneath it. Even Zhuofan felt a shiver of fear. That was a 30-meter-long python with a scarlet crest and rock-hard scales. Its cold eyes flashed, on the prowl for the next meal. 5th-level spiritual beast, Diamond Crest Python. Run! Zhuofan yelled as he sped up his crawling, and the other 2 worked to catch up. Even Xianxia disregarded his sorry state and crawled with them. He came face to face to the horrors of this area. One slip and he was a goner. It was plainly obvious why even a Radiant Stage expert would die here. When the Diamond Crest Python ate the bear, because of its bulk, it didn't notice the trio and left after its meal. Damn you, Zhuofan! I must have been insane for agreeing to come with you to this hell. Xianxia worked his all not only to crawl but also to complain on and on, afraid he would soon lose his life without venting. He was on the verge of tears. He had heard this place was savage, but not to this extent. If he'd try to even stand taller than waist height, he'd soon find danger setting its sights on him. Zhuofan mocked. No one told you to come. Why don't you crawl your way back? Xianxia was looking at the sky. Curses, the sun is setting. Nocturnal spiritual beasts will be on the hunt soon, and crawling won't work against them. I'll be dead in a second. Better stick to Zhuofan. He would set up an array and no spiritual beast would wander in. Annoyed, Xianxia had an edge in his voice. Since I'm in the same boat as you, once I wander back it will be plain suicide. Zhuofan and Xianxia shook their heads. Then the trio's schedule was crawling by day and ducking under an array at night. And after a month they finally crawled through 3,000 miles till their limbs and waist went sore. The good news was that the closer they got, the fewer the spiritual beasts spotted. Zhuofan knew they entered the territory of those 6th-level spiritual beasts, where no weaker beast would dare step a paw in. In the 3rd area, 6th-level spiritual beasts were kings. If they found some oblivious beastie wandering into their domain, they'd chase it even for 1,000 miles, all to preserve a king's dignity, especially if humans were involved. Stretching and exhaling, Zhuofan felt a bit better. Despite his relaxed manner, Xianxia had his eyes peeled as he cautiously rose to his feet. We can stand here? Zhuofan nodded with a smile. On our way here, there were too many eyes and ears on the lookout for any movement, so we crawled to avoid the spiritual beasts. Here, though, is the domain of 6th-level spiritual beasts. Hiding will be much more effective than crawling in this place. Xianxia finally found safety for the first time in a month and smiled. So it's much safer here than other places? Zhuofan arched an eyebrow. You can say that, but we'll die even faster bumping into a 6th-level spiritual beast. Xianxia's smile vanished and his tone held some bite. Then what the hell are we doing here? Tame them? How? Zhuofan smiled with confidence. He had considered this point a long time ago. He came to such a deadly place as the 3rd area with a plan. He only needed to slip a bloodworm into the Thunder Skylark and all was well. But the problem was how. Rumble. Zhuofan was cooking up a plan when a sudden noise shook the world. The trio felt the earth shaking beneath their feet. They blinked in shock. This had to be from another devastating clash of spiritual beasts. But throughout their crawling, never had they heard a sound so loud. Not even when 2 5th-level spiritual beasts fought. There could only be one answer. 6th-level spiritual beasts. They shouted in unison. It seems to be coming from that direction. Zhuofan ran straight for it while Xianxia yelled nervously. Those beasts will tear you to pieces. Zhuofan smirked. If one of them was the Thunder Skylark, it'd be perfect. He'd lay in wait and make use of the perfect opportunity to strike. Xianxia remained quiet and followed him closely. Wherever Zhuofan went, she would be close by. So, Xianxia had no choice but to join them. 15 minutes later, the trio heard a thunderclap in the sky and the roaring flames. The three huddled behind a large rock in a small valley and peeked above. But the sight took their breath away. Two spiritual beasts flew high up, both 6th-level spiritual beasts. One was a deep blue-colored bird with a 15-meter-long body and a wingspan of 20 meters. Lightning traveled along its body as it cracked the air. Despite being smaller in size, even compared with a 5th-level spiritual beast, its every wing beat covered the sky in lightning and wind blades that struck the rocks in the valley to pieces. A 5th-level spiritual beast would be crushed by such display. Thunder Skylark. Zhuofan squinted. He didn't lie to me. Thunder Skylark's nest is here. He then turned to the other spiritual beast. It was a flying lion wreathed in scarlet flames. Its mane was on fire and it had 30-meter-long wings of flames, half as long as his body. A flap of its wings sent fire to engulf the skies and burn the whole valley to a crisp. 6th-level spiritual beast, Flaming Lion King. Zhuofan's heart tightened. The Flaming Lion King was as powerful as a 7th-level spiritual beast, putting the Thunder Skylark at a disadvantage. He had thought that if the Thunder Skylark was tangled with another 6th-level spiritual beast, he'd play the fisherman and make the bird swallow a bloodworm during the confusion. Pity that it was facing Flaming Lion King. The Thunder Skylark would likely be defeated and killed, but wouldn't that bore a large hole in his plans? No, I have to help it. But how? This savage battle is no different than a Radiant Stage expert's fight. Getting involved will only get me killed. Boom! As Zhuofan was musing a plan, the two beasts clashed again. Flaming Lion King spat a fireball while Thunder Skylark sent a thunderstorm with a flap of its wings, intending to crush it. But then, Flaming Lion King rammed its huge body into the frail Thunder Skylark. The bird cried out and tumbled around in the air. Zhuofan secretly sighed. Sure enough, the Thunder Skylark was just as adept at using her attribute like the Flaming Lion King, but her body lacked power in contrast. It would die if this went on. Big Brother Zhua, can you help the poor birdie? Xianxia turned her puppy eyes to him. Only. Zhuofan was this close to spewing blood. Birdie? Well, it does belong to the swallow type, but it's a spiritual beast nonetheless. Regardless, just how exactly is that thing small? But Xianxia's pleas echoed his thoughts. The Thunder Skylark must survive. Ninger, we can't just interfere in a battle of 6th-level spiritual beasts. Xianxia felt regret the moment she spoke up. Over these few months, Xianxia never refused any of her wishes. Ignoring the fact that our strength is not nearly enough, just from how fiercely these 6th-level spiritual beasts are clashing, one can tell it is not over food but territory. You couldn't interfere even if they were people, not knowing who is wrong or right. We can't just risk our lives for them. Zhuofan lifted an eyebrow as he gave Xianxia a deeper look. In the end, he comes from the 7 houses and knows what battles between great powers implies. If I didn't need the Thunder Skylark so badly, I wouldn't get involved either. But Xianxia's expression was filled with worry. But that birdie isn't fighting over territory, it's to protect her young. Zhuofan looked again and saw a nest below the Thunder Skylark holding 5 huge eggs. Flaming Lion King was powerful enough, but the Thunder Skylark's speed was astonishing. It could leave just like that if it wanted to, but the Lion King caught it between a rock and a hard place, battering it again and again until it was filled with wounds, all because it was worried about harming her eggs. Now that Zhuofan got the whole picture, he hatched a plan to help the Thunder Skylark. She is one big mother. Zhuofan sighed. Ninger, worry not. See how I get that birdie out of trouble. Xianxia became overjoyed while Xianxia was skeptical. Hypocrite. Since when were you so selfless? This guy has a callous heart and betrays his friends at a drop of the hat. Since when did he start sticking his head out for someone else? a savage beast no less. Oh, Xie Tianyang, how can you understand me? I am in fact a man with love in his heart. Wait for a bit. I will need your help soon. Screw you. If you have love, I'm a saint, Xie Tianyang retorted in derision. But then he said in shock, I got it. You want the Thunder Skylark. Zhuofan perked an eyebrow and nodded. Ha ha ha. You've started using your head more since teaming up with me. Curses. I almost got used by you again. Xie Tianyang spat. If you want to get the Thunder Skylark, leave me out of it. Zhuofan shrugged, then gave Xianxia a long look. Xianxia nodded and showed her doe eyes as she shook Xie Tianyang's arm. Big brother Xie. Go with big brother Zhua. The birdie and her young are so pitiful. Xie Tianyang felt like crying. The birdie is pitiful? One flap from it will tear me apart. Why aren't you feeling sorry for me? Lacking any choice in the matter, Xie Tianyang nodded. He was still feeling guilty for what happened to Xianxia and would agree to any of her requests. At his nod, Xianxia exploded into a sparkling smile, and Zhuofan grinned at the side. Zhuofan, watch it. If you throw me away, I will make you pay. Xie Tianyang glared, but Zhuofan just shook his head. Take it easy. When I use someone, I make sure they won't ever get the chance to come back to bite me. What? Xie Tianyang exclaimed. Zhuofan just laughed and patted his shoulder. After warning Xianxia to hide and not get discovered, Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang sneaked towards the eggs. The two were able to sneak thanks to the energy-concealing pill. As the beasts raged, lightning and flames collided, rocking the valley like a boat. Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang crept up cautiously below the raging storm. Each time the boom drew closer, it gripped their hearts in a vice and soaked their brows with sweat. One stray fireball or lightning could become the end for them both. Luckily enough, they reached the eggs without a scratch. Below the Thunder Skylark, it was both the most dangerous and safest place. What now? Xie Tianyang looked above at the flashing figures engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuofan explained his plan with a smile. While the Thunder Skylark isn't paying attention, we will hide the eggs. When it finds out that its eggs are gone, it will no longer fight and rush to search for its young. Since it is faster than the lion, we will thus save its life. Good plan. Xie Tianyang spoke in a low voice and gave him a thumbs up. Zhuofan then indicated to lift the nest together. While the heavens were swept by a storm, two bandits were making away with the entire nest from right under everyone's noses. Seeing this, Xianxia sported a wide smile. Suddenly, Flaming Lion King gained altitude, breaking away from the bird, while the Thunder Skylark kept a closer eye on its movements. As Zhuofan was carrying the nest, he found that the shadows on the ground were much bigger, and that the sky had turned silent. Startled, he stopped and looked up. He was met with the large eyes of the Flaming Lion King. He also noticed that the lion's eyes were ridiculing him. Zhuofan shouted in panic, "That savage found us, run." But the eggs? Xie Tianyang was nervous. What eggs? Just throw them. Ignoring Xie Tianyang, Zhuofan tossed the nest and the 5 eggs to the ground. Since they were spiritual beast eggs, they wouldn't break so easily. Startled by Zhuofan's yell, the Thunder Skylark looked in time to see her 5 young thrown on the ground and rushed in anger. Boom! Then, a ball of fire passed close to the Thunder Skylark. The Flaming Lion King wasn't aiming for it, but the 5 eggs. With a cry, the Thunder Skylark flew like lightning and used her body to block the fireball. Zhuofan let out a mental sigh. Not for Thunder Skylark's sacrifice, but the lion's cunningness. It knew that the Thunder Skylark was fast as lightning, which proved it difficult to land a heavy blow. But those eggs couldn't move and were the perfect means to cripple the Thunder Skylark's speed. Attacking what one defended was the best plan. The Flaming Lion King laughed in glee and spat another ball of flame. Thunder Skylark used her lightning to stop it, but, with the eggs scattered, another ball of fire was closing in on another egg. Thus she was forced to fly all over to defend them. The Flaming Lion King, which was hovering above, roared and sneered. We made it worse. We hastened the Thunder Skylark's end. Darting back to Xianxia, Zhuofan sighed. Despite not liking it, he spoke with determination. Let's go. If we wait for Thunder Skylark to die, the crazy lion will come after us. Zhuo Fan and Xia Tianyang grabbed Xue Ningxiang's arm, but she stood rooted to the spot, watching the Thunder Skylark darting to and fro as tears fell down her cheeks. Zhuo Fan sighed. He had no way to help the bird now. Let it go, Ninger. We need to leave. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows and urged, but Xue Ningxiang shook her head. Boom! After fending off 24 fireballs, the Thunder Skylark let out a mournful cry and fell tired and wounded in a large crater. The flaming Lion King charged with its claw aiming for the bird's throat. No! Xue Ningxiang broke away from the two's grasp and rushed to defend the Thunder Skylark. The cold wind from flaming Lion King's attack fanned her fine black hair, but her eyes remained unwavering. Zhuo Fan and Xia Tianyang rushed over, alarmed. Both forgot that they would soon be 2 more corpses added to the pile, that it wouldn't make a difference. Even Zhuo Fan lost his calculative mind. The 3 only knew to not abandon the other. Ninger, I will accompany you in death, Xia Tianyang roared as he threw himself in front of her. Zhuo Fan flashed in front of the 2, but his eyes were fixed on the flaming Lion King. He was the demonic emperor. Even in death, he would stare down his enemy. Dumb humans, your flesh won't stop this king's claw. The flaming Lion King opened its mouth and sneered. As its claw drew close, its killing intent made the trio shiver. But just when the claw was about to touch Zhuo Fan's face, an azure flame came out of Zhuo Fan's forehead, and a shocking power shrouded the entire all-beast mountain range. The spiritual beasts were left shivering and lowered their proud heads. Even those fighting bent their knees. Flaming Lion King stopped its claw and watched the swaying flame as it trembled in fear. The azure flame was as small as a candle's, flickering in the wind in front of Zhuo Fan's forehead. But with each sway, the flaming Lion King's eyes shivered, as if it saw its end. It then took back its claw and sped away in the form of a ball of fire. It scampered off with speed rather than dignity, so much so that it was even close to falling at some point. A 6th-level spiritual beast, a king in the all-beast mountain range, was now fleeing like a kitty while trembling from every joint. Frowning, Zhuo Fan touched his forehead, but the azure flame had already hidden inside. He only felt a faint warmth and concluded that it was connected to the expert who had appeared in his consciousness and touched him there. Hey, Zhuo Fan. Xia Tianyang shook his arm as he questioned, Be honest with me? Are you absolutely positive that you are human? Cut the crap. What else would I be? A demon? Zhuo Fan slapped Xia Tianyang's hand away. I've never seen a human scare a 6th-level spiritual beast with just a look. Xia Tianyang took deep breaths to calm down and continued. Did you see how scared it was when it saw you? As if afraid you would eat it whole. As brothers, you owe me an explanation. How many secrets are you hiding? Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, then turned to Xue Ningxiang. We were never brothers. Xia Tianyang froze. Then he showed an awkward smile. But he was becoming more and more curious about Zhuo Fan. Coming next to Xue Ningxiang, they saw her tear-stained face as she looked at the Thunder Skylark. The lion didn't take its life, but the birdie was too far gone to be saved. Unlike Xia Tianyang, she ignored the fleeing flaming Lion King and inspected the birdie's wounds. It won't make it. Zhuo Fan sent his Yuan Qi to check its state, then sighed. His plan on getting a Thunder Skylark went up in smoke. Big brother Zhuo, can you help her? Xue Ningxiang looked at him with teary eyes, but he could only sigh. As a demonic emperor, he had plenty of ways, but the current him was weak. Xue Ningxiang began crying her heart out, tears falling down the Thunder Skylark's face. The bird opened its eyes and looked elsewhere. Xue Ningxiang noticed and spotted an egg not too far. But the egg was burnt black. The Thunder Skylark gave its all before but was incapable of stopping every fireball. It wants her young. Let's go find them, Xue Ningxiang cried. Zhuo Fan and Xia Tianyang searched around and soon gathered 4 scorched and lifeless eggs. Wasn't there one more? Xue Ningxiang nervously asked. The 2 shook their heads. The last one was lost. They couldn't find it anywhere. Xue Ningxiang was sorrowful. kneeling before the thunder skylark as she sobbed, "Forgive us. We are the ones who hurt you." The thunder skylark was always watching the 4 scorched eggs with teary eyes. Then her eyes flashed and moved her great body. From below her, the last egg rolled out. It was intact but still had a few scorch marks on it. Zhuofan looked long at the thunder skylark and secretly nodded. Despite being forced to run around by the flaming Lion King, it knew what it had to do. It made sure to protect one egg without anyone knowing. And when it collapsed, it used its body to hide the egg, so that even if it was killed, the egg would survive. It gave its life to protect its young. Thinking about this, Zhuofan developed a deep respect for the bird. With a cry, the thunder skylark stared at Zhuofan, or, more specifically, his forehead. Then it turned to its egg with a hopeful gaze. "You want me to take it?" Zhuofan assumed. It nodded, eyes filled with warmth for the egg. Zhuofan picked it up and sighed. "It is badly burnt and, even if it hatches, it won't live for long. Unless—" He whispered the rest into the thunder skylark's ear. It was first startled, then nodded in gratitude. Turning to her young, the thunder skylark closed her eyes in peace. She could now rest easy knowing Zhuofan would look after it. Xianxia saw its life fade away and was crying her heart out. Zhuofan and Xianxia sighed. They didn't foresee her being so compassionate even towards a spiritual beast. They would, at most, hold some respect, but never be so heartbroken about it. Ninger, it won't come back. Don't feel too sad about it," Zhuofan consoled. "Yeah. I never knew you'd be so compassionate towards this thunder skylark, just after meeting it once." Xianxia laughed dryly and scratched his head, not knowing how to comfort the girl. Xianxia wiped her tears and nose. "Why, you guys misunderstood. It is a sad birdie, but I'm not crying for it. I was reminded of my home. Her appearance made me recall my dad protecting me every step of the way, taking care of me." The other two smiled dejectedly. It seems this girl was reminiscing. No wonder she was so touched. Since it's not for the bird, then I will take the thunder skylark's body." Zhuofan felt awkward as he stashed the body in his ring, but Xianxia just nodded. Xianxia, however, was aflame in anger. "Hey! Why do you get to have a whole 6th-level spiritual beast's body?" A spiritual beast was a treasure in and of itself. The 6th-level spiritual beast bodies, in particular, made for great refining materials. Even the 7 houses seldom got such an item, and Xianxia regarded it greatly. Looking askance at him, Zhuofan stated, "You saw it giving me its egg. Its body is the same. You stay here with Ninger. I'll be right back." He left before Xianxia could argue. Xianxia wanted to follow Zhuofan, but seeing Ninger, he stayed. He was worried for her safety. Leaving her all alone in the woods was not wise, though it made little difference if he was there too. Whoosh! In a secluded spot, Zhuofan took out the egg, the thunder skylark's body, and some black rocks. He began circulating his yuan qi, and his hand burned scarlet. This was a cultivator's most basic yuan qi flame, weak in battle but useful in refining. And those black rocks were spatial stones used in making storage rings. These rocks were very rare even with all the spatial rock mines in control of the 7 houses and the imperial family. But thanks to Veiled Dragon Pavilion and imperial family endorsing the Luo clan, he got his hand on a few. And right now he was planning on refining a beast-holding ring. It was far more complex to refine than a storage ring, and the Great Sex had a tight lock on any refining methods regarding them. Furthermore, it could even store spiritual energy. As spiritual beasts were nurtured by the spiritual energy of the world, they were the best ingredient for refining items. Case in point, this egg came from the thunder skylark, and its spiritual energy would help it recover. If not for this, Zhuofan was unsure if he could even hatch it. Now that the thunder skylark was dead, he desperately needed to hatch the egg and make it his demonic creature in order to enter the Lightning Canyon. For this, Zhuofan spoke a few words to the dying thunder skylark, and it agreed once it knew its broken body could help her young live. Either way, this was Zhuofan's way of showing his respect for the mother. Also, He would have taken this course of action regardless of her decision. Shuofan pointed and the flame towered, fusing the ingredients with high-speed hand signs and a smile of satisfaction. He was close to fulfilling his objective. In the dead of night, stars glittered with Xianxia and Xianxia watching them bored out of their mind. As this was Thunder Skylark's territory, no sixth-level spiritual beast would wander here. It was the safest place for them. A sound broke the silence and Shuofan appeared next to them. Xianxia ran to him in glee as Xianxia looked him up and down. "What did you do with the corpse?" Shrugging, Shuofan was blunt. "Tore it in 8 and used it." Xianxia was startled by his reply and Xianxia rushed to placate her. "Ninger, it's all right. The bodies of spiritual beasts are handled like this. But I don't know what he refined using it." Xianxia knew Shuofan was an array master and an alchemist, so being a refiner on top wasn't that far-fetched. As Shuofan was gone for a day, he assumed Shuofan had refined something. "Hey, did you know today is Ninger's 16th birthday?" She was reminded of her family when the Thunder Skylark protected her egg and it made her cry. Shuofan took a long look at Xianxia, who was blushing with a lowered head. "Ha ha ha, since it's her birthday, then I will give her a present." Shuofan revealed a ring that had lightning running across it. Then he took Xianxia's hand and inserted the ring on her finger. "This is the storage ring I refined from the Thunder Skylark, Thunder Ring. I have one and you the other. They both are made as one, and are connected with each other." Shuofan raised his hand and sparks flashed across his ring. Xianxia was overjoyed inside and blushed as she extended her fist with the ring on it. Shuofan did the same with his hand and the two rings let out crackling sounds. Xianxia was filled with envy and roared, "Shuofan, d'you give me one too?" "I'm out." Shuofan deadpanned, "Is it your damn birthday too?" "No, but you have to give me one. Or the two of you, a pair of rings." Xianxia's face burned hot. He no longer cared about the value of the Thunder Ring, but that Shuofan and Xianxia wore a unique pair of rings. Seeing through him, Shuofan sighed inwardly. "We've been through thick and thin together, so of course, I have one for you." Shuofan then tossed him a ring. Xianxia put it on in glee, then made a fist bump with Xianxia. Each of them got a thunder ring which would only react when another was around. Shuofan spoke seriously. "What gift did you give Ninger?" Xianxia started and scratched his head from having nothing of value on him. Suddenly, he turned to the burrowing mouse and pointed. "Ninger likes playing with it, so I'm giving it to her. Get lost. It has long stopped being yours." Shuofan jabbed. Xianxia snapped in anger. "Isn't it all you're doing?" The two began quarreling while Xianxia stood content at the side with a smile, absent-mindedly looking at the thunder ring. She wished the time would stop so that the three of them would stay worry-free. After a long night, they began their trek back first thing in the morning. But 10,000 miles out, a huge bird had its eye on each and every movement of theirs. Blue flames wreathed its body, and with every flap of its wings, it flew deeper into the all-beast mountain range. The trio returned to the second area using the same method as before. Then they soon arrived at the first area. With the first step into safety, their hearts started easing up. Their thunder rings flashed with lightning from how close they were. "All that's left is to leave Blue Expanse City and we'll be safe." Shuofan looked in the city's direction with a smile. Although he didn't obtain the Thunder Skylark, he earned much more. Its egg and two dear friends in life and death moments. Xianxia, however, was frowning, worry plaguing her heart. "But we offended the seventh elder. Won't he set a trap for us?" "Unlikely," Shuofan stated. "He must have spared our lives because another greater danger was looming overhead, forcing him to flee. He must be thinking we've died at the hands of that scary thing." "Thing? What thing?" Xianxia asked. Shuofan only shook his head. He was out like a light at that time and was unclear what happened. But when he woke up, he saw the destruction around him and came to this conclusion. As for why they were luckily spared, ask heaven. In any case, sneaking out of the city is easy. Shuofan smiled. "Ninger, what will you do after we leave?" "I don't know. Xianxia turned gloomy, but then she looked up at Zhuo Fan. Big brother Zhuo, I'll just go with you. Zhuo Fan started while Xie Tianyang became flustered and said, Ninger, how about you come with me to Sword Marquis's abode? Not only will your clansmen not come for you, but even Hell Valley's people wouldn't be able to take you from us. Xianxia happily nodded. All right, big brother Zhuo, why don't you also come? I've never seen the strong 7 noble houses of the Tianyu Empire. Xie Tianyang wasn't too pleased about it, but since Ninger was happy, he also relented. Zhuo Fan, for Ninger, I will extend an invitation to visit my house as a guest. Zhuo Fan looked at them for a moment and shook his head. I cannot. I have other places to be. If fortune smiles, we will see each other again. The two were startled and hesitant about parting. Though Xie Tianyang and Zhuo Fan were like fire and water, arguing every day, they went through hell together and came out as brothers. Hey, I truly welcome you to my house. Think of your brother, me, and come. Zhuo Fan snickered. I already said, we aren't brothers. Sigh, how can you? As Xie Tianyang was about to laugh it off, a crack was heard and a sudden pressure pushed down on them. No one is allowed to leave. Whoosh. A black figure appeared with long black and white hair. His long goatee fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed as they landed on the trio. Profound heaven expert. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang were startled and protected Xianxia with their bodies. Is it an elder from Hell Valley? I've never seen him. Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang whispered. What was certain though, this old man wanted to wring them dry. But then, Xianxia jumped out from between them and walked cautiously towards the man. Grandfather! Xie Tianyang was stumped while Zhuo Fan asked with a frown. Your Shui clan's only profound heaven expert? Shui clan's patriarch? Shui Dingtian? Turning a blind eye to the rotten kids in front. Shui Dingtian looked over Xianxia. Ninger, where did you run off these months? I looked all over for you. Xianxia hung her head in guilt and mumbled. Sorry for worrying you, grandfather. Shui Dingtian sighed and tousled his dear grandchild's hair, then spat. Did any of these runts misbehave? Xianxia knew where this was going and was embarrassed. Grandpa, what are you saying? Humph. Then all is good. Shui Dingtian rolled his eyes over Zhuo Fan and Xie Tianyang. Who was it that hurt my grandson? Shuigang? Him. Xie Tianyang didn't miss a beat in exposing Zhuo Fan. I only met Ninger after. I never saw your grandson. Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan could only blame his poor luck and friends. I didn't know he was Ninger's brother. So, please forgive the offense, senior. Then, you eloped with Ninger? Shui Dingtian questioned Zhuo Fan. What elope? Xie Tianyang cried with a start and grabbed Zhuo Fan by the clothes. Zhuo Fan, explain it to me. Since when were you so close with Ninger? Shui Dingtian glanced at Xie Tianyang and turned towards his granddaughter. Who is that kid? To be even more pissed than me. Xianxia glared at her grandpa, then hid her flaming cheeks with her hands. Grandpa is getting old. How could he mention something like that out of the blue? She was complaining inside, but her eyes sneaked a peek at Zhuo Fan. Wait, don't misunderstand. I only asked Ninger to show me the way and nothing else. Zhuo Fan gesticulated while shouting. Only then did Xie Tianyang stop. Shui Dingtian stared down Zhuo Fan, but seeing no lies, he spoke. Good. In that case, I won't be hard on you on account on your time with my granddaughter. Come, Ninger, let's go home. Shui Dingtian pulled her, but Xianxia turned to the two behind her. Xie Tianyang was getting anxious, wanting to stop them. Wait, Zhuo Fan shouted. Shui Dingtian spoke in a cold tone. Is there something else, runt? You can't take Ninger, said Zhuo Fan with a stony expression. And I advise you don't return either. Shui Dingtian frowned. What do you mean by that? I'll be frank. We offended the 7th elder of Hell Valley, and he recognized Ninger. I can guess he's now getting rowdy in the Shui clan. If you go back now, you will die. Shui Dingtian was startled, then looked to see Xianxia nodding shyly. As if thunderstruck, Shui Dingtian trembled and stumbled backward before falling. Xianxia started crying and rushed to her grandpa. "Grandfather, forgive me." Xue Dingtian tightened his fist as rage swallowed his heart. Then his killing intent-filled eyes landed on Zhuofan and Xianxiang. "It's you who brought this disaster upon us. As long as I take you to the seventh elder, he will spare us." Saying so, he slapped towards Zhuofan. Zhuofan's foot moved a bit, making two of his phantoms appear near him. Then they immediately retreated in different directions. Xue Dingtian scattered the three retreating figures to dust with a wave of his hand, but the real one wasn't among them. The next moment, Zhuofan came from behind Xue Dingtian and attacked with a bloody hand. "Blood palm." Startled, Xue Dingtian felt his blood vessels boil. He now felt it on his own skin why his son and grandson had lost. Zhuofan wasn't only strong enough to skip stages, but also cunning and hard to fathom. Too bad he wasn't in the profound heaven stage like the old man. Xue Dingtian vanished before the blood palm could hit him, shocking Zhuofan. At the same instant, a powerful strike came from behind, and Zhuofan, who was unable to dodge in time, spat blood while flying. Xue Dingtian was about to pursue when a mystical sword intent came at him. It was Xie Tianyang wielding his star sword to strike Xue Dingtian's chest. As he looked at the approaching sword, the sky seemed to have calmed and he could only see the glittering sword moving. Profound ranked martial art? Xue Dingtian moved his foot slightly and disappeared, only to attack from Xie Tianyang's side with a palm. Xie Tianyang spatted blood and flew due to the impact. It was thanks to his spiritual armor that he wasn't heavily wounded. Zhuofan and Xie Tianyang staggered to their feet. A profound heaven expert's power wasn't to be taken lightly. Without an array, they had no chance. That brief exchange from before lasted but a breath, and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The two couldn't even touch a profound heaven expert. "Stop!" cried Xianxia. Xue Dingtian turned towards his granddaughter and was startled to see her in tears with a dagger at her neck. "What are you doing, Ninger?" Xue Dingtian became nervous. Xianxia spoke between sobs. "Grandpa, let them go. They're my friends. If I do, then our Xue clan will be no more." Xue Dingtian stepped towards Zhuofan with hatred and killing intent. "Grandpa, take one more step and I will be leaving this world before you." Xianxia nervously pushed the dagger closer to her throat. Blood began to trace the blade. "Don't!" Xie Tianyang was frightened, but Xue Dingtian gnashed his teeth and pressed on. However, Zhuofan noticed the tears in the old man's eyes. Zhuofan laughed. "Ha ha ha. Xue Dingtian, you've gotten senile. You think taking us to the seventh elder will save Xue clan? It will only hasten your downfall." "What are you saying?" Xue Dingtian stopped and stared at Zhuofan. Sneering, Zhuofan turned to Xie Tianyang. "Do you know who this is? He's from Sword Marquis's abode. By handing him over to the Hell Valley, you will make one of the 7 houses into your enemy. Do you think you can handle their wrath and prevent the downfall of your second-rate clan?" Xue Dingtian became apprehensive. He spoke while scrutinizing Xie Tianyang. "Impossible. You were trying to play me. I would have known by now if someone from Sword Marquis's abode came to Blue Expanse City. 7 noble houses' disciples wander the world. So why should they report to you? Clear those muddy eyes of yours and take a closer look at his spiritual weapon. His martial arts. Are they common? Even in the 7 houses, such a masterful disciple is rare." A chill shook his very core and Xue Dingtian staggered back a few steps. He knew that was a 4th-grade spiritual weapon and the kid was using a profound ranked martial art. Who could wield both if not a man from the 7 houses? Having Xue Dingtian right where he wanted, Zhuofan drove in the last nail with a sneer. "You want to take us back to Hell Valley when it's uncertain if they'll even accept us. But if they do, will the Sword Marquis's abode just let you go?" Plop! Xue Dingtian lost all his nerve and collapsed in a shivering mess. The Xue clan was under Hell Valley, but never would they think to step between the conflicts of the 7 houses. If it ever happened, the Hell Valley would toss them in front as cannon fodder. Xue Dingtian began to feel mournful and lost. This year is a disaster for Xue clan. Do we have no other choice but to die at the hands of one of the 7 houses? He could take these runts with him, but he wouldn't want them now even if they landed in his lap. Why, young masters? Forgive this old man's rash behavior. I was blind to young master's identity. Xue Dingtian squeezed through clenched teeth and crouched before them to kowtow 3 times. Everyone was dumbfounded, while Zhuo Fan just took it all in with a critical eye. Xie Tianyang couldn't quite accept it and rushed over, forgetting the fact he was Ninger's grandfather. Just being an aged profound heaven expert was enough to make Xie Tianyang unable to receive such a gesture. Would the profound heaven experts, elders in title, back at Sword Marquis' abode had to kneel too? But Zhuo Fan's hand barred his way. If you want to save Ninger, show off your status. Zhuo Fan whispered, to which Xie Tianyang nodded with a bit of startle. Grandfather, get up. Xianxia had never seen her grandfather so humiliated and rushed to help him up. But then Zhuo Fan yelled, who told you to get up? Xue Dingtian shivered and was back on his knees with a red face. You! Xianxia was angry, but Xue Dingtian pulled her back. Zhuo Fan strutted before the old man and said in a clipped tone, do you know of our young master's eminent identity in the house? You heard him today, and us, the Sword Marquis' abode, will not let this go unpunished. Yes, I was ignorant in my offense. Xue Dingtian hung his head, which was already full of cold sweat. Humph, then we will take Ninger. If you want to get her back, have the Xue clan or Hell Valley come for her at Sword Marquis' abode. Wait! Zhuo Fan was about to leave when Xue Dingtian grabbed his ankle. It doesn't matter if Ninger offended the 7th elder, but she cannot leave, or the Xue clan will be dead for good. I cannot accept it even if it means offending Sword Marquis' abode's young masters. Frowning, Zhuo Fan eyed him thoughtfully and saw the staunch resolve in his eyes. Maybe, Ninger. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He snatched Xie Tianyang's star sword and stabbed at the old man's chest. No! Xianxia panicked and threw herself before Xue Dingtian, stopping Zhuo Fan's attack just in time. Damnable and crazy punk! Xie Tianyang came to and took his sword. I thought you were just scaring the old man, not being serious. He is Ninger's grandfather. Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. If you were to choose who dies, who will you pick among the 2? Of course it's... Xie Tianyang hesitated as he got caught in a dilemma. Xianxia didn't understand what was going on between her grandfather and Zhuo Fan. Xue Dingtian, what do you need Ninger for? Zhuo Fan spoke harshly. Xue Dingtian sighed. I know that young masters like my granddaughter, but she is already betrothed to Hell Valley's young master. When she is 16 years of age, I will have to take her to them. Because of this, she has tried to run from home so many times. With how the time is nearing its end, if I don't take her, our whole clan will perish. Xie Tianyang asked, Ninger, is this why you ran away? Xianxia nodded sadly. Zhuo Fan watched Xue Dingtian's wrinkled face for any lies but found none. So even you do not know for sure. If it's marriage, then it's fine. But what? Xie Tianyang snapped. Ninger can't marry some random guy from Hell Valley. Come, follow brother to Sword Marquis' abode. Xue Tianyang, this marriage is fake. Zhuo Fan shot him a glance, then spoke to Xue Dingtian. If it was about Hell Valley's marriage, they would have come for her ages ago. But have you seen any girl getting married off to them coming back alive? Xue Dingtian pondered, then shook his head. Hell Valley is one of the 7 houses with proper rules and manners. Marrying with our second-rate clan already deserves heartfelt gratitude. What other reason can there be? She is ready to be wed to someone, and it's no longer our place to ask. Ha ha ha! That's exactly what they want. Zhuo Fan cackled. If I were to tell you that all the girls who got married to the Hell Valley's people died, what will you do? Will you still let Ninger go? What? Impossible! Xue Dingtian refuted. Why would they do that? We've always been loyal to them. It is because you are so devoted that they chose you to raise a cauldron, Zhuo Fan declared. Everyone asked in shock. What cauldron? Zhuo Fan answered calmly. There are some demonic cultivators who train in a cultivation method that utilizes ghosts of the people dying gruesome deaths. But too heavy grievance would lead to an imbalance in the yin and yang. This would increase the risk of oneself getting devoured by the ghosts. Therefore, the purest soul is needed as a foundation to train in it. And 16-year-old maidens are the best materials. You're saying they want Ninger to train some art? Xie Tianyang looked at Xianxia with worry. Shuofan nodded. Most likely. Do you remember the 7th Elder's martial art? That profound ranked martial art wasn't trained to completion and was weak because the cauldron was lacking. You think he'd go easy on us on purpose? They all gasped at the cruelty of Hell Valley, which was using people as materials to practice arts. But Shuofan couldn't care less. Demonic cultivators were selfish, not cruel or humane. Anything that killed one's opponent was most welcomed. He recalled that one time back in the sacred domain when an emperor stage expert cultivated this demonic method and killed 10,000 cultivators. The expert provoked the entire sacred domain's cultivators into an uprising against him. Even demonic cultivators rose the flag of righteousness, vowing to wipe such filth from the world. That was one of the rare occasions in which the two paths joined. Luck had it that Shuofan was among them, witnessing this force on the move. He learned then not to incur public hatred if he wasn't the strongest. That was also why he trained in the dark after getting the 9 Serenities secret records. Even now, despite having the demon transformation art, which could raise his cultivation without a limit, he wasn't slaughtering left and right. If he'd get found out, he'd be the next target of both paths. The silence was deafening. It was so quiet that only cawing was heard. And even this noise only worked to darken the mood. Ninger! Xue Dingtian turned serious as he said, "If what this young master said is true, it's best if you leave." "Grandfather!" Xuanxia looked at him in tears. Xue Dingtian smiled. "Don't worry. I'll go back and find out the truth. If it isn't like what this young master said, then I will come back to get you and proceed with the marriage." He ruffled her hair and flew away. Watching his departing figure, Xuanxia sniffed in tears. "Big brother Zhua, will my grandfather be all right?" Zhuofan's conjectures were always spot on, and Xuanxia wished to know her grandfather's fate. She wanted him to say her grandfather would be fine, that her clan would be fine. But Zhuofan shook his head. "I'm sorry, if he doesn't return, your clan still might live for a while. But now all of them will die." Xuanxia was shocked to the core and tears never stopped falling. Xie Tianyang began cursing to hide his sadness. "Hey, you're not that damn insidious demon's match in reading people. So how can you say they'll all die if he returns? I think a profound heaven expert would make the insidious demon think twice." "Humph, that is where you're wrong. I may not be as sharp as him when it comes to picking up one's intentions, but we are all humans, and I can tell a thing or two of his actions. First, we offended him, and since he determined the identity of Xuanxia during our fight, he would think that the Xue clan betrayed Hell Valley. He is bound to kill them to the last woman and child. But at that time, old man Xue came to find Ninger. In this case, Shuofan paused then sighed. Until he knew the whereabouts of the profound heaven expert, he would keep them alive to draw your grandfather. Once old man Xue returns, there will be nothing holding him back. Bullshit. A profound heaven expert is an elder in the 7 houses. I don't believe he has such nerve to slaughter a profound heaven expert's entire clan. Xie Tianyang saw Xuanxia's expression turn darker and roared at Shuofan. Shuofan shook his head. Exactly because Xue clan has a profound heaven expert, he would wait for Xue Dingtian to return before wiping them all off. In addition, you're wrong about something. A profound heaven expert is not strong at all, but a free one is. Why do you think he kneeled before us? He didn't do it for the 2 of us, but for the sword marquis's abode behind you. He didn't kneel for himself either, but for the Xue clan. If he were a rogue cultivator, free of responsibility, killing us would be a matter of fact. But Xie Tianyang wanted to retort but found nothing to refute him with. He knew of this all too well, but the sorrowful look on Xuanxia pushed him to find her some solace. But Zhuofan's words stabbed Xuanxia's frail heart like a dagger. At this point, Xie Tianyang wanted to punch him. Can't you have some sympathy for Ninger? All right, stop fighting. Xianxia shouted. Big brother Zhua, I know what you said is reasonable. Tell me then, if I go back as a cauldron, can I save my clan? Xie Tianyang was appalled. Ninger, don't. Zhuofan looked her in the eye, but all he saw was an unwavering will and nodded. Even the magnificent and grand seventh elder of Hell Valley has no other way to train in that martial art. From this, it is obvious how much the Hell Valley lacks cauldrons. Doing this is likely to work, but there is no but as long as it works. Xianxia waved and breathed out as if to get out all the worries off her chest. She was smiling, but the two felt their hearts heavy from the tears flowing down Xianxia's cheeks. Big brother Zhua, big brother Tianyang, thank you for taking care of me these past months. We shall part ways, just that. Xianxia sniffed. I've never once gone outside the city, never seen Sword Marquis's abode. It's my only regret. She waved with a smile and left. Xie Tianyang's eyes were tinted red. They both knew what this girl was about to do. Ninger! Xie Tianyang stepped forward, but Xianxia's delicate voice reached them before he could take a second. Please don't try to use force. I know I am not your match, but I will hate you for all my life and will never listen to you two again. Xie Tianyang fell to his knees and watched her distancing figure in pain. Hey Zhuofan, Ninger left. Can she save Shui clan? He asked gloomily. For some time, Zhuofan shook his head, his face serene. Once Ninger's use as cauldron expires, Shui clan would have outlived its usefulness. Why did you let her leave then? Xie Tianyang bit his lip until he drew blood as his words were spoken with an edge. Zhuofan stared him in the eye. At least, Ninger will leave this world at peace, believing her clan will be kept safe. Bastard! Bam! Xie Tianyang stood up and punched Zhuofan's face and sent him 10 meters flying. You betrayed Ninger again. Roaring, Xie Tianyang rushed after Xianxia. What are you going to do? Zhuofan wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. I'm going to save her. Xie Tianyang was dead serious. Just you. Zhuofan jabbed. How can a bone-tempering cultivator fight against a profound heaven expert? You saw what happened just now. You know the difference between the bone-tempering stage and profound heaven stage. It's not just about being unable to fly, but also about speed. So what? Tightening his fists, Xie Tianyang spat. It's better than doing nothing like you. We clearly had the chance to end that insidious demon last time. Last time we had the element of surprise and an array in place. In an array, no matter how fast he is, we can deal with him. But how will I set an array now? Are you telling me to set one right under his nose? Then ask him to kindly step inside. Xie Tianyang understood the meaning behind Zhuofan's words, but couldn't accept his manner. Ninger fought through life and death with them, and now Zhuofan was just going to sit there and do nothing. Zhuofan, I always knew there was no worth in trusting you, but as a man, good or bad, they are duty-bound to fulfill their promise. You promised to take Ninger out, and if you don't, you'll be nothing more than a coward. Roaring, Xie Tianyang sped up in his rush. If you go, you can only watch, powerless to do anything. I will still go. I would rather die than be a coward. Watching Xie Tianyang chasing Ninger, Zhuofan tightened his fists and muttered, Who said I'm any different? Then he turned around and entered the forest. In a cave, 15 minutes later, Zhuofan set up a concealing array, then drew an odd pattern on the ground and placed spirit stones at key locations. Then he spread diamond sand across the entire pattern. Finally, his hand flashed and a pair of wings with streaks of lightning across them appeared in the center of this pattern. This was a secret body refining art from the 9 Serenities secret records. It would make use of demon transformation art to refine the ingredients and transform one's flesh into diamond body. This was far crueler than the wraith art he gave to Captain Pang. Wraith art was a cultivation method for humans to refine their body, but this secret art treated the human body as a medium in refining it just like a demonic treasure. The results were outstanding, of course, invincible and tough as steel. But the process was excruciating, 1,000 times more miserable than the wraith art. To imagine, this process involved cutting one's body inch by painful inch if one wanted to refine his body with ingredients suited for demonic treasures. It was so dreadful that one would find death a blessing. In the past, before he even found the 9 Serenities secret records, Zhuofan wouldn't train in wraith art even if he had it, because it was too inhuman, too brutal, despite how much strength it gave back. And here he was using a method even more excruciating and dangerous. But this was also the only way he could improve his strength in a short time. If he wasn't stronger than that cunning and deceitful insidious demon, his success wasn't certain. With his heart at peace, his eyes filled with resolve, Zhuofan made a hand sign. In an instant, the strange pattern shined brightly and started to churn. As it spun, the diamond sand trickled towards a small vortex in the center and entered inside the cross-legged body of Zhuofan. Speck by diamond speck sunk into Zhuofan's body as the array turned. The sand acted like minute needles boring through his muscles and drawing blood. All diamond sand that touched him pierced his body, with no exception. 1 or 2 specks he could bear, but 100, 1,000. They were beginning to take its toll on him, and all this while he could only gnash his teeth. When the number reached millions, his whole body was soaked in blood. And this blood all came from pin-sized holes left behind by the diamond speck, akin to a very fine sieve. Looking closely, the diamond sand had ruined his muscles, turning them to mush. And this was only the beginning, yet the pain was so excruciating, worse than any torture. Death by 1,000 cuts, quite literally. However, to speed up his increase in power, Zhuofan still bore through it with clenched teeth, unwilling to utter even a grunt. Fine sweat ran over his body, testament to the pain. Even the mighty demonic emperor was reduced to a shivering mess. Ah! Then, Zhuofan's eyes narrowed as he cried out, unable to endure another million specks piercing his skin and muscles. He yelled and howled from the pain, but knew he had to stop and soon closed his mouth shut. In his heart he knew this body-refining method would remake his entire body, from the inside out, replacing his all with diamond sand. So much so he would become an unbreakable diamond. But before that, he would have to endure this agony. Yet this was just the flesh, it would soon be followed by the bones and inner organs. Zhuofan could only grit his teeth and follow through. If not for wishing to save Xianxia, he wouldn't have chosen this path no matter how amazing the result. Too cruel. The strange array never stopped revolving, feeding Zhuofan's body with diamond sand. After 2 long hours, his muscles were broken down to the last fragment. Then the diamond sand continued on to pierce his bones. Ugh! Zhuofan shook from the pain and a grunt escaped his clenched teeth. Yelling would only amplify his suffering until he could take it no more. To avoid his demise, he forced his mouth shut while his eyes bulged out of his blanched face. Damn rotten decrepit senile 9 Serenities Emperor. How the hell did you come up with this insane refining method? The moment the diamond sand entered his bones, Zhuofan spasmed. He couldn't even speak, so he cursed the first demon emperor of ages past in his mind. Had the demon emperor heard, his reply would be mockery. Did I push your hand? Who lied to you that a meager thing like you can succeed? Suddenly Zhuofan's body seized up 1 second and laid limp the next. His skeleton was turned to dust in that instant. Such pain filled his eyes with tears, but he was now nothing more than a pile of mush. And all he could do was lie paralyzed on the ground. There's also the last step, body remodeling. Zhuofan was sweating bullets as he sucked in a deep breath through gritted teeth. With his skeleton nothing more than a bone meal, the diamond sand burrowed deep into his organs. It didn't wait to stick to them like before but punched right through them. Zhuofan's organs were shredded and he was spewing blood mixed with flesh again and again. The blood seeped into the strange array and fused with it. Yet despite the constant flow of blood and the sweat and the pain, his lips curled into a sinister grin. I have prevailed. Now only body remodeling is left. Zhuofan's smile was wiped away by a wail. Ah! It didn't go as planned. The diamond sand finished with his organs and went for his brain. Be it a mortal or cultivator, the brain was the weakest for both, as it was the place that housed one's soul. Diamond sand was raining havoc in his very soul, his mind. Once it was gone, his death would be final. He felt as if thousands of ghosts were assailing him, a pain down to the bottom of his core. It was thousands of times crueler than the first step. But unlike before, when his mind was clear, the pain was now eating away at his consciousness. His soul was slowly being spent and was on the verge of shattering. And all he could do was wait for his demise. Ha ha ha, for me, the grand demonic emperor, to die at my own hands. How ironic! If only I knew how wretched this body-refining method was. Zhuofan chastised himself as he grew weaker. All this while, the strange array never stopped spinning, and the remaining diamond sand on it was soaked in his blood. But he was too far gone to even care. He was hanging by a thread, one that thinned by the second. What struck him as odd was, why did he have to refine his body through this hellish torture? I must have gone insane. Why did I use this deviant secret art? Zhuofan shut his eyes with a trace of regret, as his life flashed before his eyes. Since he became a demonic cultivator, he overcame all trials bearing his path, becoming the leader of the 8 emperors in the sacred domain, the first below a saint. A path filled with glory. Then he gained the 9 Serenities' secret records, bringing him further joy, and though his disciples sold him out, he was reborn in the Luo clan as a steward. Then he met Xie Tianyang and Xianxia. Xianxia. Zhuofan's lips cracked open, muttering her name in his delirium. Then he flashed his eyes open and yelled, "Ninger!" He recalled why he chose this path. It was to save her. At that moment, the strange array spun faster and faster, encompassing everything in it in arcane power. Zhuofan's forehead released a blue flame that turned into tendrils and enveloped his body, to ultimately fuse into the strange array. Zhuofan had no clue that this secret body refining method didn't just refine the body, but one's spirit too. Its purpose was to unearth all potential of a cultivator. If only the body was refined through this method, failure was guaranteed and death was a certainty. When Zhuofan was nearing death, he woke up to the reason behind his choice, and his will to live thrummed with power. It resonated with his soul and allowed the blue flame in his body to fuse with the array. It was only now that this strange array displayed its true power. The array spun so fast that it kicked up a storm. It soon turned blue from the flame and melted the diamond sand before fusing it with Zhuofan's blood, flowing throughout his body. Golden blood soothed Zhuofan's lacerated body, breathing life into his muscles, bones, and organs. The blue flame returned to his forehead once the process was complete and fused with his soul. Zhuofan kept his eyes closed, unaware of what happened outside. He only felt his life renewing and growing with every passing moment. All this time, Blood Infant sat cross-legged in his dantian. Seeing the incoming golden blood, it was filled with ecstasy, swallowing as much as it could. It began to alternate between fading in and out of reality, to ultimately turn into a golden infant. It opened its eyes and they flashed golden, filled with vigor. Thanks to the blue flame, the pair of wings which streaked with lightning were turned into liquid and entered Zhuofan. In a blink, an image of a pair of blue wings appeared on his back with lightning flashing across them. Deep in the Allbeast mountain range, high up a mountain, laid a cave. And from this cave came the shocked voice of a strong middle-aged man. How come the azure flame I gave the kid is now gone? Did he remove it? Or did he take control over it? Then laughter came from deep within the cave. Ha ha ha! I must be getting old. For that kid to erase it is already impossible, so how could he refine it? Not even a saint stage expert can receive my azure flame. Although, if he really removed it, how will I find him? Well, he'll come around sooner or later. Ha ha ha! The man laughed in his cave, and the sound traveled for hundreds of miles. But there was no spiritual beast around to hear it. Blue Expanse City, Shui clan's entrance. When Shui Dingtian landed, he noticed that the place was eerily quiet. There weren't even guards around. It made his heart nervous and he rushed inside. He soon arrived outside the main hall. As he looked inside, He saw a familiar figure in the seat of honor, Hell Valley's seventh elder, Ugiki. The seventh elder was leisurely nursing a cup of tea. I wasn't aware the seventh elder graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. The seventh elder's presence here intimidated Xue Dingtian, but he forced himself to show proper respect as if all was normal in the world. Ugiki sipped his tea, then smashed it on the table. Plop! And Xue Dingtian's heart sank with it. Giving him a cursory glance, Ugiki broke out in an insidious grin. Xue Dingtian, you've been under Hell Valley's care for a century now. We've always been kind to you. Without a doubt. Thanks to Hell Valley and Seventh Elder assisting us, Xue clan reached today's glory. Xue Dingtian forced his anxiety down, hiding it behind a smile. Ugiki nodded and stood up. He strolled before Xue Dingtian and patted his shoulder with a warm smile. It's great that you think so, then. As he spoke, Yugiki's face twisted and clawed at Xue Dingtian's shoulder as he thundered. Why did you collude with outsiders and steal Hell Valley's diamond sand? Xue Dingtian was shaking in fear and fell on his knees to kowtow. Seventh Elder, this is a misunderstanding. The Xue clan has been nothing but loyal to Hell Valley. We would never do such a thing. Ha ha ha, there was a time I thought the same, that you wouldn't be taking advantage of our kindness then move behind our backs. But that time has long passed. Grunting, Ugiki slapped the table to splinters and barked. Where's your grandchild? Xianxia? Xue Dingtian stammered for a response, but words left him. Humph, I will tell you. She and two runts stole my diamond sand, and they now lie dead in All Beast Mountain Range. Yugiki's brow shook as he recalled the dreadful howl he heard at that time. If he had stayed a moment longer, he'd be a goner. Despite not finishing the trio off, he assumed the monster would have finished the job with how wounded they were. He thought ruefully about this event. Xianxia was of use to him, but now she was gone. He came back empty-handed too. No diamond sand and neither a cauldron. Sighing, Ugiki placed his rage on the Xue clan. Men, bring them in. Ugiki clapped and three bone tempering experts pulled three people in chains. Xue Dingtian was filled with sorrow and tears fell as he looked at them. They were Xue Wanlong and his sons, Xue Gang and Xue Lin. Heavy hooks dug deep into their shoulders, locking their clavicles in place and sealing their cultivation. From the bruises and wounds all over their bodies, it was clear how close they were to breathing their last. Seventh Elder. Xue Dingtian bellowed and stared down the smirking Ugiki with bloodshot eyes. Xue clan sacrificed its all this past century for Hell Valley in defending Blue Expanse City. Is this how Hell Valley repays its vassal clan's hard work? Hee, your second-rate clan is nothing but garbage. Hell Valley can have as many as it wants. To me, you're no vassals, but somewhat useful watchdogs. We throw you a bone, a reward, and you should be skipping around in joy. When a dog starts raising questions to his master about getting credit for its hard work, it must be put down. Ugiki cackled. Unable to bear Yugiki's mockery any further, Xue Dingtian clenched his fist and unleashed his fury. Exerting his pressure as a profound heaven expert, he pushed back the three bone tempering experts around him while Ugiki just watched on with naked killing intent. It seems that the watchdog wants to take a bite out of its master. Then it's time to replace it. Ugiki. In his entire life, this was the first time Xue Dingtian uttered the Seventh Elder's taboo name out of sheer rage. Let me ask you, isn't Ninger's marriage just a cover to use her as a cauldron and practice martial arts? Ugiki looked at him in surprise before laughing. Ha ha ha. I used to look down on you every time, but look at how smart you are. We've been at it for so long, yet you're the only vassal clan that figured it out. So that's why you defected. It's all for a silly girl. Bastard. Xue Dingtian's fury exploded and rushed with his entire yuan qi laid bare. I'll kill you. Ugiki sneered, sidestepping Xue Dingtian's palm and delivering an attack of his own. Bam! The hit on his chest upset his blood flow and Xue Dingtian spat blood as he tumbled backward. Ugiki made use of Xue Dingtian's prone condition and delivered two more palm attacks. Xue Dingtian felt his chest burning and he spurted blood like a fountain. Ha ha ha. Xue Dingtian, you think you have what it takes to kill me? You're nothing but a greenhorn profound heaven stage cultivator that just broke through, while I am in the third layer. You are at the bottom and I am at the peak. You will never overcome this chasm. Ugeki then dealt another palm attack with bloodthirsty eyes. Old coot, die, but go in peace knowing that your son and grandsons will follow you. Powerless to do anything, Xue Dingtian closed his eyes awaiting the final strike. Such an ending he never wished for his Xue clan. But at the very least, his dear granddaughter escaped this calamity. Xue Dingtian was relieved that Ugeki assumed her to be dead and wouldn't search for her. Stop! A high-pitched cry was heard and Ugeki stopped his attack midway. Looking ahead, he saw Xue Ningxiang at the gate, holding a dagger to her neck. You're alive! Ugeki was in shock. His sole reason for coming to this clan was to have her as a cauldron. Xue Ningxiang took in the sight of her suffering family, her grandfather beaten to a pulp, and her eyes teared. She only had hatred towards Ugeki for his cruelty. Dagger inching at her throat, Xue Ningxiang threatened. If you still want me as a cauldron, release them, or I will take my life right here and now. Ugeki mocked. Ninger, get off your high horse. We do need you to practice martial arts, but you aren't irreplaceable. You have nothing to bargain with. Xue Ningxiang was startled and worry gnawed her heart. But she recalled Zhuo Fan's analysis and showed her white neck as she mocked. Seventh Elder, you can't lie to me. I know Hell Valley lacks cauldrons, I know of my value. Since you do not care, then I will die along with my family. Xue Ningxiang then traced her dagger along her neck and blood trickled. Ninger, no! Stop! Xue Dingtian and Ugeki cried at once. Xue Ningxiang looked down on Ugeki. Seventh Elder, it seems to me that you're not yet ready to let me go. Ugeki's ruthless eyes flashed. Is that runt still alive? Xue Ningxiang avoided his gaze. She knew who he was talking about. He died in All Beast Mountain Range and you can go look for his body if you want to. But I'm afraid spiritual beasts would have devoured it by now. Humph! Don't try to lie to me. Ugeki sneered. I have many enemies, but that runt was the first to bring me to such a state. Coming back empty-handed and heavily wounded. Chuckling, Ugeki continued. Girlie, don't take this the wrong way, but you do not have what it takes to see through me. That runt must have told you. Xue Ningxiang only stared back, to which Ugeki shook his head. In any case, I will have to take a step back. Since you put me on the spot, I will not take your family's lives. Really? Xue Ningxiang was about to go help her grandfather enjoy, but Ugeki shook his hand and a hook bit into Xue Dingtian. Ah! A wail of agony resounded and Xue Dingtian blacked out. His chest was soaked in blood and his clavicle was pierced, just like his son's. Ugeki, you? I said I won't kill them, but your grandfather is a profound heaven expert. I have to make sure he falls in line. I will, of course, let them go once we're at Hell Valley. You better honor your word. Xue Ningxiang stared at him. Nodding, Ugeki snickered. How could I lie when you're so valuable? Men, take Miss Ninger to rest. We will return to Hell Valley on the morrow. An elegant youth arrived next to Xue Ningxiang along with two servants. Zhuo Fan would have recognized him in an instant. He was Yu Ming, who infiltrated Blackwind Mountain as Yang Ming and later escaped Windgaze City. Standing next to Xue Ningxiang, Yu Ming snickered. So you are the cauldron for my senior's use? I have to say, you sure are pretty. Xue Ningxiang snorted and turned to look at her family as she left accompanied by the servants. Yu Ming shrugged, then went to Ugeki. Master, what would you like us to do in regards to Luo clan? We have suffered greatly at the hands of their steward, Zhuo Fan. Xue Ningxiang's pace faltered at the name. Did you tell anyone else that he killed 2 of our elders? No. Yu Ming was cautious. Even if I do, no one would believe me. Ha ha ha. I didn't believe it either. But a few months back, I met a freak of nature that countered everything I threw at him. With how large the world is, There are bound to be some monsters out there. Master, then? Yu Ming spoke softly. Shaking his head, Yugiki's eyes flashed with killing intent. We will deal with this runt first, then think of a way to end that Shuafan. Or these two whelps will one day be Hell Valley's nightmare. Xianxia was worried sick at his words and picked up the pace. She was worried since Yugiki had set his eyes on Shuafan because of her. Yet none of them knew that the two whelps were one and the same. The night seemed endless to Xianxia as her heart was unable to find peace. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight washed over the unusually quiet Shui clan's small courtyard. A dozen servants were already tending to Xianxia's preparations. Meanwhile, a shockwave passed through the first area of All Beast Mountain Range and exposed a pitch-black cave. A naked man staggered outside in the gentle sunlight, giving his body a golden shine. His every step left deep prints in the earth, and even the rock crumbled to dust. He sheltered his eyes from the sunlight and looked around. He took another step and rested his hand on the cave wall for support. But his small action destroyed the stone wall completely and he fell to the ground. The man stood up among the rubble, however. The rock he was on also turned to dust. Taking a moment to adapt, his face now showed resolve. At a closer look, it was clear this man was Shuafan. Just that his every line and features were as if sculpted, exuding sharp power. When he opened his eyes, streaks of lightning sparked. Shuafan got a feel of his body and revealed a manic grin. Everywhere he touched let out a metallic sound. He was immensely pleased with his body, which was now completely refined with the diamond sand and was as tough as a 5th-grade spiritual weapon. He then touched his forehead and a blue flame drifted out. This was the flame that the mysterious expert gifted. He couldn't control it until now, but through the strange array's refining, it fused with his soul and became his soul flame. He could now use it any way he wished. Thinking of this made him burst out in laughter. The refining process was hellish, excruciating, and deadly, but the result was astounding. He was now reborn with an unbreakable diamond body. Even a profound heaven expert wouldn't be able to make a dent in his body. With but a thought, a pair of wings with lightning flickering over their surface burst from his back and lifted him 10 meters in the air. They were the wings of Thunder Skylark, a creature whose speed was incredible even against a profound heaven expert. This was why he chose to refine them into his body. With them he became a freak, a true monster. Putting on new clothes, he flashed towards the blue expanse city like lightning. Young Miss is marrying. Outside Shui clan's gate, an obese granny yelled as Xianxia was led outside by 2 servant girls. The entire blue expanse city gathered around to witness the event. Yugiki and Yu Ming sported a faint smile. Everyone was happy towards Hell Valley's show of gratitude. Some people were even tearing, imagining it was their family's daughter getting married. Xianxia walked before the shocked masses. If before they were amazed by Hell Valley's power, now they were in awe by her beauty. Xianxia was dressed in a common wedding gown but lacked the heavy makeup other brides had. Yet solely from this, her appearance evoked a feeling of genuine beauty, not a fake one from excess preparations. Pure as an orchid, making people afraid of marring. Only this beauty deserved to be married into the 7 houses. The crowd gathered to see her smile, to wish her blessings. But their best wishes and kind thoughts only worked to burden Xianxia's already heavy heart. Everyone here envied her second-rate clan for their marriage with one of the 7 houses, unaware of the hell that awaited her. Slanting her head towards Yugiki, Xianxia asked in a cold tone, "Will 7th Elder accompany me?" "Ha ha ha, but of course. It is my duty to protect Miss Ninger and Hell Valley's disciples' wedding, to safely deliver you to Hell Valley." The crowd was once again in awe of their kindness. However, Xianxia only showed a smile of disdain. "What safeguard? It's clearly for monitoring us. At least once Yugiki leaves Blue Expanse City, Big Brother Zhua can escape." Before she could breathe easy, Yugiki saw through her and said with a cold smile, "Oh right, Miss Ninger. I sealed off all Beast Mountain Range, even your secret tunnel. Those rats won't be able to escape from my palm." "You?" Xianxia flared as her face blanched. It was her clan's secret, and Yugiki must have pulled it out from her father and brothers. Zhuofan's means of escape was now cut off. Seventh elder, I want. No need to say it. Yugiki cut her off with a cold smile. Your life was exchanged for your family. Nothing more, nothing less. Miss Ninger after you. He then shook his sleeve. A lavish palanquin was before her with 50 bone tempering experts around it. Xianxia frowned as she lifted her leg only to put it back down. She wanted to save Zhuofan, but Yugiki had her family's lives in his hand. She had nothing to bargain with. Suddenly, Xianxia's thunder ring flashed and her heart seized in panic. Don't come! Xianxia shouted at the sky, startling the onlookers. No one except Yugiki understood the reason behind her reaction. With a sinister flash in his eyes, he patiently waited for his prey. Ninger, I have come to save you. In response to Xianxia's shout came another. It was Xianxia piercing forward with star sword at Yugiki. Sword intent made the crowd gasp as they scattered. Yugiki just mocked. Humph, so you want to die? A mere bone-tempering cultivator would find their death close at hand against me. Yugiki, unafraid of the fourth-grade spiritual weapon, struck back with a palm. Against the wind pressure of the palm, Xianxia's sword tip trembled and the sword intent scattered. He was shocked but didn't use the sword to defend and added more power to it. A golden sword light flew from the sword tip and pierced the mighty palm. Then it continued towards Yugiki. Space-rupturing form. Yugiki's heart tightened and he vanished from his spot. The sword light struck the palanquin and turned it into splinters. Sword Marquis Abode's profound ranked martial art. Flowing spaces 9 forms? Yugiki appeared behind Xianxia and spoke with derision. You're from Sword Marquis Abode. How can a boy wield its legacy? Are you? Humph. None of your business. Xianxia snorted and stabbed backward. This time, the sword no longer had the imposing might. But everywhere it struck, it made space stagnate and Yugiki was slowed. Empty net, Xianxia bellowed. Humph, you don't know when to quit. Even with a profound ranked martial art, the gulch between bone-tempering stage and profound heaven stage cannot be overcome. Snorting, Yugiki vanished, only to appear in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was startled but could do nothing as Yugiki's palm slapped him into the air. When he landed, 6 bone-tempering experts surrounded him to make sure he didn't get up. Humph! Disgraceful runt. If not for Sword Marquis Abode, you would have died by now. Yugiki mocked him. Xianxia spat on his face and responded as if to spite him. I dare you to kill me, but can you take responsibility for the war that follows? Ha ha ha. Wiping his face, Yugiki's tone turned colder with killing intent. Damn kid, you think I'm scared? You made a mess in my city. So the Sword Marquis Abode won't say anything even if I kill you. Yugiki slapped at Xianxia's chest. Xianxia cried. No! But Yugiki was dead set on killing him. Stop! An aged voice echoed and a golden sword wave hacked down. Yugiki wasn't about to receive it. This attack was unlike Xianxia's. It was backed by the power of a profound heaven expert. He stopped his attack and jumped 6 meters back. Boom! When the dust cleared, a meter-wide hole was in Yugiki's previous position. Its depth unknown. A white-haired old man drifted next to Xianxia and fanned the bone-tempering experts away. 8th Elder. The old man looked frail, his eyes cloudy, a stark contrast to the true expert he was. Even his right hand was missing 3 fingers, yet this hand was bony and showed its blue veins clearly. Proof he was a seasoned swordsman. Xianxia cried in joy while Yugiki sneered. Jian Suifeng, 50 years no see. How have you been? Fine, until you came to ruin my mood. The elder spat through gritted teeth. His cloudy eyes seethed with bone-deep hatred. 8th Elder, thank God you're here. Help me save Ninger. Xianxia pulled Jian Suifeng's sleeve. But Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyang, this is Hell Valley's affair. We cannot get involved. Youngster, there'll be hell to pay if you poke your nose in others' business. Yugiki snickered, then turned to Jian Suifeng. Case in point, you lost your 3 fingers due to the same reason. Jian Suifeng's eyes trembled from rage as he stared Yugiki down. You think I would have fallen for your scheme if not for being young at that time? Ha ha ha. It would have been better if you had stayed quiet. Yu Ming laughed. I heard from my master about Senior's matter, of the so-called undistinguished elder with rotten youth. At that time, if Senior hadn't lusted over a girl from one of Hell Valley's vassal clans, why would you force your way in her town, only to finally end with you ransomed by your glorious abode lord with 3 cities? Too bad about those 3 fingers. You had to leave those behind. Gritting his teeth, Jian Suifeng was so enraged that veins popped. Yugiki, don't take it too far. Or what, you'll attack. Yugiki made a sinister grin. 5 decades ago you couldn't beat me, and that hasn't changed even now, when we're just 1 layer apart. You best run along and call for your 7th elder instead. He continued to ridicule Jian Suifeng. I am in awe of the Sword Marquis Abode's 13 sword elders' fame shaking the empire. But you're the only eyesore among them, not worth a dime. You? Jian Suifeng clenched his fists and shouted, Tianyang, we're leaving. But 8th elder, you must at least fight for the honor of Sword Marquis Abode even if we can't save Ninger. Leaving like this? Quiet. Can't you tell he's goading us? This here is Hell Valley's domain. Winning or losing here will put Sword Marquis Abode at a disadvantage. He glared once more at Yugiki and said to Xia Tianyang, Tianyang, remember Yugiki's title and how cunning he is. Next time you meet him, make sure to face him with ample preparation. Xia Tianyang looked at Xianxia not far ahead, and said in a determined tone, I know that, but if I don't save her today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, such is youth, ignorant of the world's dangers. Since Sword Marquis Abode's young master is so entertained by the idea of a hero saving a damsel, I will oblige by giving you a chance. Save not only her but also her clan, letting her feel ultimate gratitude towards you. Yugiki clapped and 4 bone tempering experts pulled 4 large crosses, with the entire Shui clan nailed on them, from old to young. Grandpa, Dad, brothers. Xianxia wailed and glared at Yugiki. 7th elder? What are you doing? Acting my role as a villain. Yugiki then sent a grin towards Xia Tianyang. How will the young master play the hero otherwise? He then twisted his face and howled, Attack! The bone-tempering experts took out hooks and clawed them into the Shui clan's members. Blood fell like rain and their howls rang in the air. They even found the strength to shout their lungs out when the hooks came out of their bodies. Not even Shui Dingtian, who was a profound heaven expert, was eased from this suffering. Xianxia was crying her heart out and yelled, Yugiki, stop or I will kill myself. Then I will kill them all. Yugiki roared in return. Xianxia was rooted to the spot, powerless to alleviate the painful cries of her family. Her knees softened and she collapsed, as did her mind. Snickering next to her ear, Yu Ming reveled in her pain. Girlie, get off your high horse. You're in no position to demand anything from my master. He is Insidious Demon, the #1 sage of Hell Valley. So many people from the 7 houses have fallen to my master's ploys, and you think you can best him at that. Ha ha ha. I'll have you know this too. It's because you angered him that he chose this course of action. You might have a bargaining chip, but too bad you're too naive. And don't forget he has a bargaining chip too, rather close at hand. Xianxia lifted her head, but all they conveyed was emptiness and tears, despair and agony. She sacrificed herself to save her clan, but she was far from being able to win against this cunning fox. It instead earned his ire, and now he was venting it all on her clan. It's all my fault. She blamed herself for everything. Who will save me now? Xianxia mumbled while looking at the sky in tears. Who can save us? Humph, idiot. Yu Ming mocked her but then shrugged. Idiot or not, a cauldron still has its use. Xia Tianyang saw Xianxia losing herself and his heart was in pain. Jian Suifeng stopped him from charging over with a shake of his head and a hand on his shoulder. The farther we are from Yugiki, the better. But 8th elder, Xia Tianyang's words faltered as Jian Suifeng's hand squeezed his shoulder harder, afraid the kid would make a rash decision. Plop! Xia Tianyang collapsed to his knees, his spirit broken. His pride as a genius turned to nothing but tears of humiliation. The girl he liked was suffering before him, and he was powerless to do anything. Then he suddenly recalled Zhuo Fan's words. If you go, you can only watch. Powerless to do anything. It all went out just as Zhuo Fan had said. Xia Tianyang believed there was nothing he couldn't do. But now he realized how meager and weak he was. It seems that I was the coward all along, he muttered under his breath. Zhuo Fan, you bastard. Where the hell are you? Xia Tianyang then raved through his manly tears and punched the ground until his fist inflamed. Jian Suifeng understood the kid's pain but couldn't help him. Suddenly, Xianxia's and Xia Tianyang's rings sparked. Only this time it was much stronger, similar to the time when the three thunder rings were close together. He's here. Xia Tianyang looked around with hope. Xianxia shivered and her eyes began to regain clarity. She muttered looking at the thunder ring. Be big brother Zhuo. Rumble. Suddenly lightning streaked across the sunny sky. It struck down among the crucified Shui clan members and blasted out the bone-tempering experts there in all directions. The dust rose as lightning still flickered within, and everyone was now trying to perceive through it. When the dust settled, it revealed Zhuo Fan sporting his manic grin. You geeky. I lost the previous round. But the second round starts now. Who is he? Asked Jian Suifeng when he saw Zhuo Fan through the dust while being shocked by the feeling of dread the youth exuded. He was experienced enough to notice that Zhuo Fan had just entered the bone-tempering stage, and yet the aura and power the kid released held a threat to a profound heaven expert's life. This contradiction made it all feel bizarre. Xia Tianyang felt the same. Zhuo Fan's face, which was radiating golden, added an extra feeling of pressure. It was unlike that from a profound heaven expert, but felt like raw power was seeping in Zhuo Fan and threatened to destroy his last vestige of life. Everyone felt as if they were standing in front of a savage beast that was ready to pounce on them. He is a friend most untrustworthy, but also most dependable. Xia Tianyang smiled wryly as his body shivered. Not from fear, but excitement. He grasped the possibility that this new Zhuo Fan could save Xianxia. Jian Suifeng looked at Xia Tianyang in amazement. It was his first time seeing this arrogant and genius kid show such confidence and dependence on someone. Jian Suifeng turned to watch Zhuo Fan, to witness what made him so special. Ha ha ha, you not only survived but broke through. Yu Geeky sensed Zhuo Fan's entirely changed aura but dismissed it. The way he saw it, this was merely confidence from entering a new realm. He would learn on his own skin how weak a bone-tempering cultivator was in the face of a profound heaven expert, and his confidence will deflate like a balloon. One thing did strike him as odd though. He and Zhuo Fan last met a few months ago when the kid was in his 6th layer of qi condensation, and on his last breath. Yet here he was less than half a year later, unharmed and even advanced to bone-tempering stage. His speed sent shivers even down Yu Geeky's spine. How did this happen? Yu Geeky thought. This runt is a freak, and must definitely be put down for good. Yu Geeky snorted. Minger, go and end him for me. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow in ridicule. Oh, so it's you. That's fine. Last time you ran away and left me with regret. But I will be extra careful in making sure to end our grievance this time around. What, you two know each other? Yu Geeky jerked back at Yu Ming, only to see his prideful disciple shaking in his boots. Even his face was twisted, pale beyond belief. Useless. Even with me having your back, you're still this scared. Yu Geeky spat at his disciple's cowardice. It was fine if no one else was around, but with the two from Sword Marquis's abode here, it made quite the embarrassment. A damn lily-livered punk threw all of Hell Valley's name into the ground. Jian Suifeng wasn't one to overlook the chance to laugh at their expense. Ha ha ha. A brilliant disciple matching a renowned master. Today I've seen Hell Valley's disciple's staunch will. Yu Geeky was turning green and kicked Yu Ming, who face planted into the ground. What a disgrace. He just broke through. while you're in the second layer of bone tempering stage. Stumbling to his feet, Yu Ming took a short glance at Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan's wicked grin seemed to spell death, and so he threw himself at Yu Giki's feet with a wail. Master. He is Luo clan's steward. Zhuo Fan. Elder Jian and Elder Yun died because of him. Yu Giki froze a second, then flitted a long look at Zhuo Fan. He finally seemed to understand. Zhuo Fan's power wasn't limited to setting up 5th-grade arrays. He also had a cunning mind that almost made him pay with his life. It's no wonder the 2 elders died by his hand. In Hell Valley, elders were seen as figures of respect and worshipped by disciples, unrivaled in the world. But Yu Ming witnessed the death of 2, and now fear gnawed his heart like a demon. He will never muster the courage to face Zhuo Fan in this life regardless of his advantage over him. With Yu Ming in the second layer of bone tempering stage, he should have no trouble dealing with the newly advanced Zhuo Fan. But was this notion still valid? Just look at him shivering. Yu Giki sighed and patted Yu Ming's shoulder. To remove his disciple's heart demon, his disciple had to kill Zhuo Fan himself. He stated coldly, "Anyone willing to capture him will receive my reward. Elder, I will do it." A large man cupped his hands. He was in the 6th layer of the bone tempering stage. Dealing with an early bone tempering cultivator was easy pickings. The other guards were sad that they missed such a chance. Zhuo Fan was an easy contribution that just flew away. Yu Giki nodded and turned Yu Ming's head towards Zhuo Fan. "Minger, watch. This runt is only good with arrays. Now that he has no chance of setting one, he's done for. The guard will soon bring him over, and you can kill him yourself to remove your heart demon." Yu Ming nodded and looked ahead. Jian Suifeng frowned. Yu Giki sure lives up to his title. He instantly figured out his disciple's state and a way to help him overcome it. "Tianyang, your friend is in danger." Xia Tianyang looked at the always composed Zhuo Fan and smiled. "That punk never batted an eyelid. He will be fine." Such a reply rose Jian Suifeng's curiosity. The difference between the 2 is of 5 layers, so the outcome should be clear as day. The large man thundered towards Zhuo Fan with a cackle. You are a heaven-sent gift for me. I can't wait to receive my reward from the 7th elder once I hand you over. People die from greed, while birds die from hunger. It all depends on you if you can defeat me." Zhuo Fan snickered. "Ha ha ha, you sure have a big mouth for one who is about to die. One fist is enough to make you behave." The large man's punch was as fast as the wind and as strong as a mountain. Yet Zhuo Fan didn't look like he had time to react. The boom shook in everyone's ears. Xia Tianyang's smile was gone, now replaced with shock that Zhuo Fan wasn't even able to dodge. He was able to contend equally with me when he was a qi condensation cultivator, so why didn't he move? Xianxia's face fell. "Big brother Zhuo." Seeing that Zhuo Fan took the punch head-on, Hell Valley's guards started sneering. I knew he was done for, but never thought it'd be over so quickly. Did he really kill 2 of our elders? If he did, then I am first under heaven. Ha ha ha. Curses, that moron got all the reward. Now I want to know what Valley Lord's gift will be. As the people started chattering, Zhuo Fan's threatening atmosphere soon disappeared from their hearts. Only Yu Giki frowned, looking left and right. "Ah!" A wail pierced the noise of the crowd, and the large man was seen clutching his hand as he stumbled back. His hand was now a twisted and broken mess. Turning to Zhuo Fan, nothing seemed to have changed about him. Still the same grin and the same demeanor. "This is impossible!" Jian Suifeng cried. "A 1st-layer bone tempering cultivator broke a 6th layer's hand with his face?" Xia Tianyang's eyes bulged out. He knew Zhuo Fan always moved with a plan in mind, but even he found this new strength of this youth borderline perverse. With him like this, he'll have no trouble even against profound heaven experts. The crowd now lost their mocking gazes and were instead rooted in place by fear and shock. Zhuo Fan never paid them any heed as he strolled before the large man. The large man was groaning while holding his bleeding hand. Before he could react, his chest was then punched through by Zhuo Fan's fist. It all seemed so easy, as if he punched through paper. Fan then flicked his hand and the large man splashed on the ground after a wide trail in the sky. The people watched in abject horror the bulging eyes of the man, his vacant expression. Where did this kid come from? His power is obscene. Yes, obscene. This was the only apt description anyone could think of. Fan's power far exceeded the common understanding, and only this word could encompass the height he reached. It was common knowledge that bone tempering stage was the best period in a cultivator's life to temper one's body. Even a profound heaven expert could, at best, destroy a bone tempering cultivator's organs. A far cry from what Fan did, running one through. On top of that, Fan just broke through, making this even unprecedented throughout history. Monster! It first began as a whisper, but this word grated everyone's ears, and they all agreed to this adequate assessment. Fear was painted vividly on their faces. Hell Valley's bone-tempering guards were no longer envious of the lucky man. Instead, they felt sympathy for him. What rotten luck! Not only didn't he earn merit, but threw his life away instead. Whoosh! Fan was suddenly caught off guard by a white and black pair of chains as they coiled around him. Yugiki smirked, holding the other end of the chains. Damn. Even with the kid's insane talent, he'll be mincemeat soon as he is locked by the 4th-grade demonic treasure. Jian Suifeng sighed. He was in awe of Fan's ability, of his bright future. But, a pity he'll die at insidious demon's hand. Xia Tianyang's heart tensed. He didn't foresee a profound heaven expert like Yugiki resorting to sneak attacks on a newly promoted bone-tempering cultivator. Although the person in question was a freak of nature, it was still despicable. Xianxia was happy at first but then turned worried. Fan eyed the familiar demonic treasure and said, "Using such underhanded moves from the get-go, that too against a junior. 7th Elder. Seems like you do not care about Hell Valley's name." Yugiki laughed dryly. "You're smart to notice my intention from a look. There is hardly anyone compared to your caliber in the Tianyu Empire. You are one outstanding devil that not even I dare to neglect." Ha ha ha. I truly admire the 7th Elder's cautious nature. In any case, this junior came without any plan or scheme prepared, only to end you myself. Yet you're so prudent regardless. Yugiki's mood darkened. Reading between the lines, he knew Fan mocked him for his yellow-bellied attitude. Even he had his limits, especially when humiliated in front of such a crowd by a bone-tempering junior. Runt, say that again and I'll make sure there won't even be a corpse left of you. Am I wrong? Fan cocked his head and laughed. With your character, the faster you kill your opponent the better. Yet the first thing you did when I arrived was to send your disciple to test the waters, only to have him reduced to a shivering mess from fear to the point he ignored your orders. And left with no choice, you sent that buffoon to his death in the name of curing your disciple's heart demon. There's no need to even mention winning, but just in case he failed, it wasn't that much of a loss since it offered you the perfect timing to blindside me when I finished him off. And this is the result. Fan enlightened everyone, and even Jian Suifeng was startled so much that his fear for Yugiki grew. He wasn't Yugiki's match, and if he were in Fan's stead, Yugiki would have succeeded in his devious plan. Yugiki is ruthless and cunning to the extreme. Yet that Fan isn't any better, discovering his ploy in an instant. The insidious demon showing such an extreme caution against a bone-tempering cultivator not only shocked him but everyone present. On the other hand, Fan wasn't in the least beneath Yugiki in cunningness. Thinking about this let Jian Suifeng hold Fan in higher regard. Hi. Aren't you caught in my web despite seeing through it? Yugiki snickered with killing intent. I just need to twitch my arm and you'll turn putty. Fan rose an eyebrow and laughed. Say, how did a sinister old coot like you turn so stupid? You think it's that easy to trap me since I saw through you? Fan's eyes gleamed and lightning cracked. Bam! Yugiki couldn't even react before the chains were thrown away. Fan now sported a pair of 10-meter-long wings streaked by flashing lightning. Thunder Skylark's wings? Xia Tianyang cried. Fan had appropriated the Thunder Skylark's body for himself. But Xie Tianyang didn't expect him to refine its wings into a demonic treasure. Since the Thunder Skylark was a 6th-level spiritual beast, adding the diamond sand into the equation, the refined demonic treasure would also be 6th grade. Xie Tianyang was in glee. No wonder this punk barged right in here, he had such an awesome item. This will increase his chances of victory against Yu-Giki greatly. 6th grade flying demonic treasure? Yu-Giki's tone was grave. With it, you can match a profound heaven expert's speed, however. As he spoke, he flicked the yin-yang chains. The chains moved individually from opposite directions to seal Zhuofan's escape. A profound heaven expert's advantage over bone-tempering cultivator isn't just limited to speed. I know that all too well. Zhuofan didn't care about the chains. A profound heaven expert relies on his quick moves in melee, not something a flying demonic treasure can overcome. But then, the chains were about to strike Zhuofan, one aiming his head and the other his chest. Whoosh! The pair of wings moved like independent arms and swatted the chains away. Yu-Giki and Jian Suifeng jerked in shock. This can't be possible. There was an ancient story that spoke of flying demonic treasures that could change shape at the wielder's will and launch attacks. But a demonic treasure was inanimate, so how could it do that? The people there watched Zhuofan as if they were looking at a monster. He sported a faint smile as he spoke at leisure. But when did I say it's a demonic treasure? While demonic treasures were refined as tools, Zhuofan refined the wings into his body. In other words, they were part of his body. He could let them out at will and make them move as he wished. He was no longer your average human being, but a human weapon. If the wings were a 6th grade demonic treasure, then his body had become a 5th grade demonic treasure refined through the method of diamond sand tempering. This wasn't something Yu-Giki and the rest could fathom when not even the denizens of Sacred Domain couldn't. The only ones who could comprehend this were those ancient talents who held the 9 Serenities secret records and were aware of the deviant secret method to refine materials into their human body. Damn freak! Even the calm Yu-Giki had to curse through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands were poised to strike. The 2 chains flitted everywhere and soon became 2, then 4, then 8. Numerous chains approached from every angle like a rain of death, all aiming for Zhuofan. He wanted to beat Zhuofan to a pulp. But Zhuofan smiled fearlessly as he stood his ground. His eyes flashed and the wings moved like lightning. Only the sounds of cracking lightning and grating metal were heard, while not even a trace of the chains nor the wings was seen. But the flickering lightning was proof enough for everyone to know of the bitter fight the 2 were in. This was a profound heaven expert speed. This gave a shock to the audience and let them know how weak they were against a profound heaven expert. But Zhuofan was the one who agitated them the most. A bone-tempering cultivator had such power. Xie Tianyang watched numbly with incredulous eyes at how deep the gap between them was. Even more so when Zhuofan of yesterday was a far cry from today. 8th Elder, what can you see? Xie Tianyang saw Jian Suifeng standing there in a daze without blinking. He never saw his elder so astonished in his life. Yu-Giki is pushing hard with his attacks, but Zhuofan is blocking them all. It is unclear as to the outcome, but Yu-Giki seems to have the upper hand. Jian Suifeng stated so, but his eyes never left the fight, afraid of missing anything. Xie Tianyang was despondent. His and Zhuofan's gap was now even bigger. Zhuofan of before won with a raise while now he relied only on himself. In merely a single day, their positions switched so much that Xie Tianyang was left far behind in the dust. Whoosh! The metallic and lightning sounds came to an abrupt stop. Zhuofan's expression was one of focus as he halted his wings while Yu-Giki was nowhere in sight. A sound broke the silence and Zhuofan's heart seized. He instinctively bent his wings. Ding! His wings blocked the sneak attack of the chains from behind, but a cold needle was speeding at his back. It was Yu-Giki with his 3rd grade demonic treasure. Twisted needle. Hee. Runt. What are you going to do now? Yu-Giki snickered. Zhuofan's wings were occupied with the yin-yang chains. The 3rd grade demonic treasure's attack came at an impeccable timing, right when Zhuofan's movement was sealed. Not even Yugiki could get out of this one if he was in Zhuo Fan's place. But Zhuo Fan only muttered, "Mystifying phantom step. Whoosh!" He vanished from his place, and the chains along with the twisted needle lost their target, throwing Yugiki off balance. Then Zhuo Fan came from behind using his wings as axes aiming for Yugiki's neck. Ding! With a crisp sound, the wings and yin-yang chains clashed again. But this time, their roles were reversed. The situation flipped in a blink, with Zhuo Fan now pressing his advantage. Even Jian Suifeng was affected by this sudden turn. Hell Valley's #1 sage, Yugiki, was driven to a corner by a youth. Seventh Elder. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of a sneak attack? Zhuo Fan's wings pushed against the yin-yang chains until Yugiki leaned backward. If I also had a third-grade demonic treasure, you'd be dead by now. Yet despite your efforts and the golden opportunity, I'm still alive and kicking, so to speak. Yugiki's face flushed and was gasping heavily to ease the rage within him. Zhuo Fan's words were an affront to his title. Yugiki wasn't powerful because of his cultivation, but because of his title as Insidious Demon, the #1 sage of Hell Valley. Yet Zhuo Fan was mocking his pride. The same as saying, "If I were you, I would have long killed my opponent with a sneak attack and wouldn't need to waste time chatting them up." This was the worst humiliation Yugiki ever suffered. One may mock his character, his devious nature, yet he would take them all as badges of honor. But never ever would he allow one to insult his intelligence. That was where he drew the line. Anyone who mocked him for a fool, he would make sure to give them a fate worse than death. Yet Zhuo Fan had him beaten at every corner and kept mocking him, with him powerless to prevent it. This brought a never-felt feeling of resentment. "Don't get too cocky, damn runt." Yugiki's anger reached a breaking point. His Yuan Qi exploded, flinging Zhuo Fan's wings aside. Then he swirled his chains at Zhuo Fan, leaving behind afterimages. Yugiki was at peak speed, and with the added effect of the yin-yang chains, he reached a new height. Zhuo Fan remained calm as he laughed. His figure darted around with the help of mystifying phantom step and his wings, moving even faster than Yugiki. The people were once again bearing witness to afterimages and metallic sounds clashing with streaks of lightning, but never a clear image of any of the two's bitter fight. They flashed across the entire plaza, one moment to the east, the next to the west, flashing in every direction possible and even around the bone-tempering guards. But since the people could only hear them and not see, they stood there in fear. One slip, one errant move from their part, and only pieces would remain of them. Eighth Elder. How does it look? When Yugiki and Zhuo Fan were at a standstill with demonic treasures, Xianxia could grasp some of the situation. But as the matter devolved to such a state, he was unable to see them and had to defer to Jian Suifeng's assessment. Jian Suifeng, however, gestured for Xianxia's silence as he focused his all on the fight. After one huge boom, two figures reappeared. Zhuo Fan crossed his hands casually, standing in the same spot, while Yugiki was gasping for breath. Zhuo Fan's nonchalant attitude left not only him but also Jian Suifeng in shock. Who won? Xianxia knew but still couldn't help ask. Jian Suifeng was solemn. "Soon you will know." Thunderous booms echoed, and a score of bone-tempering guards were struck down by lightning. It burst their heads and liquefied their organs. The other guards fled for 50 meters in anxiety while Yugiki and Zhuo Fan stood across each other, having known of this long ago. What's happening? Xianxia darted his eyes to the corpses in fear. Jian Suifeng's eyes never left Zhuo Fan as he spoke in a grave tone. "Tianyang, your friend is terrifying. I've never seen anyone like him. That Yugiki, he has never suffered as much as he has now." Xianxia didn't understand, but Jian Suifeng continued. In their clashes, Yugiki was giving his all. They attacked each other again and made me believe Zhuo Fan was also fighting with everything. Then suddenly his speed jumped. But what? Xianxia seemed impatient. Jian Suifeng revealed an imperceptible smile. But instead of ending this battle, he dragged Yugiki around, killing guards right under Yugiki's eyes. Xianxia was startled. "Why do this?" Why didn't he finish the old man off if he had the chance? Ha ha ha. This is where the kid is truly terrifying. Jian Suifeng's eyes shook and he turned serious. He did it to mock that old fool. An elder was led by the nose by a snot-nosed brat, killing a score of his men yet powerless to stop it. Yugiki, known as the insidious demon, was played around by a bone-tempering kid as a cat plays with a mouse. Will there be any pride left in him after this? Zhuofan and Yugiki are the same. Offending such a person would invite a world of suffering. Because their revenge isn't limited to killing you, but robbing you of all you hold dear, including pride. Death only comes after there is nothing left to plunder. Jian Suifeng suddenly laughed, feeling all his grievances get washed away. Only evil can fight evil. Yugiki was despicable in his ways for too long, and today he met his match in a little demon who has a heart just as black as his. How refreshing! Jian Suifeng's laughter rang in everyone's ears and Jared Yugiki's. The later was burning with rage and was close to spewing blood. He felt miserable every time he saw Zhuofan standing smug. Zhuofan's power exceeded his predictions by far. In the first move itself, he discovered that Zhuofan had surpassed him. He not only treated this fight as a spar but also had the leisure to kill his men. Zhuofan left him powerless, especially when it came to schemes where Zhuofan was at his level, if not higher. Yugiki felt his head hurt, feeling weak and feeble for the first time. No, this can't end like this. If this gets dragged on for long, he will kill me. I need to end it in one blow. Yugiki had a plan in mind but didn't know if it would work, especially in Zhuofan's case. But he was left with no choice. His eyes flashed and flung the chains at Zhuofan. This thing won't work on me. Zhuofan smirked, readying his wings. But the yin-yang chains veered off from him at the last minute, aiming for Xianxia. Xianxia was rooted in fear, but Zhuofan appeared before her in a flash of lightning and flung the chains with his wings. Ha ha ha! I see it now. Yugiki laughed hysterically. Zhuofan? Oh Zhuofan, I found your weakness. In the All-Beast Mountain range, you ingrained a deep fear in these old bones with your constant attacks, so I thought you came this time seeking revenge. But now I see it was all for her. And you think this changes anything? You will die just as well. Zhuofan stated. Humph, if you bore the same ruthlessness you showed before, I would have some misgivings. But you care for this girl and placed victory in my grasp. Ha ha ha.